I'd like to welcome our newest board member, Grace. Welcome. Nice to have you here.
Yes, nice to be here.
A little introduction during board reports today, okay?
Perfect.
First item on the agenda is to approve the agenda.
I would make the motion to approve the agenda. Second.
By Cass, second by Cindy. Any discussion about today's agenda? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. The agenda is approved. Moving on to public comment. The board has significant interest in maintaining the quorum of its meeting and is expected to have members of the public and the board will address each other with civility. The orderly process of the board meeting will not be interfered with or disrupted by public comment. All individuals recognized by the board president will be allowed to speak. Comments by others are out of order. If disruptive, the individual causing disruption may be asked to leave the board meeting. Abusive, disruptive, or defamatory comments will not be permitted. The state board's agenda is full and I will place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. The topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. We have public comment today.
If you wish to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. There appears to be no public comments at this time.
All right, we will move on to the director's report.
Thank you. Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Axiotis, and members of the board. And as always, thanks to each of you for your service on the board and happy Teacher Week. We are very excited to welcome Grace, our new student board member, who's a junior at Lake Mills Community School in Lake Mills, which is just Forest City. Grace has a number of accomplishments. She served as vice president of both the Student Council and Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America chapter. She's active in a number of activities: basketball, volleyball, speech. She's on yearbook, chess, and cribbage club. And she's also utilizing concurrent enrollment opportunities through NIAC, the North Iowa Area Community College, which we'll actually get to hear from today. So we are excited to learn more about Grace and about your service on the board. I understand that looking forward, you are interested in elementary school administration as a possible career. And it will be, of course, a great opportunity to learn about our lifelong education system, as well as to share your perspective and allow the board to benefit from your unique perspective. And also, we want to thank the DE team and the board members who facilitated the student application process, board member Halls, Sterling, and Dietz. Thank you for the work you put into this process. And then to Teacher Appreciation Week, we are, of course, proud to join the nation in celebrating the outstanding teachers here in Iowa during Teacher Appreciation Week and always. This year, we have collaborated with students and educators across the state to help celebrate and elevate the teaching profession. We have shared thank you videos from students and the DE team on our social media platforms, and we profiled teachers across the state in our headline series of Q&A teacher profiles. So we invite all of you and members of the public to read the Q&As in the headline section of the department's website and to view the videos shared on Facebook, X, LinkedIn, and YouTube. May is also the month to celebrate the class of 2025's accomplishments and future decisions. The department and the Bureau of Iowa College Aid are celebrating Decision Day season, May 12th through the 16th. And we are hosting a virtual event on our YouTube page, which will profile participating schools, helping highlight their seniors' post-secondary pathway decisions. And again, we invite families, schools, and students to share their Decision Month celebrations, and highlight all post-secondary pathways. Also, we are excited to announce that yesterday, Governor Reynolds shared that the USDA has approved a demonstration project. It was submitted by Iowa HHS for the state's own summer food pilot program. Healthy Kids Iowa is an alternative to the summer EBT program that serves Iowa children healthy foods at a lower cost by partnering with Iowa's dedicated network of summer feeding programs and community providers. With the state summer feeding demonstration project, each eligible family will be able to select $40 worth of fresh and nutritious food for each eligible child per month, and families will be able to choose their monthly items. Distribution sites across the state will offer a selection of foods as well, and sites will be selected in partnership with the Feeding America Foods Banks and will be established based on demonstration of community need. The department's legislative liaison, Eric St. Clair, will be providing more detailed legislative updates, but in particular, I want to share that we are excited to have celebrated Governor Reynolds signing into law legislation restricting student use of personal electronic devices during instructional time last Wednesday. Governor Reynolds was joined by Ottumwa Superintendent Mike McGrory, Des Moines Superintendent Ian Roberts, Ankeny Superintendent Eric Pruitt, and Clarion-Bullfield Dow's Superintendent Joe Nelson, and a number of students and educators representing each of those school districts. And then also that day, the department published a model policy to support public school boards and their legislative requirement to adopt policies that, at a minimum, restrict the use of personal electronic devices during instructional periods. And of course, boards are able to adopt policies that exceed the minimum requirements, including restricting the use of personal electronic devices during the entire school day, as some school districts have done. Relatedly, we are excited to share that the department's partnership with Professor Angela Duckworth, the author of Grit, The Power of Passion and Perseverance, to study the firsthand observations of Iowa administrators and teachers in her nationwide Phones in Focus survey. And to learn more, you can go to phonefocus.org. Before the beginning of the 25-26 school year, this voluntary 5-minute survey will provide state and district decision makers with a map of school cell phone policies and help us identify policies and implementation practices that work best by matching survey data to existing longitudinal data on student outcomes like attendance, academic achievement, growth, and more. At the end of the survey, there's a real-time snapshot of how educators across the nation are answering the same questions, and we appreciate all of the middle and high school administrators and teachers who are participating in this voluntary survey, sharing their perspectives on how to best implement model policies. And then related to legislation, we've also celebrated Governor Reynolds signing into law legislation related to 2 department bills. One was focused on embedding career instruction in grades 5 through 7 and establishing an industry recognized credential diploma seal. For reference, that was House File 316. And the other piece of legislation established the department's Purple Star School Initiative to help recognize and celebrate Iowa schools that provide services and supports exceptionally to military connected students and families. And for reference, that was Senate File 275. Shifting into our pre-K through 12 learning division, the first revision team for the social studies standards met for the second time on April 24th, and their third meeting is today. The committee consists of educators, administrators, content specialists, higher education representatives, parents, and community partners. And as always, that social studies standards process will follow the same 5 phase process This is the third of 6 meetings for the first team. And per House File 2545 from last legislative session, the state board's first read of the proposed revised social studies standards must occur on or before the board's December 2025 meeting, which we are of course on track for. And then this summer, the department will again be hosting regional professional development or professional learning opportunities, including CHAMPS, which is focused on setting behavioral and academic expectations in the classroom to help create and sustain a learning environment where all students and teachers are knowledgeable of expectations and can be successful. And then the second is around engaging learners, which provides participants with activities to engage all students in the content and provide resources to increase engagement in classrooms. And then the department is also providing statewide training on the use of the new Iowa Dyslexia Handbook throughout May and June. And then the department is hosting a nutrition and health services procurement training in partnership with the Urban School Food Alliance on May 28th at the FFA Enrichment Center in Ankeny. And then throughout June and July, there'll be a number of trainings and professional learning opportunities, including healthy school meals regional workshops, farm to school regional culinary training, the back to school conference, and an introduction to school nutrition leadership for new leaders. Related to approved universal screening and progress monitoring tools, the department recently released an updated list of approved literacy universal screening and progress monitoring tools that meet the ELI and House File 2618 from last session's statutory requirements, and the department's RFAP for approved math universal screening and progress monitoring tools to meet the requirements of the Math Counts Act this session is now open, and that RFAP will close at the end of this month into May. And then finally in this division, the 2025 Iowa Youth Survey registration is also now open. All Iowa school districts are invited to participate in the fall 2025 Iowa Youth Survey, and the survey is administered to 6th, 8th, and 11th graders every other year in Iowa. Shifting to the Division of Special Education, we want to share one final board reminder that a Teaching for Impact registration, including the Leading for Impact workshop for administrators, is open for our summit June 5th through 6th. School administrators, building leadership teams, early access providers and service coordinators, educators and providers from early childhood to high school, AEA professionals, and higher education faculty supporting pre-service educators and providers will all benefit this training and summit opportunity. We also want to share a reminder that early childhood educators and support staff who are attending the upcoming Teaching for Impact Summit are also invited to attend a kickoff event on June 4th from 4 to 6 p.m. And then our final special education policy and practice webinar of this school year will be held on May 14th, and it will focus on free and appropriate public education, or FAPE. All previous school year 24-25 session recordings and resources are available on our website, including considerations for exiting, shortened school days, general supervision, designing behavior and instruction supports, and 5th, least restrictive environment. And our 6th opportunity related to FAPE will also be posted once that recording becomes available. And then finally, in the Division of Special Education, we are excited to continue to expand our partnership with the Wellmark Foundation, which has recently made $5 million in grants available to eligible rural Iowa schools to support youth access to behavioral health services. And eligible services for this grant opportunity will include a mental and behavioral health professional employed by or dedicated to the school and available to provide treatment in the school for students in need. It will include technology procured by the school that enable telehealth access to mental and behavioral health services for students. And it will include dedicated administrative staff employed by the school to coordinate on-site mental and behavioral health services. And you can learn more about the school behavioral health grant opportunity on Wellmark's website. And then within the COO's team, the Iowa School for the Deaf, and the first time in its school history, was honored as the national champion in cheerleading by the National Deaf Interscholastic Athletic Association, which serves as the national governing body for the deaf across the United States. Coaches Megan Shama and Rinka Dunn have spent the last several years building a very dynamic and resilient program. And through their leadership and dedication, Iowa's School for the Deaf's student athletes have grown into accomplished cheerleaders and have brought exceptional pride to the school and the school community, as well as the department. Then shifting gears to the Division of Higher Education, the Perkins State Plan public comment period closed April 24th. Themes from the public comment have included the secondary and post-secondary funding split, CTE educator pipeline supports, our state determined levels of performance, and requirements around CTSOs, career and technical student organizations, especially in post-secondary CTE programs. We plan to submit our revised state plan to the U.S. Department of Education for review and approval at the end of June. And this will likely be an agenda item at our next board meeting on June 19th. And then the Credentials to Career Grant opportunity, which you know much about, that supports the alignment of secondary CTE programs to industry recognized credentials of labor and market value, closes at the end of the month, May 30th. And of course, this is directly related to supports for success in our accountability systems post-secondary readiness indicator, which focuses on the attainment of college credit, the attainment of work-based learning experiences, and the attainment of industry recognized credentials. We are also partnering with the Iowa Hospital Association to host the Health Sciences Career Day in Iowa, which will be a live virtual event on Thursday, May 15th, which will introduce middle and high school students to high demand healthcare careers spanning physicians, nursing, radiology technician, respiratory therapist, laboratory technician, and behavioral health. And it's a free event that offers educators and students a real world learning experience delivered right to the classroom, and educators are welcome to join with their entire class or to make it available for groups of students interested in health sciences and related careers. And the format's very flexible, so participants can join based on their class schedule or what a student or a class is interested in. And then finally, for the Division of Higher Education, registration for the 25-26 Course to College program is now open. As a reminder, Course to College is an engagement program connecting school counselors and college and career transition counselors, or CCTCs, throughout the state to resources and tools that build post-secondary pathway supports surrounding the 5 college learning steps. And then to close us out for today's report, we've had a number of other Department of Education boards or advisory councils meet recently. The Iowa Reading Research Center's Advisory Council met on April 23rd. The Iowa Dyslexia Board met on April 24th. The Iowa Council for Early Access met on May 2nd. The Community College Advisory Committee met yesterday on May 7th. And then looking forward in the near future, the Non-Public School Advisory Committee will meet on May 13th. The Special Education Advisory Panel will meet on May 16th, and the Board of Educational Examiners will meet on May 16th as well. And that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions or hear any feedback.
Any questions or feedback? Thank you so much. Community College Advisory Committee. Yes,
Yes.
Cindy?
Well, as Director Snow mentioned, we met yesterday and continued our discussion around K through 12 connectedness. But before I share with you some of the key themes from that discussion, we did welcome a new member to our committee, Doug Wheeler, the superintendent for College Community School District in Cedar Rapids, joined us as a K through 12 representative. So we are excited that our table is expanding to bring all perspectives when it comes to community college and education, serving the system into our conversation. So we recognize as we think about the population attending community colleges, that we need to really advance the conversation around how the K through 12 system and the community colleges are connecting. So we really dug into that conversation yesterday, and there were some key themes that emerged from our discussion questions. Those themes centered around how do we define and measure success as a system? And I have some notes here that I'll share with you from that discussion. So as we talked about defining and measuring success, what we realized is that success in concurrent enrollment really varies by perspective, whether it's the individual, by the institution, or statewide. It has been a long time since we have revisited the purpose of why concurrent or joint enrollment was created. So 20 years ago was the first opportunity where joint enrollment and concurrent enrollment was created, and it was created for a specific purpose. And now that purpose has expanded. So coming back and having more discussion around that. So, and thinking about the metrics. So how success is being measured includes credit attainment, college and career readiness, cost savings, and college transition. There's a central tension existing between offering college experience, maximizing credit accumulation, and fostering the early career exploration. There was a great concept that really emerged from the discussion around strategic credit, which emphasizes intentional course selection aligned with student goals. From there, we talked about equity and access. Ensuring broad access to concurrent enrollment is a priority, particularly for students who are not college bound or come from rural or underserved communities. Online learning plays a key role in the rural access through its quality and appropriateness, and that must be carefully considered. There was a central question to ask when considering success, and that's expanding both credit and non-credit pathways. And that is essential to reducing barriers and engaging a wider range of students. We also talked about career exploration and workforce readiness, and that concurrent enrollment should support early structured career exploration and skill development, including work-based learning and credentialing opportunities. Non-credit credentials of value are gaining attention, especially for students pursuing direct entry into the workforce. And starting career awareness as early as fifth grade is seen as one of those strategic priorities. Another theme we discussed was system coordination and sustainability. And having strong collaboration between high schools and community colleges is vital for a sustainable program delivery, advising, and planning. But there are financial constraints, inconsistent funding mechanisms, and credit limits presenting some ongoing challenges. The growing demand places stress on staff, underscoring the need for shared responsibilities and systematic support. With limited resources, does success lean towards more credits for fewer students or more students and fewer credits, saving time and money versus access? And then the last thing that really emerged as a theme was curriculum and program design, and recognizing that program design must balance flexibility with rigor, offering options such as mixed modality delivery, guaranteed transferability, and clear eligibility standards. So we plan to continue this discussion. Another key piece we realize is that we are the one table with, I think, the right people around the table having the discussion. So there is a lot of work to continue moving this forward, and we're excited about that. So Cindy?
Great, as always, really good engagement by everybody. And there's so many factors to consider when you think about that concurrent or joint enrollment. And, exactly, is the success based on student, on the community college, on the state, and how to maximize that across all those different constituencies, I think is a balancing act, but it's always good to keep in mind why we set this up and, how it's changed over time, especially I think from a financial perspective. And again, whether it's the K-12 district or the community college or the individual student and family. So thank you for your leadership on that committee.
We are meeting 4 times a year. Yesterday was our 3rd meeting. We planned for 2 hours and it felt like the time was gone in a blink of an eye. So everybody's excited to come back. Our next meeting is August 6th and we will continue the discussion.
Question, what was the original intent of the current enrollment program?
It started around having more opportunities for TAG, advanced classes for talented and gifted, and then grew around providing more access for rural. Help me, Cindy. So more educational opportunity in rural areas, underserved areas, and then became an opportunity for everyone. So, but talented and gifted is where it started.
Yeah, it's morphed quite a bit. It started with talented and gifted. And it kind of morphed into, well, if you don't have this particular course at your high school, you can take it as a college. And now it's morphed to the point where even if you have that course at high school, you can still take it at the college instead of at the high school. So it's causing a little friction along the way too, so.
I think also people see it as a way to save money on, you know what I mean? So they can get those credits out of the way.
Definitely, yeah.
Why pay for it when you can get it, you know what I mean? And then once you graduate, then you're maybe a semester, you don't have to pay for it, which is great.
Right.
You're like, yeah. Grace is like,
Well, and
yeah.
the career and technical have expanded dramatically too. So. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Brian, anything from non-public?
We meet next Tuesday.
Okay.
Nothing today.
Item 3 is the consent agenda. We have our meeting minutes from April 17th. We have an appeal from the education savings account.
I move we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Moved by Brian and second by Mary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. It's carried. Legislative report. Eric.
Morning.
Good morning.
Eric St. Clair, Legislative Liaison for the department. I'll go through my notes and then happy to attempt to address any questions you may have on the back end. The director already alluded to a couple of bills that we've been monitoring, high priority bills from the governor's office, as well as the department's bills that we advanced this session. And so we're very happy to see those start to go through the process and to be signed into law. The director mentioned personal electronic devices, House File 782. That the governor introduced this session. Another one to note is House File 784, which is the Math Counts Act. So I believe we previously talked about this one. It has several components that kind of mirror the efforts that were done previously around literacy to increase mathematic proficiency, early identification and progress monitoring for students who are not on track to be proficient, strong intervention structures and personalized math plans, evidence-based professional development for teachers, family-centered resources to support mathematics instruction at home. And then it also calls for a comprehensive state mathematics plan to guide that work. We are continuing to monitor that bill. There are some work underway at the department already, specifically around the progress monitoring component. There's an RFAP out currently to identify those screeners. And then the work is underway models for the personalized math plans as well. So we'll have more information to share on that in the future. Other items that we're awaiting action on that the governor introduced this session that were high priorities would be Senate File 445. That's the continuum of care bill related to early childhood education. That was amended and advanced through the Senate. There's also a companion bill in the House, House File 623, which is eligible for debate in the House as well. So we're watching that one very closely. And also provisions around in the rural healthcare bill, which was House File 972 and Senate File 618. The main component there would be the provisions which consolidate several healthcare related loan programs that are under the purview of the Iowa College Aid Commission, consolidates them to a single program, and then increases the investment within those programs as well. That's awaiting action. And then there's the Education Technical Improvements Bill, which has many components to it. Out-of-state placement for students with severe behavior needs. It restores the Teach Iowa system. It includes modifications to the calculation of teacher salary supplement. That bill continues to progress. It's on the House debate calendar for today, I believe. So that means it's eligible for floor debate. We'll take it up, but it could be taken up starting today. So we'll provide more updates as those bills work their way through the session. As for department bills, the director mentioned our Purple Star School Initiative, which was signed into law on May 2nd. Had the honor of joining the governor in her formal office for that signing with representatives of the Department of Education and the Military College of Education, military children, as well as a large contingent from the Army and Air National Guard. It was an honor to be there for that. And then career education was also mentioned. I'll also note House File 785, which was the department's bill related to charter school board membership. The version that passed has two main components. It maintains the requirement that the majority of charter school board members be residents of the geographic area served by the charter school, but does permit one board member to be an out-of-state resident. It also requires that all board members, charter school board members, be U.S. citizens. That was signed into law on April 25th. Other ones that we're awaiting action on from the department's perspective, House File 1010, which is the post-secondary authorization fee bill for the Iowa College Aid Commission that passed through the House. It went through House Education and House Ways and Means, has made through both those committees, and it has moved over to the Senate for consideration. And then the department's administrative bill is also still under consideration. That's House File 890. There's three main components of that. One related to Iowa School for the Deaf and Iowa Educational Services for the blind and visually impaired. There's some administrative items in there. There's a component that streamlines the community college data reporting process so that all information relevant to community colleges will be reported through a single source, and we won't have to juggle between multiple reports to find relevant information. And then there is also a component which relates to the National Board certification appropriation that the department receives, which would allow us to use any unspent balance within that appropriation to support individuals who are pursuing the advanced dyslexia endorsement. There was in the Senate, in both chambers, there was a bill introduced by advocates for students with dyslexia that had the same end goal of supporting individuals and who are attempting to secure that advanced dyslexia endorsement. But it had a little bit different mechanism in place for how to achieve that. So the Senate did take our funding provision from our bill that we introduced and merged it with their proposal and advanced that out of the Senate. There's a couple of iterations of the department's bill out there. There's a couple of versions of that advanced dyslexia scholarship program proposal out there. We'll continue to see how that progresses through both chambers. And then lastly, the department's bill, Senate File 273, related to the definition of grooming. There was a definition of grooming that was passed last year, but where it ended up, it was difficult to actually, it would prove difficult hard to prosecute the definition based on feedback from the Attorney General's office. So we went back and proposed a slightly different definition that moved through the Senate and is under consideration in both chambers as well. Some other items that are worth noting that are under the enrolled status. So those would be bills that have made it through both chambers, but are awaiting further action. Would be Senate File 167, which is state supplemental aid. You all are familiar with the 2% increase for the percent of growth and categorical state percent of growth. There was an increase of 5% for transportation equity payments. It increases the regular program and special education state cost per pupil by $5 to reduce that gap. And then it increases the limit on supplementary weighting for shared operational functions from 21 to 25 additional people. So those would be shared superintendents, shared business functions, special education directors, college and career transition counselors. There's a 21 FTE cap on that. It blows that up to 25. There's Senate File 277, which modifies provisions related to chronic absenteeism protocols. This again builds on legislation from last year, which made modifications to that process. So we'll watch as that progresses because the department produced comprehensive resources to support school districts in the implementation of the chronic absenteeism changes. So we'll be looking at modifications to our FAQs and absenteeism prevention plans going forward. Senate File 369, which relates to the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Naturalization Civics Test and requires that as a condition of graduation. Senate File 583, which really was proposed by the Department of Public Safety. This is the one that establishes school threat assessment teams. It authorizes school to establish school threat assessment teams.
I'm sorry, what was that number again for that?
That's Senate File 583.
And did that go through?
Yes.
And so what does that actually mean? That the funding will be available or they can use that from other categorical funding?
I'm sorry, which one are you?
583.
So Senate File 583 is the Department of Public Safety bill for school threat assessment teams.
Yeah.
That authorizes them to establish those teams. There wasn't any funding.
Okay, there's no funding for that. Okay,
Right. Yeah, it just permits them to
got it. Thank you.
do that work. Yeah. And then,
Do that before, or?
Right. I know.
well, I think it establishes a framework for those. And then within that bill, there's also provisions around data sharing and making sure that those groups can review information pertinent to those students with.
And share
the
information.
signals. Right. I think that was the key component of that bill.
Okay.
So we'll have to, again, that was introduced by Department of Public Safety. We'll be coordinating with the Governor's School Safety Bureau on implementation of that. House File 392, this allows schools to apply to the department for year-round school in grades 7 through 12. That's currently permissible in grades 6 through K through 6. So it extends that K through 12. A couple more related to House File 190, which is related to remote proctoring and online administration of the statewide summative assessment for students who are enrolled in online schools. House File 783, this is athletics related and establishes a conference realignment committee. And then lastly, House File 117 and 118 relate to the National Guard service scholarship programs, which were part of the two of the bills that were signed last Friday, in addition to the Purple Star School Initiative. Where we're at in session, y'all are paying attention to the news, so you know that we're past the 110th day of session. So these are, they're not hard deadlines, obviously, because they're still there. But those are the target deadlines for them to wrap up. In the first year of the General Assembly, it's the 110th day of session. In the second General Assembly, it's the 100-day mark. So it's a little bit shorter in an election year. And that was May 2nd. So there's a couple of changes. I think like the pages go home and there's something with their per diem that changes. So it's kind of an incentive for them to wrap things up, but they can continue working as long as it's necessary for them to complete their work on their on legislation they're considering. Right now, we're looking at progress on budget bills. There are several that have been working through both chambers under consideration today. If you look at the House debate calendar, there's some up for consideration. Still a lot of work happening, though, at the committee level on appropriations, as well as Ways and Means or revenue bills. So we'll continue to watch that. as they wrap things up. And then once they do wrap things up, we produce our annual letter to the field, which looks at all bills that have made through both chambers and have been signed by the governor and provides an initial analysis of the legislation as well as initial plans, action plans for the department regarding implementation of that legislation. And then part of that is, of course, what gives Thomas all the warm fuzzies is rules, which relates to your work. So you will, of course, be given an update on the rules process that's impacted by legislation that's passed this session. Any questions?
Questions for Eric?
No, that was good. Thank you very much.
Is this a typical number of bills that are still hanging out there?
For consideration in the legislature?
Yeah.
It's the big thing right now is they need to get the budget bills done. So it's not uncommon to see them shift their focus this late in session to making sure that there is consensus around those bills. Once that consensus is reached, then you will start seeing more action. The big thing right now, again, is when they hit that 110-day mark, it impacts like the reimbursement they receive for travel. So they are really conscious of when they draw their members back in to consider legislation. So that's why it was a little lighter work earlier this week, still work happening at the committee level, subcommittee level. But today is the first day, for example, that the full House is convened to consider items on the floor. So I think it's a balancing act this time of year between making sure they're continuing to work on the budgets, getting those negotiations wrapped up while being conscious of everyone's time and making sure they're being efficient.
Okay. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
There.
We have the item 5, which is the Kirkwood interim accreditation report. A little high schedule.
What? I'm not supposed to say that out loud.
Did I just jinx us?
Probably. Today's a long day, so. Oh, like 10 minutes. That's pretty good.
We had to let legislators go home to plant popcorn and eat. That's right. Absolutely.
Well, the corn anyway.
Oh, hello. Wow. What?
Anybody left?
Yeah. This is your next agenda item.
Yeah, 1 second, Robin.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Brought a contingent today.
I think it's a different group.
Oh,
You're nice.
oh.
They heard Kirkwood's was going to be so compelling.
Didn't want to miss.
Oh, Brian, there you go, Max. That's why we thought it was so many people.
Robin, well, that's pulled up. Do you want to do a brief introduction?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go ahead and, because it is actually slide 1. So while Jeremy's pulling it up. Hi, everyone. My name is Robin Lilienthal, administrative assistant or administrative consultant in the Bureau of Community Colleges. And one of my areas of responsibility is assisting with state accreditation processes for our 15 community colleges. I'm here today to present the accreditation report for Kirkwood Community College, who serves 6 counties in eastern Iowa. You were all able to tour their beautiful campus just a couple of weeks ago as part of your April board retreat. The full accreditation report is part of your board materials. Today, I'll give you a presentation highlighting details from the report, and then our guests, Dr. Christy Fisher, college president, and Dr. Jennifer Bradley, Vice President of Academic Affairs, will share some of Kirkwood's key priorities and initiatives. So thank you both for being here. Looks like we're still working through, but I can go ahead and get started if you'd like me to, because these are just reminders of the accreditation process. So As you know, one of the roles of the state board is to review accreditation reports and approve the continuing accreditation for community colleges. Today, Kirkwood's accreditation report is the second of 3 reports this year. The final report for Eastern Iowa Community Colleges will be presented at your June meeting. I'll quickly remind you that the state accreditation process is structured with 2 major components, the assurance component and the continuous improvement component. Since all of our visits this year are interim visits, our reports focus on the assurance component, which includes a review of the college's most recent Higher Learning Commission report, as well as an evaluation of the 8 state standards. And it looks like it's working, so I can, let's see, now I can never remember how to advance really quickly because now we are ready to move on to, the department team visited Kirkwood on October 2nd and 3rd, 2024 for on-site interviews after conducting a desk review that included 2 external reviewers. Overall, Kirkwood submitted thorough desk review materials, and the department team had an excellent visit with faculty, staff, and students. A few themes emerged. Kirkwood is intentional about connecting its core operational work with institutional mission, vision, and values. The college maintains an innovative and data-driven culture with a true climate of continuous improvement. The department team observed strong cross-campus collaboration efforts, and Kirkwood prides itself on unavoidable student services that focus on student success. State accreditation strives to complement the accreditation triad, including the college's standing with the Higher Learning Commission. Kirkwood maintains HLC accreditation with no issues, concerns, or findings. The department team analyzed the college's most recent mid-cycle review conducted in October of 2023. HLC gave a positive report overall by recognizing Kirkwood's strong connection to its mission, student engagement, transfer pathways, student outcomes, and community connection to its strategic plan. The HLC review team made recommendations for the college related to faculty governance and capturing student voices in planning. Kirkwood will undergo HLC reaffirmation of accreditation during the 29-30 cycle. Standard 1 is a review of faculty qualifications. Kirkwood has received a finding for this standard. During each accreditation visit, we review a random selection of 20 to 30 faculty files for compliance related to faculty qualifications and teaching load. The team identified 2 faculty who were determined to be unqualified for the courses they taught. As a result of this finding, the department team will review additional faculty files to ensure teaching qualifications and documentation are adequate and consistent. The department also recommends that the college improve its documentation process to include detailed evidence of work experience related to CTE disciplines and to identify the specific courses used to qualify arts and science faculty with master's degrees outside of the discipline being taught. Standard 2 is related to code restrictions on faculty teaching load. No accreditation compliance issues were noted in this area. The department team noted that the college has improved its mutual consent process for faculty overload assignments since its last state accreditation visit. Standard 3 relates to special needs and protected classes. No accreditation compliance issues were noted in this area. Kirkwood staff and faculty take a great deal of pride in serving all students. The department team identified a number of strengths in this area, including a holistic student needs assessment that covers just-in-time resources. Students with sight or hearing impairments can access built-in resources in the learning management system to support their learning. An advisor case management system assists advisors to support students. Kirkwood is celebrating 45 years of TRIO program support services for students. and the college has deployed guided pathway initiatives to assist all students. To build upon its strengths, the department team recommends reviewing materials to ensure the continuous notice is present and prominent, and adding missing information to the annual notice on the website. Standard 4 pertains to expectations related to career and technical educational programs. Kirkwood has received a finding in this area. Kirkwood has exhibited several strengths in this area, including the program review process incorporates assessment of student learning. All academic programs, not just CTE, are reviewed, and the program annual update leads to regular discussions and action plans. K-12 and AEA partners collaborate as members of advisory committees, and program profiles are used to disseminate program data. The department team found that the CTE program review process was missing some of the required standards. As a follow-up, the college will submit evidence of a revised program review process that includes all standards. In addition, the team recommends a few ways to improve the program review process, including collecting advisory committee demographic information and ensuring advisory committees meet 2 times per year as required by code, and documenting meaningful and robust committee discussion and decisions. Standard 5 is focused on strategic planning. No accreditation compliance issues were noted in this area. Kirkwood Community College exhibits many strengths in its planning processes. Highlights include unit level plans include quarterly progress reports, data dashboards monitor key metrics, budget planning aligns with strategic planning goals and mission, stakeholders provide robust feedback, and planning drives institutional change. The department team identified no recommendations in this area. Standard 6 expects colleges to maintain physical plant and facilities master plans. Kirkwood has received a finding in this area. The department team identified an effective equipment and a technology lifecycle replacement plan, robust campus-wide cybersecurity training, and a commitment to safety and security for employees, students, and campus visitors. The department team found that the most recent facilities master plan was presented to the board for information, but not approved by the board of directors at the time of desk review. So the college should incorporate a regular timeline for the board to approve the college's master facilities plan to maintain compliance with Iowa Administrative Code. The department team also recommends that the facilities planning process align with the 5-year planning cycle. Standard 7 is quality faculty plan, which meets the code expectations for highly effective faculty hiring and professional development processes. No accreditation compliance issues were noted in this area. Kirkwood Community College exhibits strength in this standard, including the faculty development and quality faculty plan committees are combined into one committee. Kirkwood has established a comprehensive onboarding and mentoring program for new faculty, and the college differentiates professional development requirements for full-time and adjunct faculty. The department team recommends maintaining the quality faculty plan committee memberships that include all the required elements, documenting committee meeting minutes, clarifying policies and processes for professional development activities, developing a centralized documentation process, including the QFP in the faculty handbook, and aligning professional development activities for adjunct faculty with those established for concurrent faculty. Finally, Standard 8 is a review of the college's Senior Year Plus program. No accreditation compliance issues were noted in this area. Kirkwood maintains an effective Senior Year Plus program with strengths including thorough policies and procedures, including a program evaluation tool that is distributed to partners and students, open educational resources as course materials has been deployed to reduce costs. Efforts have been made to increase access for non-English proficient students, and orientation and training opportunities are provided for both students and faculty. No recommendations have been identified for the Senior Year Plus standard. The department team was particularly impressed with Kirkwood Community College's concurrent enrollment data sharing practice. This has been identified as a promising practice profile, which, as you have learned, is a new addition to the state accreditation reports. These profiles are programs, processes, or practices identified through the accreditation review process that other community colleges are encouraged to consider replicating. Key highlights include a report card with standard outcomes data is prepared for each school district. Outcomes results are used to compare concurrent enrollment students with general students so improvements can be made. And Kirkwood has identified key supports for students that serves to narrow access gaps, including intentional advising discussions with students. This concludes the summary of Kirkwood Community College's interim state accreditation report. The department review team recommends continued accreditation of Kirkwood Community College through the next state comprehensive accreditation evaluation, which is scheduled for academic year 2029-2030. Before moving to your questions and board action, I'll turn things over to our Kirkwood colleagues who will share more about the exciting things happening on the Kirkwood campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
So first of all, thank you to the Department of Ed. It makes us better. They come in to do the accreditation. We were able to address the 3 findings really within weeks. In particular, the faculty would want us to point out it was decades ago a dean who had not put something in a file to show they were qualified. So we're really happy with that, but it makes us better when you can come in. So Director Snow, please know that we appreciated the team's help with that. You were just on campus. We're not going to talk about the things that you had a chance to see there, but I just want to highlight just a couple things, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Bradley to share about a couple programs. Shared one of the promising practices is with concurrent enrollment students. That's 37% of our population. So it's really important that we focus on that. That continues to grow slightly. CTE, you can see, is at 39%. That's an area we've seen growth in. That's great for welding and nursing and advanced manufacturing and all of those things that workforce focuses. Liberal arts or arts and sciences has been on the decline. That is an area we're paying attention to because that's an important workforce pipeline too for teachers and engineers and accountants. So we know that we need to continue to pay attention to that. On the non-credit side, we have about 29,000 students that we serve, but I really want to focus on the organization served. So not quite 600 that we're serving in our local communities. And those are business and industry, but they're also school districts. And there's not-for-profits that we work with, and really doing creative things to make sure that we're working with each of those different organizations to meet their training and education needs. Turn it over to
Terrific.
Dr. Bradley.
So thought maybe I would talk with you just briefly about 2 programs that you didn't get the opportunity to see while you were on campus, because I think they exemplify what we're trying to do at Kirkwood in terms of blending and partnering between both credit and non-credit, but also with our community partners. So the first one is our Parks and Natural Resources program. So Parks and Natural Resources, right, students are gaining hands-on experience through field labs, internships, community engagement. Important for you to know some of our key partners there, working with the Monarch Research Project, Trees Forever, the City of Cedar Rapids, the City of Marion, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Iowa DNR, and lots of conservation boards in our local counties, where students are able to go out and work with those organizations to get that experiential learning as part of a required part of their program, so that when they're ready to head out, they have the skills that they need and the experience that they need. Want to highlight in particular that we are the only program in the state that does wildland firefighting certification as part of our program. It's a unique skill set that students need in order to be able to manage natural lands. And it's one that's proven very beneficial for our students to have that certification as they've gone out into the workforce. And also wanted to mention that this program in particular has just returned from a study abroad trip to Costa Rica. Learning again about more global issues around land conservation and getting that opportunity to sort of see and compare how land management is handled in different parts of the world and bring that back with them. The other program that I wanted to highlight is the Fire Science Technology Program. Kirkwood is the first community college in Iowa to be recognized by the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Fire and Emergency Services Higher Education Initiative. So essentially a special certification through FEMA for the quality of our curriculum, which was a major accomplishment for that program. As a result of that designation, our program lead in that area has been invited to participate in the National Fire Academy, again, helping him gain some additional national connections and think about how we can continue to build those partnerships. The thing that I think is interesting about this program in particular is that connection between credit and non-credit. So we do offer a number of certifications through the non-credit side for our local fire departments in order to certify their folks, but also build those certifications into our credit program so that our graduates are coming out with some of those certifications that they need even as they're getting started. That includes both the fire science certificate and the driver pumper operator course, right? To make sure they know how to do all the things that they need to do. And also we have embedded the EMT certificate within the fire science program. Often, right, firefighters have to do the EMT work as well. And so that's part of our program. And we've partnered to make it easier for those firefighters or students in our program to complete the paramedic program as an add-on to the fire science, because we know that particularly in the city of Marion, there's a $5,000 starting increase in salary if you have the paramedic in addition to the EMT. So we've built that opportunity into the program so that they can receive that certification if they choose. The other thing that I think is great is because we've built that EMT into our program, our students go out during their second year and work in our local fire departments, and they're able to job shadow those folks. But because they have their EMT certification, they're actually able to go on those calls with the firefighters and participate in supporting our community. In addition, we also have partnerships with local volunteer fire departments in some of our smaller communities. And so our students can work right alongside the volunteer firefighters as well, getting that hands-on experience so they're ready to jump into industry. So in both those cases, I hope what you see is both the intentional combination between what we're offering non-credit in order to serve the community partners and what their training needs are, but also building those certificates and credentialing into our credit program so that students have those certifications that they need when they get done, and also how important experiential learning is so that students are out and serving our community and getting the hands-on learning so that they're ready to hit the ground running when they graduate. We're happy to answer any questions you might have about Kirkwood or our programming or our visit from the DE.
Questions?
I know we all really enjoyed the campus a couple of weeks ago, and we're reminded how robust your programs are and how engaged your students are. And we're really lucky to have your facilities there as well as the other community colleges across the state. So thank you for all your work.
No, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to host you.
A couple comments about the report. First of all, Robin, I love it when the team cites specific evidence. And just to highlight what you cited with the college-wide efforts to create a welcoming environment, there's like 10 bullet points underneath. And I think that's very helpful for the board. I think it's got to be feedback for the college as well. I found that to be very, very beneficial. I love the promising practice.
Yeah.
So my follow-up question is, how will that be shared?
That's a very good question. We have been doing it in a number of ways so far. The first thing is that the Kirkwood team already has presented at our guided pathways convening, which I think was earlier in April, if I recall the date correctly. And that's a statewide 3 times a year. The department sponsors a guided pathways. I can't remember what it's.
Pathway Pillars in Practice, webinar series.
In the webinar series. So we've already presented those materials because it was so great to get it out to the rest of the field regarding how that would happen. We also feature the promising practice profiles in the community college leader bulletin as well every time. And so each time it's going to kind of, I think, depend on the promising practice profile in terms of how that's best distributed to the field or to other ways. But it worked out great because this one, and since Kirkwood's visit was our first visit this year in October, they were kind of the benchmark for, okay, we know we really were impressed by this. We think this is a great thing to put out. And so they kind of were great in being able to work with us and evolve that in terms of how we can distribute the information more broadly across the field over the year.
Is there a repository of how you're collecting the best practices and making them accessible? So I'm just thinking about the community college convention being in December and having something that could be shared there as a resource.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
So-
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we've talked about a number of ways in which we might be able to make that in some sort of way, but haven't really landed on anything since this is our first year. So, yeah, but
The conference is a great idea.
That's a really great idea. Yeah.
I will just share, I know the Community College Advisory Committee is going to meet before that meeting, so we could certainly plug the practices.
Great.
So,
Robin, in the report, you cited a previous site visit correlation with the faculty qualifications, and I understand that's right up.
Yeah.
I get that stuff. Were there any other correlations from previous site? I was looking through the report. I didn't really see anything.
No, and in fact, there was the one point where we actually commended them in terms of they had a citation before that we found related to their overload acceptance by their faculty. But that was 5 years ago, and we were impressed by what we saw as a follow-up in this visit. And so we commended them for really taking care of that. And that had only been a recommendation from before, not a citation before. And they had already taken care of that and impressed us with how they responded to it. So
It's a good example of how the partnership can work, having the visit come and getting the feedback. It's helpful to have outside eyes come and sort of take a look and see what they would recommend, and then we're able to put things into place.
And it's interesting, from the past citation, we changed to make sure that we had good documentation on faculty files. These faculty members had been with the college for decades. We hadn't gone back to make sure that everything was documented in the older, more tenured faculty.
and it's truly a
Yes,
random
yes,
selection.
yes,
So yeah.
And they had everything they needed.
Yeah.
It just wasn't actually filed in with their documentation, so.
This is a rhetorical question. Just an interesting mix of working together at Iowa Valley and then
Yes,
switching.
it is, yes.
You know that. See, Christy and I worked together for what, 4
4
years?
years,
Yeah,
yes,
4 years
absolutely.
at Iowa Valley. So, yeah.
I'm glad she didn't leave for the department until after I left. Saying you probably wouldn't have gotten her if I had been there. So.
Questions or comments? We do have a recommendation that the state board grant continued accreditation for Kirkwood Community College until their next comprehensive site visit, which is in 29/30.
I would so move.
Second.
Been moved by Cass and second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Very much. We appreciate it. I'll see you this afternoon on Zoom.
Oh,
Lovely.
Zoom home to get on Zoom. Yeah.
Yes, I-
All right.
Just a heads up for the board and others, after the next agenda item with you and I, we will be taking a break after the next agenda item. So we have the University of Northern Iowa Educator Program.
Separating us, I don't know.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, President John Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board and leadership. It's great seeing you all and thank you for having us today. My name is Stephanie Teakip with the Educator Quality Team. One of my responsibilities is the state approval process for reaffirmation of accreditation. Joining us today from the University of Northern Iowa includes Dr. Colleen Mulholland as Dean of the College of Education, Dr. Benjamin Forsyth as the Associate Dean for Undergraduate Studies and Teacher Education, and Dr. Sarah Vander Zanden as the Chair of the Educator Preparation Faculty. Throughout the rest of this presentation, I will be referring to the University of Northern Iowa as UNI. The Educator Quality Team engaged in an extensive program review to verify and validate UNI's compliance with the Educator Preparation Standards in Chapter 79 and provide recommendations for continuous improvement. The reviewed programs included teacher, administrator, professional school counseling, school psychology, school social work, and speech language pathology. As a result of UNI's self-study and the team's findings of reviewing school social work, UNI has decided to discontinue the program. A broad overview of UNI's evaluation includes a total of 24 experts engaged in the process, 293 surveys were analyzed, 170 course syllabi were reviewed. During the on-site portion, the team conducted 62 interviews and 9 classroom interviews. The classroom interviews offered the review team an opportunity to obtain feedback from students across all programs and at different levels or points, ranging from freshmen to seniors, and in this case, graduate students as well. Student files were audited for adherence to program checkpoints and required documentation. Like always, our team will continue monitoring through the one-year follow-up visit and the annual reports. Within the assurance component, UNI is in compliance with the Higher Learning Commission. Curriculum exhibits are approved by the Educator Quality Team and Board of Educational Examiners. The identified concerns from the review have been resolved, resulting in compliance with Chapter 79. For continuous improvement, recommendations were shared with the program that were recognized or acted upon. Today, I'll be sharing key highlights of the standards containing the majority of recommendations and concerns. In the governance standard, the program received praise for the number of program completers, which is the highest in the state at 23% of the total number of new teachers, and the high percentage at 89.6% of teachers who remain in our great state of Iowa. Recommendations around advising practices and online candidate engagement were acted upon. One concern was that the education unit structure was not functioning as intended, resulting in communication challenges, duplicative work, and inconsistent oversight. To resolve the concern, the unit established a School of Educator Preparation to centralize leadership and oversight as the administering body across the university. UNI continues ongoing discussions to develop a dedicated budget and equitable resource allocations. In response to the resource concerns, UNI hired an assistant dean and assessment director alongside 2 new faculty for the professional school counseling program. In the assessment standard, the unit addressed compliance concerns by strengthening assessment oversight, establishing additional progression checkpoints, improving inter-rater reliability, and enhancing feedback opportunities for candidates. These efforts aim to ensure consistency, transparency, and continuous improvement. In the teacher knowledge, skills, and disposition standards, I would like to highlight UNI's work in aligning curriculum with the science of reading as making significant progress, alongside launching a Science of Reading makerspace to support pre-service educators in developing high-quality literacy instruction materials. From the review, the team recommended offering secondary foundational courses earlier and embedding classroom management throughout the program. In response, a new foundational course model was implemented to address both recommendations. UNI resolved concerns through updating courses for increased preparation of diverse learners and technology integration. The unit also implemented new coursework and addressed content-specific gaps in the music and science programs. The team commends the administrator preparation program leads for their recent initiative of embedding clinical experiences into courses and the continuous updating of curriculum for relevancy. The review team required shared responsibilities for assessing clinical experiences and formal contracts with cooperating school districts. The unit addressed both by implementing mentor evaluations and developing a universal cooperative agreement for field placements. The review team identified a gap in dyslexia-related instruction within the administrator programs. In response, the program took proactive steps to revise curricula and integrate relevant content. Within the professional school counseling program, the team found significant evidence that the unit met and exceeded expectations in preparing candidates to build positive relationships and work effectively with students from varied backgrounds. In the clinical standard, the program resolved the contract concern in the same manner as the administrator program. To address the concern regarding the focus on mental health counseling, the program restructured the practicum and extended the internship to better prepare candidates for school-based counseling. The school's psychologist program is excelling in providing well-structured clinical experiences that progress from job shadowing to hands-on practice with the school psychologist, ultimately leading to 2 days per week of immersive experiences. Additionally, the program secured a nationally recognized grant to support the development of school psychologists in rural Iowa through a Grow Your Own model. Similar to the previous two programs, contracts are now in place and being utilized. The speech language pathology, or SLP program, demonstrated a strong commitment to quality and professional standards. The program requires candidates to complete 400 clinical hours, beginning with a highly supervised on-campus experience before transitioning to off-campus placements. The SLP program addressed the recommendations to update the clinic handbook annually and increasing support for clinical instructors by providing training and including relevant information in the handbook. The SLP program addressed the concern regarding professional development for clinical instructors by planning a virtual training session aligned with the goals of the standard. The review team recommends full approval based on the evidence for University of Iowa's educator preparation programs until the next site visit. Before we move to questions, I will hand things over to the UNI representatives to share their comments.
Thank you. Well, we extend our greetings to the Board of Ed, as well as members of the educator quality team and other leaders here in the Director Snow. Thanks for giving us some time to share with you a little bit about UNI's educator preparation program. So we already did introductions, but I want to say just a little bit more why us three coming to you. Between the three of us, Dean Mulholland, myself, and Dr. Van der Zanden, we form what's known as the Educator Preparation Leadership Team. And this team has oversight for all aspects of educator preparation at UNI. Dean Mulholland oversees much of the administrative work. My role is especially focused on managing the operations of programs across campus, and Dr. van der Zanden's role is to make sure that the faculty voice is present at our highest level of governance. We have about 175 faculty, staff, and on-campus partners that all contribute to educator preparation at UNI. About 1/4 of our entire student body, 2,400 students, is involved in some component of educator preparation. So it really takes the entire university to make our program be the best that it can be. We're proud of that our size allows us to offer the majority, not all, but the majority of teacher, leadership, and other educator licensure programs. UNI's large program further equates to a very large presence in Iowa schools. As of the fall of 2024, UNI had 10,766 educator alumni across the state. Said in a different way, roughly 1 in every 4 teachers in the state comes from UNI. Nearly 1/3 of all the principals, superintendents, and other education leaders come from UNI. And about 20% of all school psychologists and school counselors come from UNI as well. In the last 7 years, UNI has been very, very busy, and we want to share with you just a few of the highlights. First of all, we have created fully online offerings for elementary education and early childhood education. This innovation alone has allowed us to be able to reach out to all corners of Iowa in ways that in the past just wasn't possible. Aspiring educators across the state, including transfer students from all 15 Iowa community colleges, can benefit from UNI's program and faculty excellence while remaining in their home community. We've also created a paraeducator to teacher pathway program called the Purple Pathway that leads to not 1, but 2 endorsement areas, the K-6 elementary education and Strategist 1 special education endorsement. The program was designed according to registered apprenticeship workforce principles and to especially meet the needs of Iowa's special education teacher shortage. We started designing this program even before the governor's teacher paraeducator registered apprenticeship program was implemented. So we were ready to immediately take advantage of that program to further grow Iowa's education workforce. We're now recruiting for our 4th cohort in this program. An additional recent innovation is our Master of Arts in Teaching program for second career adults who would like to take their industry expertise and efficiently enter into the educator workforce as a fully licensed teacher. We are just starting to take new students for this program. On top of all of these things, we've created a fully revised professional core, methods, and clinical experience curriculum for all teacher candidates. It's really difficult to express in a short amount of time how monumental this change will be for our future candidates. It's taken up a very large amount of time over the last several years. Not only will these changes allow us to even better prepare Iowa's future teachers now, but it will also allow us to be able to more easily adapt our program to future workforce needs, whatever they may be. I know time is growing short, so I want to quickly point out just a few other important innovations. We created a 3-year pathway for elementary education in partnership with Waterloo Schools and Hawkeye Community College. We revamped our advising and teacher education success office to help students get the most out of their education at UNI in a timely fashion. We have created a deaf and hard of hearing teaching program, which is now the only one in the state. We've created a teacher to administrator pipeline that's following the same principles as the Purple Pathway program. And we've just started, we have now fully implemented a streamlined CTE authorization program. So we want to conclude with you by sharing a few plans of innovations that are in our nearest future. We want to create a better system to serve practicing teachers who are seeking additional endorsements, in-service teachers coming back. UNI's ed prep infrastructure should allow us to have a streamlined and effective process in this area. We're also actively working on an improved assessment system to make sure that the rigor and content in our program is addressing the needs of our students and our PK-12 partners simultaneously. We're also focused on streamlining our early childhood education program even more, especially for returning daycare professionals. And lastly, we're actively working on an updated and enhanced clinical placement system that provides greater feedback from and responsiveness to our school partners' needs. we're thrilled to be able to share with you all of these great things that are happening in our Ed Prep program, and we look forward to hearing your feedback and questions.
Questions for the UNI team?
Looking at your enrollment for counseling program and your enrollment for speech language pathology, are we disappointed?
The amount of counseling, especially that happens throughout the state, is a lot more spread out. So we see that those numbers are smaller. We've also seen that the school counseling side of our counseling program, because it also includes mental health. We've had faculty turnover, and we've just hired a new one. So we're expecting to see a rebound. Speech language pathology, the total number of students that are actually in the program is in the 80s, but the number of students that decide to work in a school setting as opposed to a health setting, it's very low.
It's been low for years.
Oh, yes.
And I know that that's problematic. So I just was curious, why do you think that is the case?
I have some ideas, yeah.
Okay.
Speech language pathology, historically, those standards came out of a school setting. And it was often teachers that then turned into speech pathologists. And if you look at the administrative code, a lot of the requirements for speech pathologists still has some of that teacher preparation code to it. I really feel like that code can be streamlined the way other school psych, school counseling, school social work kinds of professions can be done. We've known for years that those other certification roles often go a statement of professional recognition route. And that's been very successful for a lot of our other certification programs. But because SLP has these other requirements, having a professional core that's similar to our undergraduate program, human relations component, et cetera, they have to follow more steps. And so when a student goes, well, I could just become a speech language pathologist and work in a hospital, or I could do these 10 other things and work in a school, the motivation tends to lag by the time they're done with their program.
Does it pay more if they go work in a hospital?
It's comparable. We have talked to more speech language pathologists that talk about the barriers on, I just don't want to do these extra steps.
That's good feedback.
Yeah.
That's all I had.
A lot of discussion about the teacher pipeline and shortage of teachers. What trends are you starting to see, or is anything changing? Or?
Yeah. So in fact, my counterparts can certainly bring this up as well, but our online presence has been huge. If you take the online, so one of our online programs we've had for 25 years, but it's gone from 30 students to almost 200 enrollment since COVID. Our Purple Pathway, we took on 68 the very first time. We've now gone to a more sustainable amount every year, but we have tons of students that want to go into those programs. So you take those 200, 250 students away from our total enrollment in teacher education, and we show that we are losing students. You put them back in, it shows that we're not accelerating up, but we are maintaining.
And as looking at a statewide lens, which UNI is a very large producer, this is the first year since 2013. We're on an upward trajectory for program completers, for teacher program completers.
If I could mention one other thing, if you go back, 15 years, UNI was producing about 650 teachers a year, standard every year. And in this time, we've gone all the way down to 400 a year. Except in the last 3 or 4 years, we've now bumped 450, 500, and this last year we were 550. In that same time, our total enrollment has either stagnated or in some years gone down. So how is it that we are pumping out more teachers in a shorter amount of time, even when we're not necessarily having enrollment that's exploding? And that is directly a result of our efforts to try to make it so that when you become a teacher, you're not staying as long as you used to stay at UNI.
Oh, I hate to brag, but I am a UNI graduate.
You can brag all you like.
Take it.
Got my BA in education and my MA in administration.
Yeah.
Now,
Assume a lot
maybe
of.
I shouldn't have said that before the board votes. Oh, that explains things.
Used to just be a given, you know, if there was a teacher in the classroom, they probably went through UNI, so, yeah.
So could maybe you address the timing here is obviously different than Kirkwood. 7 years.
Yeah.
And then there's some interim monitoring and reports. Can you
Yes.
just give me the elevator version of that?
Absolutely. And so I will just start out by saying we leave you all alone for about 2 years out of the 7. But they start working, we meet with them for a pre-self-study about two to 3 years before. And then the program basically goes through all of the standards. They do a self-assessment, they collect evidence, they shore up anything they're noticing. And then we do a preliminary, they send us the institutional report, which they write after the self-study. And it's very apparent when the self-study is done well. And UNI did theirs very well, which meant they had a very clean institutional report with good evidence that we were able to evaluate. We have a team of, see, for UNI, it was 24 of us, and that's deans and chairs across from Iowa from other prep programs. And then we go on site, we visit, we come up with the findings, they respond to those. And then 1 year from now, we'll do a follow-up visit with the program. And then for 3 years after this visit, they continue updating us on the resolved concerns to make sure that everything stays in place and continues forward. And then they get to breathe for a couple of years, but they still submit annually and we keep a good eye on everything that way.
That's to ensure compliance with state law, but I think the multiple steps in the process is very intentional. There are no surprises in accreditation. The stated intended outcome is continuous improvement, and by having a multi-stage process, we are best set up to achieve that.
So the recommendation, if we accept the recommendation and through the next site visit in 2030, 31, is that sufficient? Do we have to mention all these other?
You do not.
Okay, that's code required, isn't it? Or something? I mean, that.
If something were to be identified in those additional touch points, that would be brought before the board.
Yeah.
But the accreditation per statute is every 7.
And if we make major changes, then we have to come before the board as well.
You're looking for a motion. I'd move full approval of reaccreditation of UNI's educator preparation programs through the next site visit in 2030, 2031 academic year.
Second.
Moved by Brian, second by Cindy. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Accreditation is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also like to-
Thank you. Very good.
See for the
Got all the
fast
colors.
facts of looking at how many.
Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you very much.
Right, we are going to take a 10, let's make it 12 minutes.
Valley and stuff, yeah, it was just all overgrown.
Okay,
Great.
item 7 on the agenda is the approval of science standards and science essential elements. Note to the board is that these will require two separate motions. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Stephanie Wager. I'm the administrative consultant over standards and practices.
I'm Chris Lake, the science program consultant for the department.
We want to thank you for your attention and great questions at the April board meeting. Today, we are seeking approval of the Iowa Academic Standards for Science with no changes from last month. One of the main aspects of our document is the premise that all standards are for all students. This expectation is scaffolded for students with significant cognitive disabilities through the Iowa Science Essential Elements. We would now like to turn it over to Jennifer Den, alternate assessment education program consultant. She has been involved in our process as an observer so that the proposed Iowa Science Essential Elements align closely to the proposed Iowa Academic Standards for Science.
Thank you very much. I'm Jennifer Den, and like Stephanie said, I'm the alternate assessment consultant here at the department, and I am housed in I totally went blank. Where am I? School improvement. Thank you. I was like, I knew I should have written that down. I've been around in different bureaus, so I should write that down, but no, I didn't. So we'll go ahead and get started and give you a little bit of information. So when we look at who are the students who would take an alternate assessment. So alternate assessments are designed for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. The dynamic learning maps created essential elements are aligned to the Iowa grade level content and meet the unique needs of students in this population. Participation in the alternate assessments are determined by IEP teams. There we go. Okay. Like I said, the essential elements are aligned to grade level content with a reduced depth, breadth, and complexity. These essential elements are used to design the science alternate assessments. Alternate assessments are required by the Individuals with Disabilities Act, and federal peer review requires that states have alternate assessments that meet the requirements of federal review. So Iowa has been a part of the Dynamic Learning Maps Consortium since it began and started testing in the 2016-2017 school year with English, language arts, and mathematics. And science followed the next year. Testlets, which are short tests of about 3 to 5 questions, cover content for individual standards. The English, language arts, and mathematics standards are instructionally embedded, which means that a teacher tests across the year. So they start in September, and as they are teaching and instructing, and as soon as the student is ready to test, they go ahead and test that student. We don't wait till the end of the year because that is what we have found probably not best practice for our students. And science, however, is still at this time considered a year-end assessment. However, during the fall window, teachers can go ahead and use it as an instructionally embedded assessment, but they will answer for their scores. It will all happen from the spring assessment. Oh, and one other thing I was going to say, Iowa has been actively involved in the development of the science essential elements with the dynamic learning maps. From reviewing draft essential elements to item writing and external review of test questions. And our Iowa students will be completing field testing in the spring of 2026. And just as an example, Chris and I got to participate in external review in October of 2022. So we have been working on these essential elements for quite some time now. So this is an example of how the essential elements align to the general content standards. Dynamic Learning Maps has provided information and resources around disciplinary core ideas, science and engineering practices, and cross-cutting concepts. Dynamic Learning Maps also supports our teachers with professional development opportunities across all 3 content areas in English, language arts, mathematics, and science. This is a small sample of the professional development that is available for our teachers to participate at any time during the year. And these resources are provided at no cost to the teachers.
So today we are seeking approval, as you indicated, 2 separate votes for the Iowa Academic Standards in Science, and then Iowa's Essential Elements in Science.
Questions for the science team? Hearing none, I'll take a motion for approving the revised science standards.
So move.
Oh,
I'll second.
Moved by Cindy,
Thank
and seconded by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carried. Updating the science essential elements.
I'll move to. Against that.
By Mary,
I'll second.
seconded by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. And standards and elements are approved.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work.
For your work.
Item 8 on the agenda is the meeting calendar. Hope you've all had a chance to look at your.
Before we do that, can I ask the director, could that have been
Mind item.
the whole, I mean, could the essential elements have been in the standards?
They need to be, they needed to be separate items.
Okay.
Oh, correct. We did confirm that. Thank you for asking.
Okay, so we have the proposed meeting dates for next year.
So the March meeting dates, those are during spring break. Yeah. At least for Des Moines Public Schools. Not that anyone else's spring break, but.
It doesn't get spring break anymore.
Huh?
There's no spring break.
It's over.
It's over, it's done.
Yes. Do they do something around Easter?
Yeah.
A lot of schools do that.
But it's not enough. It's not, well, it's not as long as it used to be.
Not like a week off.
Yeah, right. That doesn't mean people don't go on it.
People just leave.
Put us on the calendar now.
That is hilarious. I feel like spring break is important.
Okay, so looking at March 26.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like if we're gonna do something somewhere also, a school might, I don't know if another school district or whatever might be on spring break. This is vacation,
Right.
so that might be,
Good point, Brooke.
I
We
mean,
will look at that.
I might be gone too, but that doesn't matter. I'm just saying that, yeah.
Are there any other potential conflicts? Because I think we'll have to look into this and then loop back on it.
Okay.
Conflict on the 25th, which I couldn't possibly work around.
25th of,
Is that a particular month where we have to meet any deadlines?
that is the AEA budget month.
Oh.
Yeah. So we will look at that. And then regularly, May be community college budgets.
I was more concerned about the
Yeah.
March since. Brought it up.
Right.
Any other months, we'll come back to the March one in a second. Does everybody typically have the same week for spring break across the state? Does anybody know?
Do you know when your spring break is?
I went on spring break actually this year. Usually I don't. It was like the 23rd through the 28th.
Oh, you guys.
That week, the 20
Okay,
between like the last week.
the last week of March around?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They changed it.
I think Des Moines Public Schools was generally a little bit earlier. Like a week or so before that.
Yeah,
The airport.
I know ours is like one of the last ones
Okay.
of schools.
Yeah.
Everybody else has theirs.
So I guess maybe depending on if we do decide to go somewhere that month, depending on where we're going, I guess it depends on whether they would be on spring break or not. So I guess we'd have to probably check that.
We had all,
Oh, sorry.
do we normally meet in February or is that?
That's when we do, is that for the contracts?
That's what the charter schools.
Yeah.
If there's something,
Is that when we enter into the contracts, right? February, I think.
Charter school. I was just wondering if we could maybe do the first week of March.
Split the difference and do one 24-hour meeting, you mean?
Sure, why not?
It's
Great idea,
you're
Cindy.
poison.
Or you could do like 2 days, you could do the, like, if you mean combine like the February and the March meeting, maybe do like late February, early March. Cool. Is
Could March 13th work?
that like the week before?
Mhm. That's the Thursday the week before. We had also discussed, the board has requested to have two, uh, other location
Site.
meetings a year. So we had talked about consistently moving that to April and September. Obviously, last month we had Kirkwood. We had moved it from March to April. And because that will be a longer agenda, does it make sense to move that off Grimes campus meeting to April? So April would likely be a 2-day meeting and March would be a 1-day meeting then.
yeah, so April is the ADA budget.
No, March.
March.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right.
So just kind of going cyclically, January will be charter applications, contracts in February. March would be AEA budgets. And then April could be the offsite. And then May would be community college budgets.
If the March meeting was moved to the keeping it on the Thursday.
You said the 13th was a Thursday?
Did, but I'm looking on my phone, so. Yeah, so I think that's March 13th would be the Thursday.
It's
The 12th.
different calendars.
We're looking at 26.
I'm in the wrong year. Correct, President Robbins.
What?
Like, it must be the wrong year. Someone is looking at the wrong year.
I'm in the wrong year, I'm sorry.
Does March 12th work for board? The retreat to April.
And I understand from the board that the preference has been Wednesday, Thursday, not Thursday, Friday. Is that correct?
For the travel.
Correct.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
The 15, 16.
Wednesday, the 15th, 16th. Okay.
Yep.
Or 15.
taxes, Brian?
It may not matter. Don't worry about it.
Uh-oh.
Good point.
It's when, just when Withdrawal.
Would it help to go
Doesn't
to
happen.
the 16th?
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter. Those 3 days, it'll be like.
Looks like there's no concerns on January 15th or February 12th. We'd move the March meeting to a 1 day here for March 12th. And then it'd be April 15th and 16th. And then no concerns with May 14th. Did I hear that right?
Well, I think you want to take a second look at that April meeting date.
Okay.
I have friends who do taxes as well. Or
They like the day off.
Right, that's what it's about.
They really do.
It's not about doing things. They've all been extended, but.
Yeah.
Would it help? Brian, if we do a Thursday, Friday rather than a Wednesday, Thursday, or just any time that week is gonna be.
We would, don't change it because of that. So 15, 16 works, or 16, 17. I'm ambivalent on that. Sorry, I just overreacted to the date.
We have an emotional connection to April.
Right.
And the reaction was like, I was like, oh.
You're right.
If I can jump ahead though, I go to the next retreat.
Well, can we, let's
So what the
lock in this April and then we'll jump to the next one. 15th, 16th or 16th, 17th.
If people prefer Wednesday, Thursday, 15, 16 is fine.
No, I think.
Does not matter to me.
Oh, you like 16, 17?
Yeah.
That's fine too.
For 16, 17.
Okay, Cass,
The September retreat is the same week as Labor Day. That would be a tough week.
Labor Day is that
Is
late?
that late?
No.
Aren't we?
it's the same week as Labor Day.
Yeah, so the holiday is the 7th and then we'd be retreating the 9th and
Is it
10th.
that late?
Wow.
Be the latest it can possibly be.
Really?
Well, I guess that's, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. That would be. Be another tough week.
Would it make sense to move that to the subsequent week?
That would be great. For me.
Is there a preference for Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday, Friday? In that case?
No.
Does the 16th, 17th work, which is Wednesday, Thursday?
Yep.
To March, and are we doing the board meeting on Thursday and retreat on Friday? Because the board meetings on Thursday.
You mean April?
April, excuse me, April.
I think it will depend on the host site and how that will work with their calendar and when we can do tours and visits. So I'm not yet sure.
Okay. Anything else with the calendar? Okay, so we have January is 15th. February is the 12th. Unless that's too close to Valentine's Day for you guys.
You just have to bring the Valentine's, John.
March is the 12th. April is 16th, 17th. May is 14th. June is the 18th. July is the 16th. August is the 13th. September is the 16th and 17th. October is the 15th. November is the 18th. With the ISB convention on the 19th, for those of you who would like to attend that. And then December is the 10th. Good to go.
The last sentence. We made it right when we moved the March meeting to April.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the calendar with the changes made.
Almost.
By Brian. Made by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried, calendar is approved. All right. Powering Excellence Amendment.
Thank you, President Robbins, Director Snow, members of the board. I bring forward a request from Empowering Excellence. This is again, continued kind of cleanup of their original contract. They did intend to request a complete waiver of offer and teach in their original contract. With the language and the specific terminology, it didn't come through clearly. So they have applied for a waiver for full offer and teach requirements in order to support their personalized learning program.
Is that the only element of the request? Is there a change in their location? Is that
Address, the address, I don't still have the address. So that'll be a next one. And then hopefully by then we'll have all the cleanup done from that original application.
So for today's business, it's the offer and teach.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for Deborah about the offer and teach?
So you mean all offer and teach requirements are off?
That's correct. The graduation requirements though are not included in that. The graduation requirements are still the same for all students in Iowa. This is just allowing the charter school more flexibility in what they offer in their course catalog.
Are we gonna get other people wanting this full offer? And I mean, is this because of their unique situation? Kind of where we were last month?
It is, however, all charters are qualified to request an offer and teach waiver, so, and we did see some in the applications that were approved in January. They just did it all at once as part of their application process. So in this case, we're just having to backtrack a little bit.
Because they didn't request the waiver originally in their application.
That's correct.
You know, we're gonna end up waiving this all the time. And it feels like it's going to
Yeah.
happen because of the nature of the program.
It depends on what's requested by the applicant or the authorized charter school, but the board has approved this in other scenarios.
Yes.
This situation with the student clientele, I think it makes sense.
I get, mine was more of a general
Right.
question.
I have the same concerns and still remember back to our workshop last year in Texas, they talk about it being the great bargain. Okay, we're gonna not comply with offer and teach, but because we're not gonna comply with that, this is what you're gonna get in return. And the return in this case is that they're working with students who haven't been successful and finding ways to continue their education and hopefully graduate with the required number of credits that's required of all graduates in Iowa. In this case, I think that's worth it. I may not be persuaded in some other cases. I don't think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Thomas, I don't think because we decide in this case, we'll allow the exception for offer and teach would not preclude us from denying it sometime down the road.
Correct.
So maybe we need to ask those questions, you know, if you're willing to waive it, then what are we getting in return or what,
Right.
you know, what is the reasoning behind that? Because some might just want to request for a waiver, just, you know, they might not know whether they can meet it or not, you know? So it might be a preemptive, which I understand. Maybe actually have them think through reasons why they can't meet it and whether that's going to be a disadvantage to the students or not and what they're going to offer instead.
If I may, that comes down to the charter schools have the autonomy and accountability bargain. It's commonly what it's called. And so they do have additional autonomies through some waivers that regular public schools may not have access to. But now we have a performance framework, whereas when Empowering Excellence made their application, we didn't have a performance framework to hold charter schools accountable in Iowa. Now we do. So we have mechanisms in place now that we didn't before to keep up both sides of the autonomy and accountability bargain.
That's a good point,
Yeah.
reminder. Thank you.
I think we need a motion though.
I move that we approve the amendment request for Empowering Excellence.
Second.
Cindy and second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. So they don't have their location locked down yet?
I haven't
They
signed
have
the
it locked
paperwork.
down.
They have it locked down.
Okay.
That's why I kind of asked, because I
Yeah.
It's just the detail.
must be, all the sale
It's
details.
the paperwork, all right.
Yes. Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right. Overview of.
Excitement, we're trying to remain calm. Sorry.
Okay, well, good morning, President Robbins and board members. My name is Amy Giske, Chief in the Bureau of Community Colleges. Today, the board will be reviewing certified budgets for each of the state's 15 community colleges. For those of you who have reviewed certified budgets in years prior, the process will be slightly different this year. So I'd like to provide an overview that will hopefully better allow you to review the certified budget reports in front of you this afternoon.
First, as a reminder, the Bureau of Community College annually prepares Iowa Community College certified budget reports. These reports provide information to assist state board members in their role as outlined in Iowa Code Chapter 260C17, and that is in your board packet. But just to ground us, that language says that the board of directors of each merged area, which is code language for each community college, will prepare an annual budget designating the proposed expenditures for operation of the college. And the board shall further designate the amounts which are to be raised by local taxation and the amounts which are to be raised by other sources of revenue. So the certified budget should show the expenditures and revenues for the next fiscal year. And then the state board shall review those proposed budgets and shall, prior to June 1st, either grant approval or return the budget without approval with the comments of the state board attached to it. Any unapproved budget shall be resubmitted to the state board for final approval. So that's kind of the charge in front of the board for today. But to facilitate that review, the Bureau has prepared a new certified budget report summary sheet for you. So you have in your board packet a blank version of the document. We hope that this provides additional institutional context as you consider approval of the budgets. And since it's a new budget, I wanted to walk you through the blank version to orient you to the new format. So if you could turn to that. Across the top of the document, you will see the name of key college leadership, in this case, the community college president and the CFO. And then also across the top, you'll see information related to, lost my place. The president and the CFO will both be here later this afternoon to go through the full certified budget presentations. We've also listed the administrative geographic center as well as the total number of campuses. The right-hand column shows you the merged area number, the year the college was established, total number of employees, the number of counties and school districts served, and then the total FY25 state general aid allocation. The total, just to ground set, the total SGA allocation for the state was $228 million. In FY25. So the summary sheets will show you what that was for each community college that you're reviewing.
So, Amy, I know that community colleges get together and decide how that's going to be split up. What was decided?
For this next year?
Right.
Yeah, so 50%, so most of the money will be used with the old formula. The new dollars will be split 50-50. Half of the money will go according to the old formula, because they did want some stability. But the other half of the new money will be divided among 6 colleges, a different percentage. It's just, they're calling it an equity adjustment. What they're trying to do is get the same FTE percentage for each students for each college. There's some colleges that are getting much more per student than other colleges. So they're trying to level that out. But they're just using the new dollars with this equity adjustment. Yeah.
What do they have for new dollars?
So I think just yesterday we're hearing, it's still, the Senate proposed a flat and the House was proposing an additional $8 million. We think it will be somewhere between the two. Hasn't been finalized yet, but.
Yeah, because there's a big discrepancy between the percent of what's funded through the state and local by community colleges. It's dramatic in some cases.
Yes.
And if there's no new money, it's like.
Right. So if there's no new money, the president's calculation won't even be triggered. It'll just be all according to what the old formula.
FY26 be the second or third year of the college's.
Second.
Second year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And just to clarify a point, that is how the president's consensus for distribution last year, but that could look different in a subsequent year.
Right. Yeah. They have to get us, the department, a letter by October of each year for the next year. They usually discuss that in the summer.
If the presidents can't figure it out, then the department figures it out for them. Right?
Correct. Yeah. They have to have a vote of 10 of the 15 have to agree to the formula. Okay, then continuing to move through the document, the next table that's titled 2023-2024 student profile. This table provides overview information on the students served by the college, total number of credit and non-credit students. And just to remind you, at the statewide level, the total number of credit students is just over 119,000, and the total number of non-credit students is just over 150,000. So you'll get that number for each college served. The summary sheets also cover the percentage of students in concurrent enrollment and a number of other key data elements. The point of this is to kind of just ground you in general information about the college as you consider their budgets. The next table, the table at the bottom of the page, details numbers of program completions over a 5-year period of time for both the Associate of Arts and Associate of Science transfer programs, as well as the college's top 10 CTE programs, to give you a sense of the largest programs at the college. And then turning to the back of the summary sheet, the top of the page, you'll see a college best practice highlight as identified by the college. This summary sheet will just provide a brief summary, and then the full report will give you the entire community college identified best practice. And then finally, the FY26 certified budget table provides a very high level summary of the college's published or certified budget. Note that due to the timing of when information is required to be provided by code, state general aid appropriations, tuition revenue, and employee salaries are generally not finalized yet. So this budget estimate is really a budget estimate. It is the college's best sense of where their revenues and expenditures are likely to end up for the next fiscal year. The funds used for the budget and certified budgets are the unrestricted general fund, restricted general fund, plant fund, and the bond and interest fund. So the community colleges use fund accounting. So there are a number of different funds and only certain ones are included here. Columns 2 through 5 relate to the estimated FY26 certified budget. So that is really the portion that is being approved. The FY25 re-estimated budget is provided in column 6. And the FY24 actual budget numbers are included in column 7. And those are just for contextual information. So you have some historical information, but really what is being approved is the budget for FY26 and really the expenditures and the revenue. The fund balances are included here as well, but it's really the expenditures and the revenues is what is in code to be approved. So again, this is high level information. The full detail, 10 tables worth will be in the full college certified budget reports. The college's CFO and president will be able to speak to that a bit more this afternoon. But I wanted to give you a summary on the summary page. Each college does have only 15 minutes to present. So I've asked them to highlight an overview of the budget and then also hit their best practice and some of their strategic priorities, because we thought that would be of interest to you. We can certainly highlight whatever might, after we get through this first round of this new format. We would love your feedback on what is working, what additional information you would appreciate in this annual approval process for the budget, and can adjust for future years. Is there any questions I can answer about the project?
Just one question with the general fund. What would be an example of restricted general fund as a college, community college?
So I've been my expert. So restricted general funds are examples of that would be the workforce training and economic development funds that come in, which you get those reports on. And so the colleges have very specific, they can only be spent on certain things. Perkins is another example of a restricted general fund. The money comes in, but it's for a designated area. So there's not a lot of flexibility under those.
Right. At the school district level, special ed is in that restricted areas.
Yeah. And there's a number of different things that the colleges count in there.
Does it count their annual giving as restricted? What if they have,
So like from a foundation?
Well, let's say they just, they send out a letter and you send them $1,000. If you don't restrict it, then I guess it's part of the general fund.
So those funds are different accounting funds generally.
Are they in any of this?
No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yep.
All right. And you can really equate resource with revenue, right? The way this is laid out, not really their assets, it's their revenue.
Correct.
Okay.
The colleges did work together this past year to ensure they were putting resources in similarly. Some were accounting for assets in certain columns. So we have worked since the last year. Because you might remember if you were here, there were some outliers. Kirkwood was an outlier. They were counting some of their assets when others weren't. So we appreciate the colleges doing that. I just think it helps you all make better sense when not one college isn't doing it very differently than the others. So we're continuing to refine that.
The last year, I recall, some did this and some didn't, but the ending balance should be part of beginning total resources for the next year, right?
Right.
Carry forward, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
because some did and some didn't.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
Chief business officers met last week, and our team was there to talk about how this is described, especially the fund balances. They think there's some opportunity to do this in a clearer way. So we're planning on connecting with Dom, because what we present is exactly what they submit to Dom for tax levying purposes. But if we're going to be using it in this other way to have a fuller conversation about college finance, I might be able to present it in a better way, because they had concerns about fund balance in particular.
If I could just
Yeah.
offer just a little bit. And each college is going to have a different way in which they handle it, but generally you don't start with your balance at the beginning of the year as the money. So the funds that you're looking at today are the actual expenses, salaries.
Just for that.
For that particular year. Fund balances may be allocated based on these budgets that you've seen. A college may say, yes, we are going to allocate that. But for some colleges, those are used for strategic spendings, particularly in the facilities end of things. And so therefore, they may have that ending fund balance. If there is much of an ending fund balance, they may have that in another fund to be held so that those funds can build up to be able to do a renovation or build a new facility or whatever kind of extra high one-time expenses would be.
Would the example you just gave be in the plant fund?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Most likely in the plant fund.
But really, our focus is going to be on the general funds. Here's, if you look at the different pie charts, there's quite a little variance as far as local funding. And I'm assuming that's when you write your checks to your local community college or universities. I'm assuming that's going into local funds unless designated otherwise.
Those kinds of funds would generally not be reflected in the pie charts that we're talking about there.
So what would local funding be then?
Tax dollars. So the local property taxes. Yeah.
And
so tuition is a big bucket, local property taxes, and the state general aid. Those are the three big buckets. And then generally there's a slice that's grants or federal.
Very
thin.
But obviously pills.
if there is a change in the property tax calculation, I mean, I don't know if that would get through this session and or be effective July 1. Would they need to resubmit, or we'd ask them to do that recalculated budget or something if it drastically changes?
Right, I haven't heard that's probably making much progress with things, but in many cases, the colleges would, if there was something that would be a drastic change in property taxes, the colleges anticipate that. So when you submit, many colleges will, when they submit their certified budget, which are the budgets that you have, they'll sort of maximize what they might be able to spend. It's not the total amount that they will spend, but they'll get the authority to spend up to. They'll also include things if they anticipated applying for a federal grant that they thought that they were going to get, they will anticipate those resources coming in. So it gives that sort of maximum spending authority that they would have. So it would have to be a case where a college may not have completed that they might have to go back and have their certified budget adjusted. But it's it's a lot of work to do and it takes
Oh, yeah.
board meetings and different things and public notices and all of those sorts of things to be able to do that. So they really work hard to do the best they can to anticipate what are the possibilities of things that could be so that they don't have to go back. Because this particular thing also sets their tax levy rates.
Mhm.
So then those are also impacted.
There's an adjustment that doesn't come back to this board though.
Correct. I've never seen an adjustment come back
Oh,
here yet.
okay. That's all held locally.
Well, they have to report, was the Department of Management probably.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
And then it goes to all their local counties,
Yeah.
all county auditors.
So then what's under other income?
Under.
Are you in the full
Sorry.
report? No, come on up. Yeah. I think he's probably in the full, one of the full, where we had the pie graph.
Oh, okay.
So you have, I mean, pie, I'm just looking at the pie chart. So there's virtually federal is nothing. And local, you said it was taxes. And you have the state support, you have tuition and fees, and then you have other income.
So that's likely to be potentially if there is some sort of revenue generator that would be, so it could be auxiliary accounts that could potentially be used to support those resources. So for example, a food service operation, a bookstore operation, revenue from other kinds of resources that are not tuition and fees in general college, programmatic resources. But I'm guessing in most cases that other revenue is quite small. Is that correct?
Oh,
I'm not looking at one direct.
Looking at the first one, it's almost 10%.
10%.
Okay, that may be,
DMAC.
that may be a good question to ask them of what's included in their other revenue. Yeah.
Would donations be coming in? Donations?
It absolutely could be. I would say many of the colleges have a private foundation that receives those. So
It's completely separate.
Exactly.
completely separate. Yeah, usually a 501c3 of some sort. So, and then if those are used for scholarships, they actually come in as a kind of almost an external source, right to the directly to the student's account or directly to an expense if they're supporting an infrastructure project. So it's unlikely that it would be the $1,000 check that someone might be writing.
Okay.
But might it be, if you had set up like an apprenticeship program? Like we saw at wasn't it Kirkwood that had the program with the business in Iowa City? Anyway, setting up an apprenticeship program and paying for those students to go through that. I assume that would kind of come through that either other or.
It's
That would
probably
be tuition, I
Oh,
think.
still
Tuition and fees, I would think.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's a student attached to it, it's probably, and that's whether that's a credit or a non-credit student, that's going to be tied to the tuition resource.
I wonder if it could be to sporting events.
Right, that's a good example. Those auxiliary services
Yeah.
would be, include the room and board, cafeteria, bookstore, athletics. Athletics is huge at a few of our community colleges.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be, that's tough.
I think we have enough information to be dangerous.
Yeah, right.
It's a good thing you had this little part of the session.
So President Denson will be up first at
Yeah.
12:45 and we'll quick through and try to keep everyone on time.
Yeah.
They're all excited and eager to speak about their college, but glad we'll have a little bit of chance to highlight each college for you this afternoon.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have the teacher of the year around.
Good work. Yeah, thank you.
Denson will be his last. Bob Denson, do you know president?
Thank you. That year went by really fast, didn't it?
It is.
Seemed like you were just here.
I know, right?
It's nice meeting you.
There you go. All right, well, good morning, everyone. It's really an honor to be here with all of you today. Let's see. Now, I don't know if I can advance my own slides here. I think so. All right, perfect. So my name is Ann Mason. I'm the 2024 Iowa Teacher of the Year. And I'm also really proud to be an English language learner teacher from Hoover High School in Des Moines Public Schools. And as I was Teacher of the Year, I've served as an ambassador to education and acted as a liaison to pre-K through 12 schools and higher ed across the state this year. I've also worked to support the department's pillars this year. With that, let me pull up there. Specifically the narrowing gaps this year for the department. So really trying to focus on the department's priority to narrow and close achievement gaps through accountability and support. Specifically, my main focus has been on multilingual learners since that's my area of expertise. Now, we know a lot about numbers across the state when we talk about multilingual learners. Specifically, we can think about there's nearly 40,000 multilingual learners across the state of Iowa, through in K-12 schools, making up about 7% of our student population. There are also around 130 different languages spoken by students across the state, with Spanish as the largest home language, and Swahili, Arabic, French, and Karen rounding out the top 5 home languages. We also know that when we look at our testing scores at the state level, between 20 to 30% of our English learners on average have demonstrated proficiency on math ISAPs over the past 5 years, while their non-EL counterparts have scored on average between 66 to 71%. This is a 40 to 47 point difference between the two groups the past 5 years. We also know in a survey that took place between the University of Iowa College of Education in partnership with the Iowa Department of Education, that only around 50% of novice educators felt well prepared or very well prepared when working with English learners. This pales in comparison to preparation for using instructional strategies at 90% or using multiple methods of assessment at 80%. I could go on, however, our students and educators are much more than just data and demographics, each having a unique story. With that context, I'd like to share with you some of the goals of my special project from this year. The first goal was as follows: to create an overview of the current state of English language learners across the state of Iowa. Secondly, to provide professional development for teachers working with English learners. Third, to develop a resource bank of best practices for students and educators. And finally, to elevate and celebrate English learners across the state. Now, I'd like to dig in just a little bit deeper and share with you my year in review as I was 2024 Teacher of the Year, as well as some special takeaways from my project, Amplify and Advance. Throughout this year, many people have asked me, what did it feel like to be named Iowa's Teacher of the Year? And I can confidently tell you that I felt all of the feelings. I was excited, I was nervous, and I was also grateful for this opportunity. I think most educators go through this process when thinking deeply about what it means to be an educator. Being a teacher is both a great honor and a great responsibility, as many of you in this room know right now. Fortunately, being named Iowa's Teacher of the Year, you're provided with 2 levels of support. The first one being the national level, sponsored by CCSSO. So with our trips and our sessions with CCSSO, we focus on communication, teaching and learning, advocacy, education policy, and leadership. Throughout this past calendar year, we had 5 main events that we participated in as a national cohort, representing the 50+ teachers from each state and several territories. In February, a little over a year ago, I attended orientation in California. We visited Google's headquarters and received a sneak peek into what our year ahead might look like. In May, we headed to Washington, D.C. for Washington Week, where we did some learning with the Smithsonian, spoke with legislators, and attended the first ever state dinner at the White House honoring the field of education, hosted by First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. In July, we had the opportunity to attend Space Camp in Huntsville, Alabama, where we were welcomed with a saying, "When you win the Super Bowl, you go to Disney. When you're selected for State Teacher of the Year, you go to Space Camp." In the fall, our cohort hosted a virtual conference called We Teach the Nation, which offered a series of incredible breakout sessions. Finally, we wrapped up our year with a huge celebration together as all the 2024 State Teachers of the Year in January went to Atlanta, Georgia for the College Football Playoff National Championship game. I have learned so much from my national cohort and the many wonderful mentors that I've had throughout the past year. One of those mentors was 2010 Iowa and National Teacher of the Year, Sarah Brown Wessling. Before speaking with legislators in Washington, D.C. last year, Sarah gave us some advice. She said something to the effect of, "Whenever you are about to walk into a space, consider who you are bringing with you. The students, colleagues, administrators, those who have lifted you up, those who have stood beside you, those who you are advocating for. Think of your family members, your guides and ancestors, and carry them with you in your heart. Take them into these spaces you are entering because that is what this is all about. You are bringing all that you treasure so that you can impact and help to make that space just a little bit better for everyone." This year, I truly took this advice to heart when I began my year of service on July 1st. I was carrying many people into this space with me. The year of service is a sabbatical where the Iowa Toy steps out of the classroom for 1 year to work with the Iowa Department of Education. 2024 also marked the 50th anniversary of Lau versus Nichols, the landmark Supreme Court case affirming multilingual learners' rights to special language instruction to ensure that all learners receive the resources and supports needed to succeed. Inspired by my students and this anniversary, I was excited to shine a spotlight on the multilingual learners across the state of Iowa. Thus, my special project, Amplify and Advance, was born. When you think about education, what are some of the other words that come to mind or that you associate with Amplify and Advance? Many educators have mentioned the words voice, magnify, honor, promote, advocate, highlight, progress, encourage, and strengthen when I ask about the associations with Amplify and Advance. As I mentioned before, Iowa has a lot of qualitative data about ELs. My goal was truly to hear the stories of the educators and the students and amplify those voices in order to advance education for our multilingual learners. In order to collect some of the qualitative data on ELs, I visited a combination of nearly 30 rural, suburban, and urban LEAs across various regions of the state to collect the stories of our students and educators. These sites were chosen based on the following: enrollment and overall percentage of ELs in the district, recipients of federal funds, and number of immigrants and/or migratory students. This information helped to shine a spotlight on both the bright spots and the areas in need of improvement when it comes to serving English learners. The percentages of EL students in each district is listed in your handout and comes from the 2023 Iowa Performance Profiles. I want to share a few of those stories with you today. While data helps us understand some of the opportunities we have in education, stories bring them to life. Let me take you to Denison, where music is bridging cultures. This is Denison High School's mariachi band, Reyes del Oeste, or Kings of the West, which has existed for over 10 years now. Denison has one of the most diverse communities in the state of Iowa. The band director there was inspired to start the mariachi program when he recognized that the school needed to add more courses that represented all students in the school. During this visit, many students spoke to the fact that the mariachi band is more than just music. It is a symbol of cultures uniting in the community.
Like in Denison, where music became a bridge between cultures, students in Ankeny are also finding ways to thrive in new environments. This is a group of sixth grade multilingual learners from Puerto Rico, Honduras, Egypt, Peru, and Afghanistan. During my visits, I have often had a chance to interview students about their experiences in school. One of the questions I like to ask is, what's a class that you enjoy coming to and why? One of the boys in this class answered, math, it's challenging and that's fun. And I feel good about myself when I can do something that's really hard. We can see that students build self-confidence when challenged appropriately in their classes. Another question I like to ask students is, if you could wave a magic wand to make something different at school, what would it be? A girl in this class responded, maybe teachers could be less mean. When I asked her to give an example or to explain a little bit more, she said a teacher in my last school district told my brother that he wouldn't succeed or graduate from high school. Now, we don't know the full context of that conversation, but we can see time and time again that a teacher's words can have a lasting impact on students, for better or for worse. Another visit included Iowa's School for the Deaf, located in Council Bluffs. Multilingual learners don't always come to mind immediately for most, but students at the School for the Deaf are most certainly learning multiple languages. And around 30% of students enrolled there come from homes where language is another language besides English. This school places a high value on building community and serving the whole student. While interviewing high school students on our visit, we found that many students here found a sense of belonging they didn't always have before attending school in this setting. So I have so many more stories I could share all day long. I know we don't have time for that. So I'm going to end today with a story that's special to me. This is Wajma and her sister Namira. Wajma is one of the same students that I figuratively carried into this space with me at the beginning of this year of service. And just a couple of months ago at Valley High School, I saw Wajma again, literally standing in front of me. I met Wajma in January of 2022 at Hoover High School in a class called Language of Science, which was designed for students who were new to the United States and learning English as a second or other language. After getting to know Wajma, I learned that she had a goal of becoming a dental hygienist. During her first couple of years in the US, Wajma had faced many challenges. She had fled Afghanistan when the Taliban regained control, but her parents were still there. With an older brother as a guardian, she and her siblings went through an intensive immigration process and were finally resettled in Des Moines. Once she started adjusting to life in a new country, she realized that her dreams of becoming a dental hygienist felt nearly impossible. Although she could stay in high school until she was 21 in Iowa, she must earn many credits and meet complicated graduation requirements, all while learning a new language, and when she was just 1 year away from graduating in her home country. But she never gave up. Wajma met with one of our interpreters and her counselor to discuss some options. She decided to work on improving her English in order to pass the HiSET and earn her high school equivalency credential or graduate, whichever one came first. She also enrolled in classes at DMAC to take additional English classes 3 nights a week from 6 to 8:30 p.m. At the end of last school year, Wajma's family decided to move to find different housing. And when the school year ended, I knew her and her family were moving, but I didn't know where. So in February, on my visit to Valley High School, when I was talking to some of the teachers, they asked me, "Do you know the Jamshidi family?" And I said, "Do I?" And they mentioned that once my former students had found out that the Iowa Teacher of the Year was visiting, they said they knew me and they were very excited. So during that visit, I got to see every member of the Jamshidi family. Specifically, I got to talk to Wajma, and she turned 21 this month and she's on track to graduate. And this May, she will be able to pursue her goal of becoming a dental hygienist. And she and her siblings are truly thriving at Valley. So I tell you all of these stories today because no matter what school district I visited, our students have big dreams. As teachers, it is our job to ensure that our students have the educational conditions they need to make those dreams a possibility. In his article from Harvard Review, Jeffrey Duncan Andrade highlights the importance of providing a material hope to students. This is the type of hope that comes from the sense of control young people have when they are given the resources to deal with the forces that affect their lives. Quality teaching is the most significant material resource we can offer culturally and linguistically diverse students. As part of Amplify and Advance, I've had the opportunity to participate in numerous conferences and workshops to support educators in working with multilingual learners. You can see all of these professional development events listed in your handout as well. I mentioned previously that only around 50% of our novice teachers felt well prepared or very well prepared for working with English learners. This number isn't just a statistic. It represents real teachers facing real challenges and real students who deserve the best support. I've also started to examine evidence-based practices that could make a large impact for multilingual learners. The Iowa Department of Education, school districts, and individual buildings across the state of Iowa have an incredible opportunity to reimagine the system serving English learners. One evidence-based resource from the Institute of Education Sciences, entitled Factors That Shape Multilingual Learners' Educational Opportunities and Outcomes, could serve as the framework for those discussions, especially as districts continue to revisit and revise their LAU plans and utilize federal funds effectively. The topics of instruction and learning environments, staffing and educator preparation, community and family engagement, and leadership and policy support the Department of Education's pillars to support a strong teacher pipeline, strengthen literacy and numeracy through evidence-based instruction, and narrow or close achievement gaps through accountability and support. Finally, throughout my visits, I have met so many amazing teachers that are doing great work that deserves to be elevated and celebrated every day. It has been amazing to highlight some of that work throughout this year. Nearly 40 educators from over 10 school districts were elevated and celebrated across the state of Iowa. These nominations highlighted educators for exceptional work and achievements, such as sharing their expertise in policy and law, supporting content area colleagues as language specialists, moving to bilingual teaching positions via the Teacher and Paraeducator Registered Apprenticeship Grant, designing the highest standard of dual language programs, facilitating parent academies, hosting celebrations for the Seal of Biliteracy, and so much more. Some of the words used to describe educators nominated for recognition are in your handout as well. These are two of my favorite celebrations that we got to have this year. The first one took place in Eagle Grove, and when I was popped into a classroom, I was doing kind of an observation, and students were talking about their future careers. And one of the students said she was going to be an entrepreneur, and she pulled out a business card that she already had made for Lucia's Gifts. And so I got to purchase that gift that you see up there to recognize the coordinator in that district. But I thought, right on, Lucia, that's amazing. And then the second one, this is Alexander Elementary and Iowa City Community School District. And this recognition was so powerful. This team of EL teachers was really nominated by a gen ed teacher in that building. And it just goes to show how much that building really appreciated the work that they were doing. Every teacher had students come up to say how much they loved their teacher. There were lots of hugs. I don't always get to see that as a high school teacher, so it was really fun. Really fun to be in that elementary that day. And then we ended that assembly by them singing a song that one of the teachers had written about the school. And so it was a really magical day to recognize teachers there. So to wrap up today, I just want to say that truly being the 2024 Iowa Teacher of the Year has been an experience of a lifetime. When we think about what really matters to us here in this community, in the state of Iowa right now, after all of these school visits across the entire state, there are really three big things that have popped up from teachers and students. The first one being relationships and community. There was not a school that I visited that didn't mention the importance of creating a welcoming environment for all students to feel connected and supported. And staff really continually mentioned that relationship building with students and families, whether it was through welcome centers or dual language celebrations or family nights. Secondly, was an access to opportunities. All of the schools that I visited mentioned removing those barriers for students to participate in academic content, extracurriculars, post-secondary pathways, and to receive culturally competent support. There was a clear push, no matter where you were, to dismantle barriers for students. Finally, data-informed instruction. Teachers are really proud of the work they are doing to move from compliance-driven instruction to growth-oriented and student-focused instruction. So whether that be through dual language programs, the Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol or SIOP framework, co-teaching, or structured literacy, teachers are using our assessments like ELPA 21 or technology and apps like Flashlight 360 or Elevation to enhance what they're doing and to really measure what's working and what's not. Now, when we think about our call to action as a state and those things that really stand out for us to provide all students with the supports that they need to succeed, there are also 3 things that stood out in my visits. The first one was just expanding professional learning and mindset shifts for educators. So there was really a mention of a need for professional development for all staff, not just English language learner teachers, to build more collective responsibility for multilingual learners. Some of that professional development could have an emphasis more on second language acquisition and how that works, or effective teaching practices for specific groups of multilingual learners, such as our students who might have experienced interrupted or limited formal schooling, or who may be experienced multilingual learners and have been in the program for a number of years. Second was just capitalizing on the elevating student voice and family engagement. There are many opportunities for our multilingual learners to lead and be more visible in schools. This could be from student panels or leadership roles, and also having families have the opportunity to take part in that decision-making process beyond events such as parent-teacher conferences or family nights. And we must consider the role community liaisons play in making sure that translated communications are a standard practice across all districts for families to know and understand the information the schools have to give out. And finally, just making sure that as a state, we really are investing in staffing and sustainable programming. So when teachers decide that co-teaching is the best model, do we have the funds for that to back that up and that collaboration time and to ensure that all students, specifically if they're newcomers, right, have that robust programming that they need to be successful. So in closing, I would say together, let's commit to building an Iowa where every student's voice is not only heard, but amplified, and every dream is not only seen, but advanced. Thank you.
Questions or comments for our teacher of the year?
That was very inspiring. I know. It's
So I'm close to Eagle Grove, and with putting them in sports and things, I think that's a great start to getting the people that speak different languages in things like that, you know, inclusivity amongst not only bilingual learners, but everybody. Sports, athletics, you know, different things like that is a really good start. I mean, Eagle Grove struggles with having kids in athletics. They don't have very many numbers. And I think that's a great start to showing the kids that you can do these things as well, not only in school, but also other things that they enjoy and are passionate about too, which I think is a great start.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely, we saw that a lot in our school visits where schools had polled the students, right, to see what are you interested in, right? And then supporting, like, is there any obstacle for you to be here, right? Like transportation or, you know, what are those things that we need to have everyone be able to participate in those extracurriculars? Completely agree. Mm-hmm.
And obviously the language barrier is real. What about the cultural competence of different schools and I guess environments and stuff? What did you say?
Yeah, I think that that speaks to the idea that all schools were mentioning just continuing to grow our mindset around serving multilingual learners. So I think with that, there's more opportunity for professional development where teachers learn more about the actual process of language acquisition to understand, right, like what's the time frame it takes to develop that. And not only that, but seeing the assets that our multilingual learners are bringing into the school. I think a lot of times conversations schools would say really revolve around a deficit mindset where we want students to exit this program or they need this or that. But truly, these students are linguistically gifted, right? Like some of the students are learning their fourth, fifth, even sixth language. And I think as educators, we take a look at the cognitive benefits of knowing another language, the career benefits for students, right? There's just really so many assets that students are bringing to the table. So I think that having those opportunities to have more of those discussions and learn more about language acquisition and how truly valuable it is and how many assets our students have is really requested by educators, right?
Were there insights you gained from your national peers or vice versa?
Yes. I mean, I think, like I said, I have had so many learning opportunities with the national cohort. I think really, every teacher has a different gift and different interests and way of sharing their story that is just really inspiring, I think, for you to continue on your own growth journey. So I know our National Teacher of the Year, Ms. Testerman, is from Tennessee, and she ended up being our keynote for the conference that we held here for first through third year teachers. So she's an ELL teacher as well. And one of her quotes was up there that we need more teachers to be talent scouts and fewer deficit detectives, right? And I think that just really speaks to that idea of our students are awesome. How are we as a system supporting their talents and encouraging their growth?
That'd be true for every student.
I know.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
And building on that question, I saw George Anderson, a former Teacher of the Year, pop up.
George.
To come up to support you. He's downstairs in the social studies first team right now. But can you also talk about the Iowa Teacher of the Year network and the state recognized teachers and how that's been support throughout your year?
Yeah, well, first of all, yes, George is like a number one example of the state Teacher of the Year network is like an amazing asset, right? It's like having a built-in cheerleading team for you, but also to learn from and also to encourage you to grow. So I know one thing specifically that we've done as a team at the state level is that about 10 years ago, one of our Teachers of the Year created a conference specifically to support newer teachers in the profession. So that has been an established conference now for, like I said, 10 years. So this past January, we just had our anniversary celebration of that. It's just really cool to see something where this group of teachers saw that need, where we have teachers coming into the profession and floundering a bit sometimes and not feeling that support or solid ground. And they said, hey, like, what can we do about this, right? Well, we can definitely create this network and this conference to really support our new teachers. And that's what we have done. So each year, the new Teacher of the Year kind of takes on organizing that event and adds their own little special spark to it each year. And so we have kind of those standard breakout sessions where we know teachers are going to want to have support with, building relationships with students, learning how to like manage their classroom. But we also know that teachers are going to ask for specific areas of support. So this year we added a little bit more about differentiating for learners, right? Like talented and gifted. What do we do when a student just isn't meeting like the average experience of a student, right? Maybe students who need special education services. What does that look like along with English learners? So yes, it's an amazing network of people that really just, again, bring their special spark into that one big event and lots of other things along the way. Yeah.
Will you also talk specifically about the new teacher, future teacher webinar, coaching webinars that you are facilitating?
Yeah, so this year we kind of had a lot of conversations about how conferences can kind of be feel like a one-time event, right? And I know in education, we've realized that that's not always the most impactful way to do professional development. So to kind of work with that, we've decided to do some follow-up webinars in the spring based on the participant feedback from our conference in January. So this year we will have had 3 follow-up webinars in the spring, ranging from, this hot topic of using AI in the classroom, right? Talking about that, balancing it all, right? We know that education is an extremely challenging job. So how do you do that in a sustainable way? And also just reflecting, right? Reflecting and growing in your practice.
One final question dash ask. We've identified a number of ways to continue to leverage the expertise of our nationally and state recognized educators, the Emerging Educator Summit, our standards review processes, legislative review processes. And if you've identified any additional ways that we can continue to ask you to contribute to state leadership, or to ask you to keep thinking about ways.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple things that come to mind for me as far as a state network of teachers of the year. I think that now having like the regional teachers throughout the state, I think that is a great expansion in recognizing more teachers, right? And then making sure that I think along my visits, I really was blown away by how excited educators were when they're in those far corners of the state. And when we take that time to make that trip, and they're just so grateful and excited, right? So, going to Rock Valley, going to earlier this week, I was in Riverside Community School District in Southwest Iowa, right? I think that is really important to kind of creating that sense of unity and feeling that all schools, whether they're rural, urban, or suburban, feel their voices are heard and feel represented in the Department of Education. I think along with that, we can always have more teacher voice systemically and strategically placed in the work that we're doing at the state level. So whether that's having panels in there, people that are in the field and having that chance to zoom in and really provide that feedback on, policies, right? Like we have a new attendance policy this year. I'm sure there's been a lot of feedback with that, but getting that strategic in the field feedback along the way, it was really, really powerful, I think.
And you'll be returned to the classroom by fall.
Yes. So I wrap up my time here June 30th, and then July 1st, I just get to transition back into doing my district's work. So when you look at what you've learned along the way, give me an idea of what will change in the classroom as far as you're concerned. That's a great question that I've been thinking about all year, right? And across all of these visits, I feel very grateful that I had this opportunity to see those 30 districts and be out and about. I think the major thing for me that has impacted me is just a new perspective, that I feel a stronger sense of agency in the change that I can make in my building and in my district. And I feel prepared to go back and have that just elaborated leadership and make that change happen. Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Thank you.
Yeah,
great
You've done
presentation.
a wonderful job for us.
Absolutely.
And with that, I think we're going to adjourn for lunch. Are we serving? All right, we're serving. We have a half hour.
Will Ann be joining us for lunch?
Yes, and you're going to stay for lunch? The community college budgets. First up is DMAC. Here we go. Welcome.
You guys can go ahead and join me. Yeah.
Maybe if we need a break in the middle of the afternoon,
No break.
take a break.
Nice about it.
Will you allow us to take a break if we need one?
Yeah, you guys are first, so lucky you. Seriously.
And we're starting 2 minutes late or 3 minutes late, so
Uh-oh.
take that out of Kirkwood's time.
You're so generous.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm Rob Denson, president of Point Area Community College. Ben Voigtlander's with me. He's our controller. Debbie Keppel-Mandros, our director of institutional effectiveness, I think is on the line. But we're very happy to be here. This is a big week for us. By the end of this week, we'll have graduated 3,800 students with 5,065 different degree certificates. And last night at Wells Fargo, we had 1,200 walk, which is the largest we've ever had. It was amazing. And we filled the place. I mean, the whole place was filled up. So it's important. It's important to celebrate the achievements of these young people. Or not, actually, not always all that young. There were more mature people last night than general walk through. So, but we're very happy here. And I want to just compliment the Department of Education. I mean, they're trusted partners with all the community colleges, attend all of our meetings, and it's really been a great relationship that we have, as well as with other agencies too, but clearly with the department, it's a direct relationship, and she's done a pretty good job.
Yeah. Well, we really appreciate you guys being here. I'm just going to give a quick overview and then hand it over to you. So yes, with me today, President Rob Denson and CFO Ben Voigtlander. If you look at their student profile information, you can see the very many number of students they serve. On the credit side of the house, over 35,000 students and over 17,000, closer to 18 on the non-credit side. Currently 53.7%, or as of this 23-24 year, students were concurrent enrollment, to give you a sense of their concurrent enrollment participation. And their tuition and fees are set at $185. Their college best practice profile, if you turn to the back of the page, they will be speaking a bit about their emergency dashboard that they recently completed. And I will turn it over to DMAC.
Great. Again, thank you. DMAC has one of the highest bond ratings in the state of any community college. We've got the lowest property tax levy by 16 cents a thousand and the lowest tuition fees of any college or university in the state. We work very hard to make sure that we're affordable for students. We give away about $2.4 million in scholarships to our foundation every year. So we really try to maintain a significant focus on affordability. Debbie, are you on?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to talk a little bit about EAB and why we're doing it?
Yeah. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We signed an agreement with EAB's Edify product about 2 years ago and built a data warehouse, data lake system. And one of the first things we chose to do was create an emergency dashboard because we know that safety and security are really the base. They're necessary for students to feel comfortable enough to then become what they really want to become in an educational setting, to get their education, to keep returning, and so on. So we created an emergency dashboard that allows us to see in any given situation, whether it's a weather event or another type of emergency, who was in what building at what time, so we can respond as quickly as possible. But we're also using it in other ways too. We've built a fast fax for our internal constituents. We are building a strategic enrollment management dashboard. We just finished a financial sustainability dashboard. So it's a really great product, and we're democratizing data to allow people internally to make decisions faster.
So as far as we've had some program changes this year, we've not eliminated any full programs. It is some certificates and programs. And again, it's based on student interest and needs and what employers are telling us. Kind of our excitement for this year, we were named last year by the Intel Corporation as an AI for the workforce college, first one in the state of Iowa. There are between 160 and 180 colleges state or nationally. So Intel provided a curriculum to us. We opened up a non-credit program last fall. It was just every 8 weeks and capped out every time. And we will be launching a credit AI program this coming fall. So it's great to see new things begin to happen. Kind of thing that I always talk about. Of course, community college presidents never brag, but in 2011,
Especially you.
in 2011, TSA came to us and wanted us to open up a Homeland Security screeners in the Des Moines airport. We did. We put it online in 2014. 2017, the head of TSA flies in from DC, summons us to the airport, says they've got 80 college universities around the country doing TSA training for their airports. But they were so pleased with how DMAC was doing it that they terminated 78 of those contracts, gave us 36 states, 220 airports, 23,000 agents to train, which was pretty cool until 2019 when they fired the other one. And now we're the sole provider of TSA nationally, 440 airports, 43,000 agents. They pay for all of the the 3-course certificate program, and any of their TSA agents that do not have an AA degree, they will pay their way through DMAC online. So it's about $1 million contract a year with us. It's limited by how much money TSA has. Of course, we're answering the phone every time now, wondering if that's going to be on the chopping block with so many other issues. But still, we're very proud of that. And as I always say, it's run by a criminal justice faculty member who was an ex-cop, loves writing reports, and TSA loves reports. Responsiveness in that area had a lot to do with us getting that contract, but very proud of it. And again, every community college in Iowa has some things that they can brag about. So any questions on our budget from, of course, we on pins and needles waiting for the legislature to make some final decisions. We think they're coming close, but it's not over till it's over.
Just an observation and then a question. I see your state support is at 31% of your budget, which is one of the lowest in the state. Just an observation. And we talked about that earlier as far as why that is before you came.
Well, in 2011, the community college president sat down and we had done a study group to see, how should we divide up the state money? And at that time it was in code. And so we decided strongly that we wanted to divide the funding up so that it provided more money to the smaller colleges who didn't have the economy of scale with some of the bigger colleges may have happened. And actually, when it came to a vote among the presidents, it was 7 for that revised formula, 7 against, and I was the 15th vote that voted to support the smaller colleges in the rural areas. So that rolled along for a number of years. We had some assumptions built in there that didn't always come into fruition. So over the years since then, the gap between DMAC, which always receives the lowest amount per student, and some of the smaller schools just had gotten too wide. We were at about 72% of average. I think Iowa Lakes was up over 150% of average. But still, I mean, we agree with the concept that we don't need as much per student as they do. Last year, the legislature gave the presidents the authority, subject to agreement by the Department of Ed, to modify the formula annually. Again, to make sure that, we're trying to get maybe DMAC up to about 80% of average. So that, again, we've got uses for the money, but we want to make sure that all 15 of the colleges remain strong. So we're very pleased with that. And then the community college presidents among themselves, we did have decided how we'll divide up the money. We'll get approval from Director Snow and then move forward. But that's the reason we've got the lowest.
Right. Just a follow-up question, maybe not so much for you, but for your CFO, is that what is other income? What does that entail for DMAC?
The other income that we have right now would be our interest income, would be in the other income. That has changed significantly in the last couple of years. We're probably well over $1.5 million a year now on interest income that's in there. We also have transfers that come from several different Fund 2 restricted programs, WTED being one of them that we cover salaries in our Fund 1. So we do a transfer. We also have ACE, where we transfer funds from the ACE money that we receive to cover faculty salaries. So that's probably about $4 million of that, of our total other income. And then we also have some smaller things like our career counselor, people that we've hired in the last few years. We're billing the schools for that, and they're reimbursing us, and that goes into other income. So we do have some smaller programs that go through our other income.
Yeah, that college and career transition counselors is what Ben's been talking about. That is an amazing program. I think we've been funded for 4. We've hired I think we're hiring our 14th. So it costs out of our budget, about $400,000 a year for that group. Again, the K-12 provides some funding. Out of our pocket, it's about $400,000 a year. It creates great support for the K-12. We're hoping that eventually we can provide college and career transition counselors to all of our schools.
Other questions for?
I'll make just one more comment. Obviously, like everybody else, we're watching Washington. The changes that are proposed for Pell could be devastating. Saying that no student gets Pell unless they're taking 7.5 credit hours. First of all, it's hard to get to just 7.5 credit hours because they're trying to do half of full-time, which are now going to make 15 credits instead of 12. But so many of our students have families or working 1 or 2 jobs, full-time jobs. So we're really concerned about that. We also have about 102 faculty and staff that are on some kind of federal funding. We've heard about one grant program that may impact one of our positions, but again, we're assuming that a number of our grant funded positions could get caught up in this. And, you know, we've got contracts to fulfill, et cetera. So it's an interesting time for all of us.
Do you have any unusually large expenditures planned for this coming fiscal year?
We got 2 buildings that we're going to break ground on likely this fall. A new dental hygiene facility. We've had a 8,000 square foot facility that's part of a bigger building that we've had for a number of years. CODA, which is our creditor, has always been concerned about it. So we're going to break ground on a standalone 26,000 square foot facility on the Ankeny campus. That's going to be about $25 million. And then our diesel technology building has, it looks nice, but the walls are not the way they should be in space. We're going to do about a $34 million new diesel tech program, high demand for diesel technicians right now. So it's going to give us a chance to rebuild that building and then maybe add a couple other programs in there. So those are really the 2 big expenditures we've got.
Other questions?
Are you building the diesel tech at the
Ankeny campus?
You are.
Yeah, it's there now. And actually, we're going to build a new building in the parking lot so that we can continue the diesel program while we're under construction. And then once it's done, we'll demolish the current building.
Because you got that other location too, right?
That's just truck driver, CDL.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, we're just finishing a $9 million it's a brand new CDL facility. We've had a facility there, but it had lots of issues. We reconcreted 12 acres, created 6 driving ranges, and then a brand new building. We raised $4.5 million of a $9 million cost. We've had more support for that construction project because everybody understands what a truck driver is and what the need is. And we will have the actual ribbon cutting sometime this fall. We've had so many private donors and actually the governor put in $1 million. Zach Nunn got us $1 million. They don't call them earmarks, but we got the $1 million there. Dennis Albaugh did $1 million. Kent Corporation of Muscatine gave us $500,000. Polk County gave us 100. Fairway gave us 100. Hy-Vee gave us 100. And I know I'm missing some, but Casey's gave us 100. So we had to get signage you can only have so many square feet of signage. We had to get a variance on that so that we could put, I think we're about 10 square feet bigger than we're supposed to be, but it's going to be an amazing facility. And we'll go from 250 CDLs a year to over 500 a year. So it's a big deal.
Can you speak a little bit more to your work to reduce the DFW rate?
DFW, sorry.
DFW withdrawal.
Debbie, you want to comment on that? DFW?
Yes, sure. So this is something that started over a year ago when we started recognizing that we needed more data in the hands of the faculty and staff. And one of the data points that they didn't have was the DFW rates of their programs or some of the larger intro classes. So we put that in front of them. And I'm a huge believer in just allowing people to see the data that's important will help them make the changes that they already know they need to make. They just weren't aware that there was a problem. So right away, once we identified the top 20 courses for DFW rates, we saw a reduction in 18 of those courses. So we know there was some success there, but we also have some projects that are happening. There's a faculty-focused project that is focusing on entry-level English and math courses to study some of the reasons for the DFW rates in those particular classes. We've done some pretty heavy statistical analysis of that and have made the discovery that for the most part, the reason for the DFW rates is a student characteristic based. So it comes with the student experience. Students who experience low grades in previous classes tend to have low grades in other classes. Students who experience or maybe don't show up for class as often tend to have lower grades, which all makes logical sense. I mean, we could all say, hey, that's pretty obvious, but it does show that maybe we need some efforts in other places. It's not necessarily a faculty issue. It's not necessarily a curriculum issue, but it might be that we need more support for the students to get to class. Maybe we need to look at the times that the classes are offered. So that's the direction those things are going. And that's one of our most active ones. We had another project that we assumed that students who registered late for classes and were more apt to get DFWs in their first semester, if we just offered them extra support and outreach, that maybe that would help. And it turned out that did not help. It did not reduce the DFW rates when we did a pilot last fall for those students. So we're gonna give it another go this fall. Not sure what we're gonna focus on, but we're gonna try to really target those late registrants.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll take a motion to approve the for DMAC.
I will make that motion in 1 second. There's just one thing that I want to say before I make the motion. President Dunson, I would just like to thank you for your years of service at DMAC, recognizing that you have a big milestone coming up in your career as well. So
I might make it out of here alive.
thank you so much for what you've done for community colleges in Iowa over your years of service and what you'll continue to do this year.
We've got a great partner. I mean, it's great to be an Iowan. Thank you. Thanks.
So I will move.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Cass and seconded by Mary to approve the budget for DMAC. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carried.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
You have Eastern Iowa.
Eastern Iowa Community College is up next. Joining us will be President V and CFO Paul Eisenmaker. And they are both waiting in the wings on Zoom to join us. If you look at their summary sheet, you can get a sense of who they are serving. Around 11,000 credit students and the same number of non-credit students, about 43% concurrent enrollment. And their tuition is at $195, just over DMAX level. The best practice they're going to highlight relates to shared governance. So it's my pleasure to introduce President Wee and CFO Paul Eisenmaker.
Yes, greetings on behalf of Eastern Iowa Community Colleges. And just to say thank you for the time. In case for those around the table who don't know the college, we have 3 colleges and they did not all start at the same time. Next year is going to be a milestone for all 15 community colleges because it will be our 60th anniversary. And of the 3 colleges, the Scott Community College will be celebrating 60th. But our Clinton, they are almost 100 years old. And the Muscatine is almost 100 years old and Clinton is almost 80. So in our district itself, we have 3 very distinct colleges coming together, speaking with one voice and serving. So I hope everybody can hear me okay. Let me just pause that for now.
Again.
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, it has been a very exciting year for us because we definitely started the search for our new chancellor. I'm the interim, and I'll be stepping down at the end of June after 21 months. And the gentleman to my right, Paul Eisenmenger, has been with us for 3 months as the CFO. So be gentle with him today. But definitely, we are very excited about what the college has been doing. One of the things we talk about is shared governance, and that means how do we bring our folks together to really take care of things that we have to do. Definitely the search for the chancellor, we have input from everybody. And Dr. Renfro will be starting July 1st. But I just want you to know that in supporting his family and himself, we have a 40-member task force that will be doing the transition with the family and with him. And in fact, we have put together a year-long calendar to guide him, to support him. So the goal is to make sure that everybody knows that the success of the chancellor is everybody's responsibility. So I'm really excited about it, and the board has done a great job bringing that on. And definitely in October last year, we had the Higher Learning Commission coming for the accreditation. And that task force has over 80 people. And we prepared for it. And it's amazing to bring colleagues from all over the district to really listen and tell our stories and really welcome the scrutiny and also suggestion from the Higher Learning Commission in terms of what we're doing well and where we can improve. And definitely recently, we welcome our colleagues from the Iowa Department of Education. They came and take a look too. And we also had a group of people working with them. The exciting part is the new chancellor will also get to have a new strategic plan because our 4-year strategic plan is winding down. And so another 60 to 70 colleagues have been working with the college at large to come up with a strategic plan. This month, the board will have the first reading of the new strategic plan, and in June, the second reading and approve it. So we will be able to present the new strategic plan to the new chancellor for him to lead the college in the next phase of excellence. And so this has been exciting for us in terms of creating the culture of bringing people together. I just want you to know that because of our focus on working together, there are several community projects that just broke ground recently. April 17 at the Muscatine campus, the community health care facility, they broke ground and very aggressive timeline. The beginning of next calendar year, they will have a health facility. And in Muscatine itself, that will allow us to have one location to serve the Muscatine and region. The exciting part is that our health students will have 1,000 feet to walk for clinicals. We also have Head Start. We also have Voc Rehab, and of course, the Muscatine Community College. So really on our campus itself, we have healthcare, childcare, Voc Rehab, education and training. So it's really a one-stop shop to serve our folks. And on May 1st, at the Clinton campus, broke ground on renovating the arboretum that was gifted to us by the Bickahop family in 2014. And what a gift it is for us to be able to share that arboretum with the community and also to have classes there. So as a college throughout the district, it's not just what we do in the classroom, but also what we do with the community. And there are 4 words that guide us every time we make decisions. And those 4 words are changing lives, building communities. So yes, today we talk about certified budget, but I want you to know that every time we allocate $1 to whatever we do, we never forget about those 4 words. Are we changing lives? Are we building communities? And recently, I can tell you that our allied health program on the Scott campus, you talk about coming together. 7 programs, starting with dental, radiology, nursing, so on and so forth. They actually had a live simulation, a live patient starting in dental, having issues, and how we actually create a scenario for all the other programs, those students to come into play. And one of the non-allied health program came into play too, and that's criminal justice. So what we did in the scenario was for a very aggressive spouse also coming into play. And so our criminal justice students was able to role play how to handle that situation. So I want you to know that at our college, when we talk about changing lives, it's not just in isolation. When we talk about building communities, it's not just in isolation. That instance itself on one campus, 7 programs came together one afternoon and created a scenario so that our students, again, experience what it's like to hone their skill, but at the same time, look to the left, look to the right, and say, whom do we need to partner with during our work in service to the community? So it's really exciting. And I just want to thank you for the time. I know you have questions about other things, but hopefully it gives you a little glimpse of what I get to enjoy every day with our colleagues throughout the 7 counties. Thank you.
Any questions about the budget for Eastern Iowa?
President Wee, would you also speak to the use of your CAF grant, your Career Academic Incentive Fund grant?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And in fact, in the Muscatine itself, we are just renovating our manufacturing and industrial tech center. Really thank you for the Department of Education. And for us, what we want to do is make sure that our facility are definitely up to snuff. In fact, along that line, when I came on board in October of 23, within the first month, we actually had ribbon cutting of 3 career advancement center. One in Muscatine, one in Clinton, and one in Scott. What we did was, again, bring the community together and also our business partner to say, what do we need? In fact, one of the center is actually in DeWitt and not actually in Clinton, because that's where the community wanted it. And we listened. And today we have many of the students, especially, with the K-12, very great partner allowing us to do that. So without those type of resources, we're not able to put program and services in front of our students. And I can tell you that, with your support, with the support of the Department of Education, and, I see the director of IWD right there. Definitely all these partners allow us to change lives. And so thank you very much. And one of the things that we look forward to is always planning for our facility and also equipment and making sure that we look ahead. In fact, for our facility and equipment, we have a 5-year plan. And so every year we know what would need to be, replaced and updated. And especially in the CTE area, in the healthcare area, it's amazing the type of technology is coming through. For simulation, we have the mannequins, and those cost between $50,000 to $80,000. And they are lifelike. In fact, this morning at the Muscatine campus, believe it or not, they are simulating childbirth. I've been through that, and it's a realistic experience. And sometimes some of the audience actually have to excuse themselves.
That's funny.
Thank you.
Questions? I would take a
Also move for the budget.
Second.
moved by Brian and second by Brooke to approve the Eastern Iowa Community College budget. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you. Really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on the agenda is Kirkwood.
Yes, we get to speak with Kirkwood again. So with us online should be President Christy Fisher and CFO Casey Dunning. We'll elevate them to speaker status. And you learned a bit about Kirkwood already this morning, but just to reiterate, they serve around 17,000 credit students, a larger institution, and nearly 29,000 non-credit. So quite a bit of activity in the non-credit space. A little bit less than typical percentage-wise in the concurrent enrollment space. They're at 37.3% concurrent enrollment. And just over $200 at tuition and fees, $210. And then their best practice highlight relates to a climate action plan. They'll be glad to share about that more with us and other additional items. So I will hand it over to Kirkwood.
Hello, good to see you all again. We're going to take a slightly different approach. We talked about this morning, you were just here and we talked to you this morning. So I'm going to highlight a couple programs and a couple things that were in your board materials. And then I'm going to turn it over to our CFO, Casey Dunning, who's going to walk you through our kind of budget philosophy and how we went about our budget planning for this next year. So the first thing I want to highlight, which was in your larger packet in the board materials, is East Hall. It's a new near campus building that we recently purchased so we could co-locate with Iowa Works, and that will allow us to create a true one-stop for education and employer needs. It will have all 4 of the core Title I programs, the WIOA programs, all together, and we think we're going to be a great national model with that. And thank you, Director Townsend, who's sitting there, who was willing to take the leap with us on that. So we're really excited what that's going to mean for adult learners and those who are seeking employment in our area. I also want to highlight another one that was in the board packet, our Business Analytics Tech program. That's one of our new programs, and that came out of business and industry talking to us about their need to have a pipeline for data professionals. And so we've been working closely with local employers to set that up. We're really proud of that for a new program. And in the next year, we'll also be going into our second year of cybersecurity. So it'll be the first year that we have both first and second year students in that. So both programs that were set up to address local employment needs. But I think anytime you talk about new programs, you have to stop and think about, is there anything that you're sunsetting? Because as we think about our budget, it's always about making choices. So we also, next year, we've always had 2 separate early childhood tracks and really spent time studying that and realizing that we could bring those together and have it be a pathway that works both for those going for a baccalaureate degree, as well as those who are going to go direct into work in the early childhood area. And so that will be reducing one of those programs without taking any of the options away from students. And then it'll be our final year where we're teaching out our dental lab technology program. That was a program that a couple of years ago, the college looked at, and it just that doesn't require an associate degrees anymore. So we're teaching it out, and then that program will be sunset. So an example of how we make choices with our finances. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Casey, and he's going to walk you through our budget.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you all for having us here and to give us an opportunity to talk about our fiscal year 26 budget. So what I wanted to do is walk through some key highlights and key assumptions from each of the funds that are within the budget, just to give you some context on how that budget was built and some of the things that we have planned for next year from a fiscal perspective. So starting with our unrestricted general funds, or Fund 1, in that area, we've got a balanced budget planned with revenues equal to expenditures. Within that, we really take a conservative approach on the revenue side. The reason for that philosophy is there's a lot of assumptions in terms of credit hour enrollment, and we want to make sure that we're not getting ourselves too far out over our skis projecting growth when you're in sort of an unpredictable time. And we've had a few years of growth following several years of declining enrollment. So we try to remain conservative there. So if we do have negative enrollment experience next year, that the college is going to be able to easily pivot and hopefully still actualize either a small surplus or a a balanced net income of about zero. So we don't have to deficit spend in the event of some adverse credit enrollment news. So with that being said, we have a decline to regular enrollment of 2% baked into this budget. Part of that's informed by, we have a known loss of a CCI international grant that fully funded scholarships for 15 students. So we do have a little bit higher decline in our international space, specifically because we do know that we're going to be losing students there. And we don't believe that those are students we'll recapture without that federal funding, unfortunately. Moving over into the property tax levy side, our unrestricted levies growing by about $236,000. That's driven by a 3.8% valuation growth within our service area. So a nice little bump there. Back to the credit tuition side, we have a $4 proposal for increase to in-state tuition that'll be going to our board for approval tonight. That's only a 1.84% increase over our FY25 rate of $217 a credit hour. So we're hoping that will be one of the lower credit hour increases for in-state tuition rate heading into FY26 out of the 15 community colleges. On the expenditure side of things, some new expenditures to the budget this year. We've added $500,000 of operating costs for that East Hall building that Dr. Fisher mentioned here previously. Those are for things like custodial service out there, grounds, maintenance, utilities, all the things that make a building work and keep the lights on, just sort of the table stakes of having new space. Additionally, we've got a 3% employee salary increase. That's part of our agreement with our faculty association. We're in year 2 of that. So that was a known increase coming into this fiscal year. And then about a 5.1% increase to employee benefits, driven by a 4.2% increase to our health insurance premiums that are paid by the college. Over in the restricted funds, we're assuming relatively flat grant experience. We've lost a few grants so far on the federal space, the largest of which is that CCI grant that's really going to be felt over in Fund 1 with those scholarship dollars. But in terms of things that are in our restricted fund that are grant funded, we haven't lost anything of sizable dollar value yet. Now we are keeping our kind of eyes and ears out there, and we're prepared to have case by case conversations should we find out that we do lose any other federal grants along the way. But it's really hard to plan for those when you've got grants that are in process that are multi-year grants. We want to be aware of what's going on in that space, but we don't want to be overly pessimistic budget wise in the restricted fund. So for now, we're leaving those at flat. One levy where we are having a surplus budget is our early retirement levy, and that is to address, we had a few years there where expense actuals were outpacing our levy revenues. So we've increased our levy revenues in that area to address and kind of catch us back up with that deficit experience from the past few years. And then lastly, over in our plant fund, it does include a planned spend down of plant fund dollars. So really, that's something that we've had on our radar for a while. We, in fiscal year 2023, expended the last of our GO bond dollars from our last GO bond offering that completed our last major construction projects related to that. So we built up some plant funds over that time while we were spending our bond revenues, and we really turned our focus to funding our construction expenses between bond offerings from our plant fund revenues. So we've built some up over time because of the bonds, and now we're going to start spending those dollars down. So within that space, we have a $2.1 million renovation of our Kirkwood Hall. That's to renovate our academic advising space to make that more purposeful and support our guided pathways work. And then we have a little bit of build out for that East Hall building. That's to help develop some classroom space, renovate some of the office space there to assist with some build out for the IWD space. So we've got some dollars allocated there to make that space really look and feel like Kirkwood and build it out for its final purpose. Yeah, and I think that's really the key highlights that are within the budget. So I'd welcome any questions that you have.
You have about 8% of your revenue from other income. What are the big chunks of that coming from?
Yeah, yep. Our other income includes investment income. So our investment revenue on the cash that we hold. Our foundation reimburses us for their operating expenses out of some of their funds that sit over at the foundation annually. So they reimburse for their payroll and their operating expenses that are sort of paid by the college due to our economies of scale there. They repay us for those. We get rebates on our P-card transactions. Those go there. So think your 5% cash back that you get on your credit card. We get the same thing. So that's one of the revenue sources there. We've got some transfers. We've got vending revenue, and we've got some broadband revenue where we've got some extra broadband that we lease out to T-Mobile for some revenue.
Thank you. I see that your state support is about 35%, which is kind of on the low end for community colleges, and we understand why. It's just an observation.
Yep, and I would echo what President Denson said a few meetings prior to kind of why that structure is the way that it is.
Building on President Robbins' question about the 8% other income, does that correspond to a trend in expenditures? Is it mostly salaries or personnel, or is it kind of match the distribution that you see on that next chart in expenditures?
Let us look at the right chart.
It's just flipping from page 5 to 6. On the expenditures by categories.
Casey's looking that up. I would guess they don't necessarily mirror each other because from year to year, like we've had such extraordinary interest income. Most years that wouldn't be the case. So I would not expect it to mirror the expenditures.
I would agree with that. You know, there was a time not too long ago, probably about 4 fiscal years ago, where we were making $50,000 a year in interest income. I think this year we're on pace to make probably somewhere in the ballpark of $1.5 million in interest income. So that's not really tied to any sort of position or expenditure. That's just passive income that can kind of come and go as the rates vary out there in the market. So that's kind of an item that's out of our control there. Now you talk about the reimbursement from the foundation. Yes, that would be true. There would be some tied expenditures there, but we're talking salaries, materials, travel. It'd sort of be reimbursements for all expenditure categories shown in that chart. So it wouldn't necessarily have a one-to-one correlation with any of those specific categories.
Director Snow, one thing that we're really careful with, especially in these high interest times when we're making a lot of interest income, is that we're very purposeful that we don't balance our budget on that. So those funds are used for strategic one-time expenses, because we don't want to find ourselves in a position that, you know, overnight we can be back to the years where we made $50,000 a year in interest. So being very careful about how we manage that so we don't find ourselves behind the 8 ball later.
Thank you. That's what that was the core. Thank you.
Other questions for Kirkwood representatives? Hearing none, I will take a motion.
So moved. We accept Kirkwood's certified budget report as presented.
Second. By Cindy and second by Brian. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the time.
Thank you.
On to Hawkeye Community College.
Next up is Hawkeye. Joining us from Hawkeye, we will have CFO Dan Gillen, I believe President Todd Holcomb. We will be elevating them in the Zoom. When you look at Hawkeye student profile, you see they are serving closer to 6,500 credit students and just 10,000 non-credit students. Hello, Dan. Their concurrent enrollment is closer to the 50%. They're at 48.4% concurrent enrollment, and their tuition is at $218. And their best practice will be related to the student service strategy, the CARES team to support students facing challenges. So I will hand it over to Dan. You hear us okay, Dan?
You're muted.
Although I'm not seeing anyone else from Hawkeye. I don't know if I'm looking at this right or not. Have to apologize. I'm in San Francisco trying to get my daughter moved, and we got some logistical challenges here. Got like an hour window to move from one place to another. You know, the budget, you know, I just heard a little bit of Kirkwood's, you know, our philosophy is the same. It's you know, where we stay fairly conservative, try to guess what we think is going to happen, and consequently, if things change a little bit, we are one of the colleges that will amend our budget every now and then, and we do have an amendment this year. Probably the highlight of this year's budget is that not so much in the general unrestricted fund, which I think most of the questions are about, but in our plant fund. If you take a look at that, we will be spending down a fund balance. Our voters approved a $35 million bond referendum 2 years ago. We're embarking on the first big project of that. We sold $20 million worth of bonds this year, and that affected our tax rate a little bit because, you know, you have to levy enough to cover the principal and interest, and of course you don't know what that's going to be exactly until you have your bond sale. So it raised our levy a penny for that, and then we had a couple other things that changed our rate as well. But we will be spending down those dollars as we have a very large renovation addition project going on. Now, in the general unrestricted fund, I know I noticed a couple questions about the miscellaneous revenue. We're very similar to the other colleges. We have investment income there. We have rental income, transfers. We have some insurance reimbursement in the general restricted fund. Miscellaneous revenue is largely part of comes from the Iowa withholding diversion that comes through the 260E programs. But other than that, we are budgeting a balanced budget. We think we're on target for a balanced budget this year, and going forward into next year, things look very similar, and we think we're going to be able to target a balanced budget as well. No one else on here from Hawkeye?
Oh, they're on the lookout for President Holcomb, but haven't seen him join yet. So unless he's on under a different name. I believe the guests can raise their hand to be elevated. So if there is anyone else from Hawkeye listening in, please feel free to elevate. Has to be elevated.
You were supposed to kick this off a little bit and tell you the numbers. So I don't know what's happening here. Any questions about the budget?
Do you have any programs that you're phasing out for next year or bringing in new?
Well, there's some discussion. I know, and again, Dr. Holcomb can talk to that much better than I can. There's some talk about where we're going with our ILEA program that we run in non-credit. Numbers are down and so forth. I know that's been talked about as, you know, where do we go with that? You know, that's about I know. As far as new programs that we're offering, I'm not aware of any new programs that we're offering at this time. But again, I tell you the truth, I kind of crunch the numbers and let the academic folks worry about some of those other things. But sorry, I can't answer that very well. But again, the only thing I know of is that we're talking about possibly because of low enrollment, you know, phasing out part of our it's not the criminal justice program, it's the ILEA that we run, and we run a certain level on the non-credit side.
Is it cheaper to live in the San Francisco area than the Cedar Falls or area?
No, it's not. Yeah, she had a window where she only got keys to her new apartment at 10 o'clock here, and she had to be out of her old apartment at 11. So they had an hour window of moving some stuff back and forth, and yeah, it's a little tricky on the 101, which is kind of a busy highway.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
Others have
I didn't know.
talked, others have talked about challenges with uncertain federal funding. I'm assuming you have the same apprehensions.
Yes, we've been watching like everyone else, the federal funds, and we've had some discussions at cabinet. You know what? Oh, here they're on now. You know, what happens if those go away, and how do we deal with that? And now the leader of the band is here, Dr. Holcomb, and so he can speak. Can you hear us, Dr. Holcomb?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. I was having trouble getting on the account.
Okay. Yeah.
What
So
questions?
I talked a little bit about just how we approach the budget and spending down the plant fund for our construction projects. But they had some. There was a question about programs possibly being phased out or adding new ones.
Currently, right now, we have no programs that are anticipated to be phased out. We also do not have any anticipated new programs to add for next year at this current time.
I had mentioned, since you weren't here, I had mentioned that we have been discussing a little bit about the ILEA with the low enrollment, that we don't know where we're heading with that yet, but yeah.
Yeah, I think we're still in the process with our Iowa Law Enforcement Academy. And we're working through an opening that we have in our criminal justice program. So we may be able to offer a law enforcement academy in conjunction with our criminal justice program for summer 2026. So that's currently where we're at with that potential. We have been doing some, as you know, we came before the state board last month for reaccreditation. So I think there's a lot of things you're familiar with Hawkeye Community College. But there's some great things that are going on as far as our retention rate has been increasing. We're a little over 8% increase in retention for the year. Our enrollment continues to grow. It's very exciting to get back to pre-COVID numbers for us as an entity. And then we've been doing some things with our CARES model. Student mental health and being able to help students handle those little emergencies that take place from the that may stop or impede them from completing their studies. So our CARES team has been very beneficial for us in helping to retain and graduate students going forward. Other questions I might have?
A question related to revenue source that's kind of building on a trend of questions. It looks like for other income, it's about 17.5%, which is one of the higher percentages. Do you know what accounts for the difference in unique funding sources that Hawkeye gets in that other income category?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what, how much each of the other colleges are bringing in different categories. I really don't. I'd have to ask them, but we do have investment income. I think that you'll probably find out with the other community colleges. We do have rental income. I don't know if that has been mentioned. We have a couple of facilities that we rent out quite a bit to outside entities and so forth to use. Transfers, and then we do have insurance reimbursement that we participate in a program that helps us with some of our preventative expenditures that mitigate our loss, and so we have that. So again, without knowing what the dollars that the other colleges have brought in those categories, I don't know why ours is higher.
Thank you.
And it might be just how we categorize things too. One thing I talked about in the past with some of our meetings with the other community college business officials is, we really need, and we're embarking on that, by the way, is that we need to sit down and talk about where we put things so that we're consistent. So we're comparing apples to apples.
Would that also include our 260E?
Well, 260E is in the general unrestricted fund. I think your question is probably about, or excuse me, is in the general restricted fund. You're right, but I think your question is probably about the general unrestricted fund.
It's specifically about the total revenue categories on page 5 of the report. So
It's by the revenue source.
Okay, page 5 of the report. And if you're looking at page 5, you're talking about $45 million worth of total revenue, which is our general unrestricted fund. Yeah. So, yeah, again, the 260E would be in the general restricted fund. That revenue there is from the general unrestricted.
Thank you.
Our income is quite high from the interest revenue. We have, again, you probably heard this from the other community colleges. Interest rates have been good to us. And you know, that could have an impact as well as how much revenue we have collected in interest in relation to the size of our revenue total compared to the other colleges.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Hawkeye? Hearing none. Take a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Brian, second by Brooke to approve the budget for Hawkeye Community College. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. That's approved. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Indian Hills.
Right, we are looking for President Matt Thompson or CFO Taryn Ferguson to join the Zoom. Jeremy said they were not quite on yet. Is that still true, Jeremy? Review of their summary sheet. Indian Hills is currently serving around 4,000 credit students and around 5,000 non-credit students. About 50% of their students are concurrent, and their tuition is around $200. Number of best practices that they wanted to highlight, their monthly learning walks for academic and non-academic administrators visit classrooms and labs to learn about learning interactions with students and faculty. So they can share more about that when they are on. There we go. We have them in the Perkins. Is that you, President Thompson? It is.
All right. Good afternoon. Sorry about that. We had to raise our hand.
We are zooming
Let's
in.
zoom in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and start my timer here. I think a number of you have served on different committees with me and know that I get a little bit passionate about Indian Hills Community College. So we appreciate having the opportunity to join you. I'm with Vice President CFO Taryn Ferguson, and we'll hit on a couple of things that have been happening at Indian Hills the last couple of years and some top priorities for the future. Mentioned the best practice. Amy, thanks for the lead in on that. Learning walks. One of the things that we felt was really important at the start of this calendar year was to reconnect with our faculty and be able to really spend some time in classrooms, in labs, seeing what capital investments we've made over the last several years, and looking as a leadership team and with academic folks and non-academic people, how we can better support our faculty. And so we have had 7 different opportunities on all of our campuses and each of our divisions here at Indian Hills to go into classrooms and labs and to be able to really see the interactions that take place that are powerful and are part of the education that students experience here at Indian Hills. And I can tell you that it's been really rewarding for us to be able to see education in action and to see the great work that our faculty are doing and the engagement they have with our students. I'll touch on really the last couple of years just briefly here. We just went through a new strategic planning process that's a part of your packet. We're beginning the implementation. I'll go back to our prior strategic plan, which was crafted during the summer of 2020. And I will sum it up as this: survive COVID, pass a bond, raise private funds, and build and renovate facilities at Indian Hills. And we've accomplished those things, thankfully. We were able to pass a bond referendum in November of 2021 with a 73.2% yes vote. That was for $28 million. We've raised privately $14 million and received grants from the Economic Development Administration, along with several rounds of Career Academy Incentive Fund that went into building one of our facilities for our regional Career Academy in Centerville, Iowa. A part of the bond referendum, we installed 19 Zoom rooms in area high schools to provide greater access to education for our students in our region. We renovated an existing space for criminal justice training that opened up in July of 2023. We just cut a ribbon on a 66,000 square foot facility in Centerville, Iowa. If you're familiar with Indian Hills, we had 14 modular-based facilities in Centerville. They looked like Army barracks, and some people joked about it being a summer camp. So we drastically improved the offerings there, had great corporate partnerships that existed to add a new welding program, add LPN and RN in the future program, really to try to meet the needs of individuals that are on the western portion of our 10-county service area, which can be an hour and a half away from the Ottumwa main campus. We also added a CDL program to that campus, and we were able to greatly expand our agriculture along with construction technology programs. We also broke ground in August of 2024 on cut a ribbon in August 2024 for a performing visual arts renovation and addition that also included a welcome center so that it's easier for students to get a start at Indian Hills Community College. And finally, we have a student wellness facility project that just got started. They were moving dirt the other day, and we're excited to see that coming forward in the next year. It's anticipated that will be completed by the end of April 2025 or first part of May of 2025. That project is exciting for us because as we talk with our students and we know more about what they want and expect at Indian Hills, they always talk about the quality of food, the quality of housing, and things that they can do outside of the classroom. That provides them with not only a place to go and spend time outside of class. It includes space for intramural activities. It includes a classroom space for some of our continuing education coursework, provides them with cardiovascular and weight training facility, and we think it's going to be a great addition to our campus here in Ottumwa. Our strategic plan implementation, we had a tremendous facilitator that helped us look at strategic planning differently. I know that we've had about 25 years of the same process for strategic planning, and typically we've done our own internal review. And so we felt like it was time for us, having gone through a lot of projects and having made some great strides in our last plan, to have someone from the outside come in and help us evaluate what we can do next. And so we're at the point right now where we have formed strategic planning committees, volunteers from across our college campuses, faculty, staff, anyone who wants to be involved can be involved in a committee, and we're launching that process right now, and we'll have action plans in place here by fall, and really moving forward with our strategic direction for the future. It will be a much more inclusive process for our faculty and staff to be involved in. I felt like in the last two plans, we'd gotten a little bit siloed with departments maybe not being as actively involved, working together across our campuses. So we're excited about the new process and really feel like the framework that we have, I know Amy has reviewed it. We're the first group that has gone through the strategic planning process since the Department of Education set forth some rule changes, and we feel like we have a model for the future in that respect. One of our goals this coming year is to work on sustainability plans for college and career transition coaches. That's been an amazing thing for us. We were able to work with Congresswoman Miller Meeks to identify community-funded project dollars to get college and career transition coaches at all 15 community colleges. The Department of Ed has provided grant funding. All grant funding is coming to an end. And so we've had such a positive response from our area school districts that have participated that we're trying to find ways to partner to have a sustainable model for the future so that we don't let that great model fall apart. It's really proven that our students are getting more access to information about college and careers. We've had increases in our Pell, or not our Pell, but our financial aid, FAFSA filings, even during difficult times with the federal government changing the FAFSA. We've seen improvements there in the school districts that are participating. And so we're looking at ways that we can partner, secure funding, and make sure that students in our area have access to quality individuals that are helping them plan their future. Finally, we're implementing a new payment plan process. We've seen increases in bad debt write-off as we've had changes in the state on how collections can happen. We're also looking at this as a way to help further protect the college against financial aid scammers, where we will require students to have a plan in place by August 1st. That means they've made a payment plan or they've executed their financial aid package. If they have not, we will be contacting students that are registered and have not done that. So we also think it's a really good opportunity for us to promote financial literacy, advising, and helping students make really good decisions about their education to hopefully save them funding in the future, make sure that they're taking on what they can and not biting off too much at the same time. So we think there's going to be some really good outcomes that happen because of that new payment plan process and our work to deliver quality education to our students. With that, we would take any questions that you have about our certified budget. Taryn's happy to answer any of those, and I'd certainly be able to as well.
Questions for Indian Hills?
I would just like to acknowledge here as well that Matt serves on the Community Colleges Advisory Committee and has been a great resource in helping guide that work as well.
Matt, do you have any program changes for next year, either programs you're phasing out or adding?
Yeah, we made the decision to suspend our robotics program a year ago. We had faculty turnover and we felt like we needed to go back to our advisors, as we always do, and talk about, because robotics and automation is such a in-demand job in our region, with many of our advanced manufacturing partners needing to have individuals. We suspended that program and have met with our advisors, and we are in the process right now. We've retooled that program and we hope to relaunch it here in the fall. We're watching enrollments and we're making sure that we have a sustainable number of students that can come into that program. If we do not, we'll make that determination here probably about mid-June. Then we will put more marketing into that program and look at opening it at a later date.
Question for the CFO. A little over 9% of your revenue projected for next year is from other income. You've been told by other community colleges that it has to deal with interest off of investments. What else is going on at Indian Hills?
Sure. Same thing with other community colleges. Ours significantly is interest and insurance reimbursements. So we use our restricted levy funds and then reimburse our unrestricted for insurance purposes, which is equipment maintenance and things like that through that program. And then we also receive a lot of revenues on admin fees on our DLL grants, because we have quite a few DLL grants that we administer within our restricted fund. So those revenues come in through Fund 1. But those are the three buckets: our insurance reimbursements, interest income, and DOL admin fees.
It's like the insurance reimbursements, it's like equipment breakdown insurance type of thing.
Correct. Yep, it's OEPI. Yep. I will make one mention. If you look in the plant fund, you do see we are going to start spending down plant fund dollars in this upcoming year, and that is planned. We had built up that fund because of, as Matt alluded to, all of these bond projects are now, we have exhausted our bond funding as we anticipated, have used our donation funds and had allocated several millions of dollars, $3 to $4 million in our plant fund to make sure that we have enough to finish up all these bond projects. So those monies will be expended this upcoming year as we had anticipated.
Notice that your percent of state funding is one of the highest in the state. And evidently that'll gradually decrease a little bit over the years. Sure if it's a significant amount any given year, but eventually it will be less than 45%. You know how you're going to accommodate for that in the future?
Yeah, if you look at I think on the other side of it, we've had one of the lowest tuitions in the state, usually sitting right around the third or fourth lowest tuition in the state. So unfortunately, as the funding formula changes, we will likely rely more on tuition dollars and potential tuition increases. It will likely be more in the 8 to 9 range amongst the 15 community colleges, which is typically where we land from an enrollment standpoint as well. So you'll see some change there. We are planning to take an $8 an hour tuition recommendation to our board on Monday night, and we anticipate we'll see some increases there. And obviously, we're always looking at efficiencies and opportunities to bring in more revenue through enrollment. I'm looking forward to our strategic plan and the emphasis that we have on better communication with students and new opportunities for retention and recruitment. So those are a couple of high need and high emphasis areas for us.
Well, the good news, you'll have plenty of years to adjust.
Yep.
Yes.
Any other questions for Indian Hills? Hearing none, I would take a motion.
So moved. We accept their budget as presented.
Second.
By Cindy and second by Mary. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Budget's approved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Southwestern.
Great. Yes, up next is Southwestern. With us will be President Lindsay Stokes and CFO Brandy Shea. So we will get them elevated. It's one of our smaller institutions. So they serve around 2,000 credit students and around 4,500 non-credits. Still around 49% of their enrollment concurrent enrollment. So still a large portion. Tuition fees were at around $217 in the 23-24 year. And then looking at their best practice highlight, they're doing a lot of great work around the statewide guided pathways initiative, advising on being more consistent. They will be able to share with us more about that. And looks like we have them both. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. Indian Hills is a tough act for us to follow, but we're up. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Stokes. I serve as the president at Southwestern Community College. Very pleased to have the opportunity, along with our CFO, Brandy Shea, to share with you some of our college's strategic priorities, as well as to provide an overview of our certified budget. So with a newer leadership team in place, the past couple of years, Southwestern board members, administrators, and employees have invested a tremendous amount of time and effort in developing a vision to drive the college forward. So for us, the first key planning pillar centered around the development of a new master facilities plan during the 2023-2024 academic year. So this process was led by a cross-institutional steering committee comprised of 14 employees. And the steering committee worked very closely with Envision Architecture of Des Moines as time was spent interviewing employees, surveying students and employees, gathering information from our external constituents, as well as collecting information from our current strategic plan, past career and technical education program evaluations, and previous master facility plans. So following the gathering and collection of that information, we also conducted a head-to-toe assessment of the college's existing physical infrastructure, and then we put the master facilities plan into place. So we had several top priority projects emerge around the areas of creating and renovating facilities to support workforce training, specifically in the areas of CDL as well as skilled trades, as well as improving the college's athletic infrastructure too. And in addition to those top priority renovation and construction projects, we also had several themes that also surfaced. So those included improving our campus security. So taking a look at the install of an access control system, updating security cameras, improving outdoor lighting. We also want to take a look at those first impressions to campus. So at the install of new wayfinding signage, updated landscaping, and then last, but a very important one, improving our physical infrastructure. A lot of that has been in place since the early 1970s. And so for us, updating those HVAC units continues to be a top priority for us. So with that master facilities plan firmly in place, we also started work on another planning pillar for us, which was centered around the development of our fiscal year 26 through 29 strategic plan. So work began this past August with a day-long college-wide workshop to identify internal and external challenges and opportunities. We also conducted a thorough review of demographic trends across our service region and beyond. And then we had a cross-institutional strategic planning committee lead the development of the plan. So 5 key initiatives emerged with actionable plans. And then the plan, which will be implemented in the upcoming academic year, I think really offers us a simplified approach to fulfilling the college's purpose, vision, and core values. So I'd like to take just a couple of minutes here to highlight with you 3 strategies that were identified as part of our master facilities plan, but also embedded within our newly developed fiscal year 26-29 strategic plan. So the first strategic priority is the construction of a skilled trades center at our Creston campus. So again, in conjunction with that master facilities plan, we've recognized we've got booming enrollment in our career and technical education career academy program. So we have the need for additional classroom and lab space, particularly for our carpentry and building trades and also electrical technology career academies. So to meet this demand, we're beginning phase 1 of the skilled trades improvement project. So we'll be constructing a brand new 14,500 square foot skilled trade center on campus in the upcoming academic year. And so this project was recently spurred forward with the award of a $1 million Career Academy Incentive Fund grant. So this facility will provide that dedicated classroom and space so that we can continue to expand high quality Career Academy programs to develop our workforce talent pipeline and help prepare students for those high skill in-demand careers in carpentry and electrical technology. So construction on that project, we're hoping to have wrapped up by the spring of 27. And then phase 2 of that project looks to renovate our existing or a portion of our existing technical center on the Creston campus and really, just try to meet workforce needs here. Industries really want to see us develop a welding technology career academy program, and certainly the interest is there from our area high schools as well. So that will be phase 2 of that project. And then the second strategic priority that I wanted to share with you is this fall, we're preparing to launch an applied engineering technology career academy program in Osceola. So this project is a neat one. We've been working here for a few years in close partnership with Clark County Development Corporation. And we're just putting the finishing touches on the Osceola Regional Business and Industrial Technology Center in Osceola. And so as we open our doors this fall for that facility, that Applied Engineering Technology Career Academy program will be open for area students. So essentially that's going to help them with basic skills in various areas of manufacturing. So training in welding, electrical, hydraulic, pneumatics, blueprint reading. It's a 20 credit certificate for those students, and then it's stacked into our diploma and Associate of Applied Science degrees. And then ultimately, they have the opportunity to earn several industry recognized credentials within that programming as well. And then the final strategic priority that I wanted to share with you here this afternoon is the construction of a regional career academy center in Mount Ayr. So this project has gotten started with a partnership with 5 area school districts in Southern Iowa. And we also have a very close working relationship with Ringgold County Development. We were also awarded a $1 million Career Academy Incentive Fund grant to construct that Regional Career Academy Center. And construction will be taking place here in the upcoming academic year. We use that regional labor market data to help guide what programs to put into the center initially. And we settled on automotive repair technology, welding technology, nurse assisting, and education. So we're really excited about this project because this center really helps us in removing a transportation barrier for our area school districts living along the southernmost tier of Iowa. So these students will have a much easier time accessing high quality career and technical education programming opportunities. So kind of in summary, Southwestern is very excited to be able to be in a position here to embark on these exciting projects aimed at meeting the needs of our constituents. We really feel that these projects provide a great example of how we're able to work closely with our partners to meet regional workforce needs, and then simultaneously braiding internal funds with external funding streams to accomplish more for our region. And I do want to just extend a sincere thank you to the Iowa Department of Ed, as well as this board, Governor Reynolds, for choosing to invest dollars in the Career Academy Incentive Fund grant. Without the opportunity to obtain those dollars, we would not be in the position to be able to move 2 of these projects forward. So those have been game changers for us, as well as many other community colleges across the state. And we're very thankful to be able to partner up and make these things happen. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Brandy for a brief overview here of certified budget.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Southwestern Certified Budget is a reflection of the financial resources used to support the college's strategic plan, master facilities plan, and operational initiatives that President Stokes spoke about. The fiscal year 2025-26 unrestricted fund balance represents 1 month of operating expenses, which is consistent with our college's Board of Trustees board policy, and is a 2% increase over our re-estimated balance for fiscal year 24-25. The unrestricted revenue is budgeted conservatively based on flat student enrollment, a minimal increase in tuition rate, and a 1% increase in state general aid. For the restricted fund balance, that revenue includes the receipt of the Career Academy Incentive Fund grants that were spoke about, and that totals around $2 million, as well as other grant-funded programs on campus, such as Perkins, Adult Education programs, TRIO programs, Small Business Development Center, the STEM Hub, and others. In addition, economic development programs such as New Jobs Training and Workforce Training and Economic Development Funds are part of that restricted budget. All of these programs enhance the college's ability to play a vital role within the communities in our region. Moving to the variable levies in our certified budget, those variable levies provide funding to protect the assets of the college through the insurance levy. The insurance levy is our college's largest variable levy rate. And so over the last 2 years, the college has reviewed the structure of our insurance policies and made strategic changes to alleviate the financial pressures of increasing insurance premiums. So actions were taken, such as increasing deductibles, self-insuring in certain areas, and taking a serious look at our loss control measures as part of that process in ensuring fiscal responsibility. The consistency of the equipment replacement levy allows our instructional division the ability to budget for equipment that keeps our classroom technology and equipment current and relevant for our students. Our plant fund balance has grown slightly over the past few years in preparation of the implementation of our new master facilities plan. So we've accumulated ACE funds since 2020 when we had our last major capital project on campus. $2 million of our plant fund will be used to construct the skilled trades facility that was mentioned earlier. And in addition, the college is completing an HVAC replacement project in our instructional center at a cost of nearly $1 million this summer. While these are larger scale projects, remaining plant fund balances are used for the general maintenance of our current facilities. So in summary, our fiscal year 25-26 certified budget was prepared with estimates of state general aid, tuition revenues, salaries and benefit costs, and capital project costs, which were available at the time. However, our college leadership believes it will support our operational and capital project plans for the coming year. With that, we would take any questions.
A question related to credit versus non-credit student enrollment. It looks like non-credit is over double credit. But then when we look at credit faculty and non-credit faculty, vast majority of faculty are credit faculty. Can you just talk through that dynamic?
Yeah, so for credit student enrollment, we're just shy of 2,000 students that we're serving on an annual basis. We've got 16 high schools across our region. As we look at just the general population of our 8-county service area, we've got about 60,000 as of the last census report. And then you can see there on the non-credit student enrollment, about 4,500 is where we have been here most recently. We've got that new strategic plan that we're putting into place here for the upcoming academic year, and looking to make some headway both on the credit side and the non-credit side as we continue to serve business and industry.
And then on page 10 of the longer form though, it shows about 138 credit faculty and about 11 non-credit faculty. Does that mean that the vast majority of those credit faculty are teaching non-credit courses?
In some cases, we may have a few full-time faculty who may do some training, outside of their regular hours.
Yeah.
Other questions for Southwestern? Just you mentioned 1% for your restricted fund as a target goal for your board. Did I hear that correct?
For our unrestricted fund balance, it's
Yes.
our board policy that at the end of each year that it represent 8.33% of our revenues, which is about 1 month of operating expenses. So
Oh, 1 month. That's just in comparison, that's a little on the low side. I understand the philosophy behind it. Does that make you a little nervous as a CFO?
maybe a little, but it's worked. So
Okay, well, that's what the board wants. You want to maximize the amount of money you spend on students and not harbor the money, obviously, but
correct.
sometimes there's a happy balance there too. And I'm not second guessing anybody on anything, just as a CFO, I think that might be cutting a little short sometimes.
It sometimes it feels that way, yes, but we make it work.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can you also speak to the consistent advising onboarding process as a part of your Guided Pathways initiative and the success you've seen there?
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Dr. Snow. So, of course, we've been working on part of the Guided Pathways initiative here, gosh, since 2018, when the state really came on board with that. And so as we, dove into that opportunity, one of the gaps that we noticed is we needed to do a little bit better job of really taking a look at the whole student. Similar to other community colleges, we've got a lot of different folks who are onboarding, those students. And so we wanted to make sure we had a consistent process in place. And so our director of student development did some research for us with some other employees and put together a really nice checklist that we've been able to launch college-wide, just making sure that we're taking into account, if we have a student who's working, 30 hours a week, that we're appropriately placing that student in the right number of credits so that they can be successful. Looking at transportation barriers, again, just really focusing on that whole student and really getting away from that transactional advising experience that we had provided in the past.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Southwest? Hearing none, I would take a motion.
I'll move approval of the budget for Southwest.
Second.
Moved by Brian and second by Cindy to approve the Southwestern Community College budget. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Motion carried. Budget's approved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate it.
All right,
Much.
on to Iowa Valley.
On to Iowa Valley. Next, we have President Ann Hauser-Boyens joining us with CFO Gina Garber. We will give them a moment to elevate. Looking at Iowa Valley's enrollment, we see that they are around 3,000 on the credit student enrollment side, and just under that 3,000 number on the non-credit side. Still a significant percentage concurrent enrollment, 47%. Tuition and fees at $221. And then they've been doing work with lean processes. So they will speak a bit to that in their best practice highlight. So I will kick it over to our Iowa Valley colleagues to introduce themselves and share.
Great. Well, thank you. I am Ann Hauser-Boyens, president of Iowa Valley Community College District. Gina and I feel like it was just last week where we were sitting right next to Amy and presenting on our certified budget. Just and the last year has flown by. So a lot of good stuff going on at Iowa Valley. So some of the things I'm going to talk just about the highlights as well as our strategic priorities, and then hand it over to Gina for questions about the certified budget. So and again, Gina Garber, Vice President of Administration, is joining me here from the Valley. So I will tell you that some of the things I'm going to talk about today, you've already heard. So I think everyone is concentrating on making sure that we're all using best practices across the state. So some of the recent strategies that we have worked on include, actually, it is stemming from our guided pathways work, which we've been working on, of course, for quite a few years, but a reorganization of student services. Part of the reason that we needed to, of course, you are familiar with Iowa Valley as a district made up of Marshalltown Community College and Ellsworth Community College, as well as Iowa Valley Grinnell. What we have been working on in conjunction with these guided pathways is making sure that all the students receive the same consistent service and same experience, no matter their location. And so part of that, some of that guided pathways work has really had us take a look at student services and how are we organized across the district while still making sure that the specific colleges honor their history and their own student experiences. And so working through some processes to really align student services across the district. We have also embarking on a new bookstore model. With the rising cost of hardbound textbooks, a lot of our faculty have been using what's called inclusive access. And so these are coursework, instructional materials that are attached to an online course shell. Over 80% of our faculty members at the district have already been using a model as such. And so what we are doing is actually working on integrating that into every single class. So a faculty member will have the choice of whether to use an electronic textbook or a hard copy textbook. This will also ensure that students have their materials on the first day and will actually simplify the billing process for students. Some of you know textbook costs are on the rise, and this model will actually decrease the costs for the vast majority of our students. And so really looking forward to launching that this fall. We're also working on sharing some faculty members with some of our local K-12 districts. As Amy had said, almost half of our district serves concurrently enrolled students. And we have found that some faculty members on both the K-12 side and the community college side are difficult to find. In our work with the K-12s, welding faculty are difficult to staff. And so we have partnered this fall. We have partnered with South Tama High School as well as Grinnell High School to use their welding facilities, state-of-the-art facilities, and deliver concurrently enrolled students welding classes where they don't even have to leave the building, their particular building. And so very excited to get those career academies launched. We also, many of you may know, be familiar with lean processes, really looking at where a process is inefficient and where maybe some bottlenecks are, and moving to a future state and making a process much more smoother, in particular for our students, but also for our employees. And so we've done a lot of work with lean processes, including streamlining human resources and in particular, onboarding new employees. We've looked at the certified nursing application system for our students and how we can make that easier for them, but also easier to manage on the internal side. Also really looked at the billing process. How are our students receiving their bills? Are they receiving them the way that they want to? Are we making it easy for students to access and fulfill those financial obligations in conjunction with financial aid? And so that's been a big one. Also looking deeply at the financial aid process. So like I had mentioned before, Iowa Valley is made up of two colleges, Marshalltown and Ellsworth, who for years had two financial aid IDs. And so very different financial aid processes. We, over the last 2 years, have been working to move to one financial aid ID for the entire district. And again, making sure that that is a smooth and streamlined process for our students. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to make quite the progress that we have wanted to in joining that, I think with some of the different changes that are going on at the federal level with financial aid. And so we are still working on our internal processes and making sure that that is efficient as we can. Also, we're looking at housing, making sure that students who are interested in residing in the residence halls have an easy and good experience looking at when deciding on residence halls, but also on the whole, we're really looking at our budgeting process as well, making sure that our budget is proactive as opposed to reactive, and we're really using, in particular, our strategic priorities to, using our budget to fund our strategic priorities. And so another big project that we are taking on is a new strategic plan. The strategic plan, we actually wrap up our 2020 to 2025 strategic plan to our board next week. And so really giving the highlights of all of the incredible outcomes that have come from that plan. And then as of July 1st, we will launch our 2025 to 2030 strategic plan. Have done a lot of work with that, very, very student driven. We've got a lot of student information as well as a lot of feedback from faculty and staff in really making that a very robust and a very robust strat plan that we can build on. So some of the major strategic priorities that we have coming up here, I don't know if you can see my gray hairs from here, but the esports world, some of you may understand the esports world. With this gray hair, I don't really understand it, but the esports programming that is very, very successful, and in bringing in students who are highly academically talented as well as incredible esports athletes. And so we have had a huge influx of students who are looking to go into not only in the field, or excuse me, not only to participate in the extracurriculars, but also to participate on the academic programming with esports. And so we are expanding that at both at the Marshalltown location, as well as in Iowa Falls, and really looking forward to seeing how that drives enrollment. We're also very appreciative of the CAF grant that we received, and are actually just opened the bids for improving our automotive program at Grinnell, at the Iowa Valley Grinnell Center, and also looking forward to launching a CDL program. There is a CDL program in partnership with the DOT here in Marshalltown. So also looking to expand nursing into an evening program. So we will not be needing to expand any facilities on that. We will be increasing the another faculty member, but we will be using all of our nursing facilities to capacity with an evening program. So very excited to launch that this fall. Also, we're looking to increase distance learning offerings for students and expanding to maybe markets that are outside of our traditional age of 18. I think our average age is just a smidge over 19. And with some distance learning offerings, we hope to increase our adult education, or excuse me, our adult population for credit programming. So I was talking a little bit about the automotive program, the CDL program. We are also working to expand into automation and robotics. These in particular, these programs have been some of the reason why we're going after these particular programs really has to do with info from and feedback from our businesses and industry, needing CDL drivers, needing more people who are well-versed in automation and robotics, and of course the healthcare need. And so all of these strategic priorities really have to go back, stem right back to the needs of our local businesses and industry. So with that, I would like to hand it over to Gina for any questions regarding the certified budget.
Thank you all. I
Questions
have not prepared a formal, and I know we're running on time, so I would welcome questions if you have any.
Yeah, you know, the report on table 3.8, the ending fund balance for unrestricted is minus $2+ million. Can you tell me what's going on?
Let me get to 3.8. Can you repeat that?
Yeah.
Table 3.8.
Page 21.
Page 21.
Page 21. Okay.
And did you ask about the unrestricted?
Yes.
Yes. So that is, you know, as many have said before, our certified budget is our authority to spend, and we make our best estimates at the time. We also, I think it was maybe Southwest, have a fund balance that has been growing, and we wanted to access those funds, or have the potential to access. No specific plans right now, but we do have a requirement with our board policy to maintain 1/12 of our operating budget. So we're well above that, and there's just a few one-time expenditures that we are looking at spending in the next year. So that's why we have, we don't anticipate going negative, but that's, that gives us the authority to spend then.
Gina, in the same report, I see that your revenues are up a little over 9% this year from last year. Is there one place in general that you would point to for the increase in revenue or?
I will say, we have done very well with our investments. I don't know that that represents the full amount. We have also been focused on increasing our utilization of the levy with the OEPI, so we've grown that. Still controlling overall insurance costs, but then we are able to utilize that through transfers, so that might represent that as well. Not that it's a huge deal, because you probably did the math, but on page 5, I did not catch that our resident tuition in table 1-1 for FY25 is actually 203, not 230. And so it adds up then when you add in the fees to the cost of enrollment there. So sorry about that, Amy.
Thanks for catching that.
Questions for Iowa Valley? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I would move approval of Iowa Valley's FY26 certified budget.
Second. Moved by Cass, and second by Brian to approve Iowa Valley's budget. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carried. Congratulations. Just a heads up, we will do Iowa Western, then we'll be taking a break. So, thank you, Iowa Valley.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, joining us from Iowa Western, we'll have President Dan Kinney Jr. as well as CFO Eddie Holtz. Go ahead and promote them while I give a brief overview. Credit students served at Iowa Western, we see just over 8,700 students on the credit side and non-credit just under 6,000. A little bit less percentage concurrent enrollment than we've seen with some of the previous colleges. They're at 33.6% concurrent enrollment. And tuition and fees were at 226 per credit hour in that 23-24 year. For best practice, they were going to speak a bit about zero-based budgeting and a deferred maintenance plan. Looks like they're being elevated.
So far. Okay, I'm Dan Kinney, president here at Iowa Western Community College. Been here about 4 years now. Prior to that, I was a president of another institution for 11 and a half years in the state of Iowa. I got Eddie Holtz on our CFO. So I'm going to kind of start going through this. I think you guys probably have seen our strategic plan. Honestly, we just rewrote it and went live with it in 2024. I came here, well, honestly, right after COVID, and we'd redone it. And honestly, COVID really had changed us quite a bit. The prior president here was here for 27 and a half years. So a lot of quick changes when I got here that the board had directed me on. First one's been our enrollment. When I got here, we really concentrated on our dual credit enrollment. Last couple of years, we've seen a larger percent. I know Amy had talked about, being a little bit less on that. We're kind of moving forward with that. A lot of that's behind as students get to know you, they tend to then attend your institution. And I think, and I told everybody here, I said, give me a couple of years, we're going to do that. Last year, we had an overall increase of 5%. I don't want to say our next year fall number that we're tracking right now, but it's a little shocking to me what the increase that we could potentially have when it comes to here. But so, our dual credit, our overall credit last year is 5, our dual is 12.8. And then the other focus I really had was on our non-credit side. And we've seen a significant growth in the last 2 years. I think the year prior was about 8%. This last year was just shy of 10% itself. To help build that dual credit, very active in the regional centers. Before the CAF grant came on at the previous institution I was at, I had started putting in, well, career centers back then, but now they're regional academies. And, fortunately, again, with the CAF grant, we've been able to get $1 million for those. We started one in Missouri Valley a couple of years ago. We'll be about this year. We should be at max capacity there. East Mills, we brought up a couple tracks last year. We'll bring a remainder of the tracks up this year. And then we'll be starting at Glenwood this next year with a couple of tracks, with the following year with all the tracks up and going. We also did some work at Harlan. Fortunately back then there was only the $1 million. We were able to secure honestly, it was a facility that we built dual with their city, probably 15, 20 years ago. The north side of that facility was supposed to be a business incubator. It never took off. So about 3 weeks after I got here, I was joking around with the city council and said, I'll buy it for $1. 2 weeks later, they sold it to me for $1. So I was able to obtain that facility, which then allowed us the ability to do some career academies over there. So we've been able to build them over there without the CAF grant. Another big focus when I got here was definitely, master campus planning, looking into the future, and deferred maintenance. We went through both of those studies. We did a deferred maintenance study here of every building. The project or the book itself, when we were done, was about 376 total pages, all the criticals and things like that. So we've been able to really build in, and Eddie can talk a little bit more about that when I turn it over to him for the certified budget. But we really have been looking and focusing on our deferred maintenance these last couple of years. I think kind of a neat deal out of that is our residential halls. We have a couple older ones, or apartment buildings that honestly we had a water leak in it, so we're going to need to gut it anyway. Our own construction program is doing a renovation on that. It really saves us money, but it gives our students a hands-on experience. I mean, they're going to be able to come back to campus someday as an alumni and say, I redid that building. So it gives them great experience. So that's something we're pretty proud of where we're going there. The other thing was zero budgeting. It's something I've done for a number of years, is really just every year almost trying to start zero, because programs grow, they shrink, they move around, things like that. And I'm going to use my budget for an example. I mean, we had a lot of money built in for my budget for in-state travel. I'm not in Des Moines today. I'm sitting in Council Bluffs. So I saved some schools some money. So I've been able to really look at that and move some money around, and we've been able to do that around. So we really started with a few of our programs last year. We're doing a remainder of them this year. And to me, about every 5 years, you literally just need to zero everything out and start over. Make everybody justify exactly where they're spending. Because today, our welding program may have 100 students in it. 5 years, they may have 25. But if we haven't adjusted the budgets, it's a real struggle for us. The other issue we had when I got here is, it was about 2 years ago. We had a lot of ghost students, that fraud that was out there. We identified, in fact, one of our instructors kind of brought to our attention on a Friday afternoon. We've done a ton of work onto that, and we're excited to say we're getting them out. We're catching them. I think we were kind of leading the state, when that happened. Eddie and his staff, along with our enrollment management staff, got together and really worked on some processes to stop that. Now, are we perfect? No, we know some of those will be sneaking through, but honestly, we've been asked to speak a lot of places, even nationally, about what we're doing, how do we do it to catch those, because everybody's having those issues out there. And this is 30 years ago, we had them. They just did it on paper. They'd show up for class and walk out. Now it's all, AI is driving me crazy when it comes to that. Just some of the really new programs. We really haven't started a ton of new programs since I've been here. One is we really needed to grow our current CTE programs. What were we doing there? Updating, classroom facilities, equipment, things like that. So we spent a lot of time working on that. In the meantime, we've also created a new process. So when we are looking at a new program, going through the academics and the finance, we've got a spreadsheet that really help us. Here's our initial cost. When's our payback onto that? Minimum students needed, things like that. So that's a new process that we're really implementing next year. And probably are going to be looking at a few new programs. But something I think that's unique that we did bring online is we put our LPN program in a hybrid situation. We honestly got with Cass Health, which got a grant from the governor to increase our nursing staff. So we did a hybrid program with them. We had it last year. In fact, here in a week, I will know, make sure they passed and everything like that. But that's been good. We are going to take that to the next level and add that as an RN program. It allows flexibilities for definitely adult learners that are out there. In our nursing program, you look at our average age is about 20 on our students. Our nursing program's closer to the higher 20s, low 30s. So a lot of, working parents and stuff like that. But on the non-credit side, we've really, as you see, we've grown. One of the big programs we brought up online was our CDL bus driver, again, through grants that we're able to receive. Those programs are at max. We probably need to continue to grow those. We've had some good partnerships with local businesses. They even donated some semis to us so we could continue to grow that program. And I'm excited about the bus driver program. We have been in a lot of our school districts out there helping them get bus drivers. In fact, we have a superintendent that's going to help us this summer. He's going to teach one for us down in our southern portion of it. He's certified. We got him certified to be a teacher, so we're kind of excited about that. He's going to help us with that. Another program we started up that we started hearing a lot about, dog grooming. That is at max. These are all non-credit programs, but dog grooming. I kind of laughed about it. We found a classroom, got water in it and stuff like that. We could literally offer that every week and fill that. It's about, I think, I can't remember how many contact hours are in it, but we could run back to back to back to back. We have a waiting list for that one, so that's kind of fun. Another one that we've done is really generators. We have a partner here locally who is an electrician who does a lot of the large generators. So if the power went off in the building you guys are in today, there's probably a backup generator. We are one of the national training centers for Kohler generation out there. So we're bringing people from all over America into Council Bluffs, training them in the generation repair side of the house. Again, non-credit. We are eventually going to move some of that into some of our programs so students can get certificates to do it. Probably the partnership that I'm probably most proud of, and honestly why it didn't get on it there because I just graduated 5. A couple years ago, our construction class was building some park benches, and one of our homeless shelters said, yeah, we could take them. So we had a student sign them and stuff like that. And then some of our staff took it down there, especially our director who oversees our non-credit side. And there's a guy kept looking underneath it, and he was homeless in the shelter. And he goes, I heard my granddaughter built one of these. And we said, okay, what are we going to do? Right now, we are working with New Visions, us, and in some industry here locally. We are putting them through non-credit welding classes. They're homeless, and they're going through those classes. Businesses are helping to donate the equipment that they need, the protective equipment in regards to that. And we're using some of our PACE and GAP dollars to do that. Just last week, and the story just came out, we graduated 5 individuals. I am so proud of that. We're taking them from homeless. We are putting them in a high demand career field that our area sees and needs in this region. These employers are hiring them. So we're getting them from homelessness back on their feet. So we're pretty excited about that. A little bit of one other thing that we've really done is last summer we joined the NC3, the National Coalition of Certification Centers. So we're working with businesses such as Snap-on, Train, 3M, Lincoln Electric Welding, Thermo King, Kubota, and I keep naming them, in regards to industrial recognized certificates, that we're taking these certificates and embedding them into our credit courses. Eventually we'll be doing some of it non-credit too. So students may earn 1 credit hour or a 3-hour class in diesel tech. They could come out of there with torque wrench, multimeter, and some other certification. So at the end of the course, we are teaching this stuff anyway. Now they can come out, take the test. So they'll come out with 3 credit hours, but could potentially have 3 certificates that they can take. And then they can put that on their resume. Yes, I completed my diesel tech, but I also got X, Y, and Z. We did some hand tool identification last year, precision measurement, more of a math type of deal. Those are our first 2. This next summer, right now, we're sending people to mechanical and electrical torque, scanner diagnostics, and multimeter. So we'll continue to build on those. but that's really helped us build and add things into our program. Kind of here in the future, one of the things is we have ran out of not classroom space, we ran out of lab space. So we will be running a bond this fall, starting in a new transportation center. We'll move our diesel tech, our auto, our CDL program, because right now our CDL program trains on our residential hall parking lot. Not the safest environment, but we're getting there. But we'll be able to put a driving course up there for them. But then we'll take their space and be able to expand our welding, electrical, all those courses that we have. So we'll be able to grow all that lab space through that one building addition onto us. We are also continuing to expand our CT and our non-credit side. What can we do? How do we work with business as we get out there? Two programs that we're going to be starting this year is carpet and flooring installation. We had local contractors come to us, said it's a shortage, we need them. They've hooked us up with the right people, so we're able to get some grants to help us start up that program. And the other one is appliance repair. So those will be non-credit programs that we're going to start up that really industry told us they needed, and that we'll be able to move forward. So that was quick. I know. I apologize. I'm going to turn it over to Eddie, and you guys are probably all budgeted out. So we'll let Eddie cover some things there. So
again, I don't have a formal presentation. I don't know how many of you guys know Dr. Kenny, but right there, he just went in 12 different directions. That is every day for us here. It's sometimes hard to keep up with his energy, let alone find the money to support all the initiatives that we are going through. But again, a lot of exciting things happen at Iowa Western, a lot of fun, and definitely a lot of energy. But any specific questions on the budget that I can answer for you?
Are all these new programs that you're talking about in the general funds revenue and total expenditures, or are they somewhere else?
No, for the most part, they're in the general fund. Keep in mind they're estimated. We try to estimate a little high too, because tomorrow we might be doing cat grooming. I don't know what's coming tomorrow. But again, trying to be realistic, be conservative, but also plan for, we don't know what tomorrow holds. So
in your plant funds, the total is equal to the expenditures. Are there large capital improvements you're doing?
There are, and there's some quirks in the budgets that we probably need to work through with the Department of Management to make them a little more realistic. Some projects don't actually flow through on the expense side until they're depreciated out. So the plant fund gets hard to really compare it like you can with the general fund. So it makes it a little quirkier, is a bad choice of words. They start trying to mix. And I'm going to speak accounting nerd here for a second, but cash basis accounting versus accrual based accounting. Those are some things that we've identified and we've worked on. And we just need to do more work on the budget to make sure that they show a accurate picture for individuals like yourselves. But yes, we have a lot of capital initiatives, a lot of deferred maintenance initiatives out there, a lot of HVAC deficiencies, a lot of energy savings initiatives, and just general renovations for different programs. And most of those type of expenses do flow through the plant fund.
Thank you.
Related to your staffing model, looking at page 10 and 11 of the longer form. So together your faculty total about 430, and then the clerical staff that are identified as quote secretarial in nature are about 392. Which is unique from other budgets. Can you talk through what might be driving that?
Yeah, I'm guessing, just looking at the temp clerical, that it's probably capturing all student employees as well on that temp clerical, that 197 piece of that. The 104.90 is probably fairly close to accurate, but that temp is probably capturing the student side. As a whole, all 15 community colleges try to report numbers as similar across the board. That doesn't always happen, but that would be my guess.
So for removing student employees is likely more around 200.
Maybe shy of that. Maybe it's 150. Or yes, I'm sorry, if I remove 150, we might be closer to 250 if you remove student employees from that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Iowa Western?
Move approval of the Iowa Western Community College certified budget.
Second.
By Brian, second by Brooke to approve the budget for Iowa Western. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried, the budget's approved. Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I definitely want to recognize Director Snow and Amy. You got great staff there. I can email Amy at any time, even in the middle of the night, because I do, and she responds back quickly. So I appreciate Amy and Director Snow in regards, especially Director Snow coming in and trying to really learn our system. And Director, we need to get you on campus still.
That would be great.
In fact, I would love to have the whole board. If you guys want to do a board meeting over here, we'll set it up for you.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
appreciate the invitation.
Thank you all.
Thank you much.
Thank you. But we're going to break till 3:05.
Okay.
And in terms of their best practice, they're going to talk a bit about the Educate program, which is designed to provide inclusive post-secondary education and experiences for students with intellectual disabilities. So I will hand it over to President Pedersen and to Mindy Eastman.
Yes, thanks, Amy, and it's really good to see everyone. Certainly a former colleague and President Robbins, and also some friendly faces there with the DE. So thank you for this opportunity. You know, following Dr. Kinney, that's kind of a hard task. So we'll see how I can do with that one. And I think Mindy and I's goal is to get you guys back on schedule, right? So we can do everything we can to help with that. But no, I'm just finishing up my first year after spending a number of years in the K-12 system, and I've just really enjoyed working in the community college system. Some of you may or may not know this, but as a first-generation college student, I started my educational journey at Indian Hills Community College. So certainly community college changed my life. I wouldn't be on this Zoom with you today without all the individuals at community college that really worked hard to help me be successful. So it's a very important thing for me. So a couple of things I want to share, and then we're also going to ask Dr. Rachel McGuire, our VP of Student Development and Success, to come on to share our college highlight. I just wanted to mention some things that we're really proud of, our students, our faculty, and our staff that you may be aware of, but just kind of wanted to mention. Our enrollment this past year, we actually had, from a percentage increase, our largest enrollment increase since 1985. So we are also seeing hopefully some increases next year. Quite honestly, increases in traditional students, high school students, and adult learners too. So it's really nice to see that here in North Iowa from that standpoint too. Also, some things that we're proud of is we ranked first in graduation rate at 60% in the state. We ranked first for student success at 68%, and second in the state in transfer rate for 34%. So we're really excited about the work that everyone is doing here at NIAC in North Iowa. From that standpoint. So those are a few facts I wanted to give you. And now I want to kind of head over to Dr. McGuire. She's going to talk to you about something we're really proud of, a program called Educate.
Thank you. So Educate stands for Education, Career, and Training Experience. And this is a program that we started last year. It's a 4-semester comprehensive transition and post-secondary program, or CTP. We are the only community college in the state of Iowa to have a CTP program. The other two in the state, one is University of Iowa and the other one is Northwestern College in Orange City. And this program really helps prepare our students that have intellectual disabilities because their curriculum is tailored to what their interests are. But the three main components of it is academic, career development, and personal independence. So these students that have some of these disabilities can come to campus and have the college experience like any other student. They get to take in college classes. They also have individual counseling with some of our staff where they meet once a week and kind of set their plan and keep them on track. And then also they can participate in student activities, and we even allow them to live on campus. And so they really can get the full college experience. And like I said, with that academic component, we also have with them doing some of the work-based learning and such as internships and job shadows, just to get them out and get them into things that they're interested in. We had a small group this year. We started with 3, and quite honestly, that was enough for our first year because of all the additional things that need to happen with these students. But we want to get this program up to 10 or 12 students each year on campus. And so with this being a CTP program and that it's approved by the Department of Education, these students, if they qualify for financial aid, they can get financial aid to help pay for it.
Thanks, Rachel. And I do want to mention too, I'm very fortunate with Dr. McGuire and Mindy to have veteran staff members looking out for this rookie president too. So just really appreciate their support. I want to talk a little bit about our strategic priorities that are listed on page 22. Then I want to hand it over to Mindy to talk a little bit about the budget and certainly get questions answered. We are in the midst of working with the Institute for Decision Making out of the University of Northern Iowa to update our strategic plan for the next 5 years. It kind of was a perfect timing for me coming in as a new president. I really enjoy working with IDEM. I think we've worked with them at NIAC for the last 2 strategic plans before that. So we're in the midst of getting community feedback and hope to have something early fall or late fall as far as that for our new strategic plan from that standpoint. From a program offering standpoint, we will be launching a new aviation program. And we're really thankful to the Department of Education for your support. This is a little different. We'll be working with North Iowa Air Service and the Mason City Airport for this program. Some of you may know this, but Mason City just opened about a $50 million new terminal in our area, and it's a positive thing. So we looked at how can we certainly help with that program. We know it's in different areas in the state, but because of the capital investment for the airplanes, it can be fairly challenging. So we partnered with North Iowa Flying Service to also help with some of the flight training. We also have students doing many of their general education courses with us. So it's really a great community partnership that we couldn't pull off on our own. And we think it's really great that we'll be able to do that. We also think that aviation maintenance may be another program that could come at a later time from that standpoint too. We also are in the middle of a planning process. Our dental community in North Iowa asked me to look at dental hygiene and the need for a dental hygienist in our area. And so we are actually working on that as we speak and looking at some possibilities to add dental hygiene to our college too. So we'll be able to share that in the future too from that standpoint. The other thing that's been taking a large chunk of our time this year is going through a campus facility master plan. And as you can see with having a new president, we're doing a lot of that early planning and strategic work to kind of lay the foundation for the next 5 to 10 years and the work that we do from that standpoint. We're working with Berglund and Cram, a local architecture firm, to identify areas that need updates, to identify just aesthetic updates, but also trying to put together a plan how we will use our plant fund, appropriately and effectively over the next 5 to 10 years from that standpoint. So, like I said, strategic planning, facility planning, and new programs that are happening. We have strong programs in CTE and a strong transfer program too. So, many of you may know that we've actually had a community college in our community for a long time, Mason City Junior College. So I think it was our 105th commencement ceremony that we had last Friday. So a long history of the importance of education in North Iowa, and we still honor our Mason City Junior College graduates too whenever we have a ceremony. So with that being said, I'll hand it over to Mindy just for maybe an overview of the budget, and then certainly appreciate any questions you have or any additional information.
Sure, thanks. I'll just kind of give an overview of our philosophy, kind of how we start to build the budget. We're fairly conservative over the years and have continued to be that. For tuition, we base our tuition projections on enrollment, and we use a 3-year average, which recently, in most recent years has been negative. We did have a significant increase this year, but 1 year is not a trend. So we still honored that 3-year average of about 2.5%, and then just had a nominal increase in tuition of $5 per credit hour, no increase to fees. I had estimated 2% increase in state aid, but we are one of the colleges that are part of the adjustment for the colleges that were receiving not as much state aid as they had thought, as part of the president's plan to revamp that SGA distribution. And so then 2%, but we only get half of it. So it was pretty nominal for that. As far as expenses, we budgeted and were actually able to complete a 4% salary increase, mostly due to the fact that our health insurance had a 0% increase. Although at the time of budgeting, as you know, we don't know any of that. So I had budgeted for a 4% increase there. Most of the other things are just pretty standard in increase for inflation. Plant funds,
we did receive a grant from the Economic Development Authority, federal grant, and we will be building, we're just going to be accepting bids this month finally for a career center in Hampton. So that's $3 million that from the EDA, and then there's $1 million match for us. And we do anticipate probably a little bit of fundraising to go along with that too, with support from the communities down in that area. And then we do have a planned renovation of some office spaces and also some roof replacements. So that's most of what makes up that plant fund, and as well as other improvements. As Joel mentioned, we're super excited about the campus master plan and strategic plan to kind of make some plans going forward for just some great opportunities to improve our campus for students.
One of the things I would add, just that made me think about this when Mindy mentioned the Franklin County Center or Hampton, is that after the Hampton Center is completed, and we've also had support from the state with the Career Academy incentives in Forest City and also in Charles City. And so once the Hampton Center is completed, between Forest City, Charles City, and Hampton and our main campus, all of our patrons or our high school students will be within 30 minutes of a career center or main campus in Region 2. So I think that's exciting that from an access standpoint, when we look at some of our rural schools, you know, at Hampton, we're going to be able to connect with Belmont Clemmy, which is a little bit below, you know, a little bit outside of in Region 2, kind of hard to connect. So we look at that. And we look at Hampton Dumont from that standpoint too. So just really like that our footprint and our partnerships with our local schools should be something that we could have long-term to have availability to those students too.
Joel, what programs are you targeting for Franklin County with Hampton?
Yeah, because it'll only be three schools in Franklin County, not the same requirements because it was a federal EDA grant. West Fork, Belmont Clemmy, and Hampton Dumont, we're going to have health occupations, we're going to have business, and also advanced manufacturing will be the three that we had there. We had also looked at construction trades. Sometimes the challenge with that is when you have construction trades and advanced manufacturing, they pull from the same students, and that can be a little bit difficult. We do think we could do some support with the community. The other thing about the career centers, we do a ton of continuing education. So the community uses those centers outside of our school day to do career planning too. So we want to do a lot of construction trades with perhaps the community and continuing education.
Thank you. Just a couple of observations. I think balance is pretty healthy up there at night. Is that part of your board goals or?
Excuse me. So while I'm a seasoned employee, I've only been in this position a couple of years, and my predecessor had been, in anticipation of an upcoming capital expenditure, had been conservatively building up a fund balance in the unrestricted general fund, which should have been in the plant fund because of the kind of expenditure that it will be. And so I've included in the budget an internal transfer, a non-mandatory transfer to the plant fund of $4 million. So that will be coming down. And we are actually working with our board on, they're wanting to discuss kind of what our target is. And we don't currently have that in board policy, and see if that's a direction we want to go and get some input from them.
Just a FYI, on page 21, the ending fund balance for, there must be a typo in there. The lack of a digit.
Oh yeah, it's missing a 1, so it's 22,806,149, I believe. I did notice that.
I knew there had to be a digit in there somewhere. Other questions for now?
President Peterson, just as you looked at the staff distribution, it looks like, and I'm on pages 10 and 11 again, for professional staff, it's about 245. For faculty, it's about 160, and for clerical staff, it's about 133. Can you, the proportion of professional staff is much higher. Can you talk through that pattern?
So we have made an effort to kind of focus on supporting students. And we've added positions to our student services division. Several of those are the CCTCs, college and career transition coordinators out in the high schools. And our faculty has been pretty stable over time. Some of those part-time in the clerical staff would be, as Eddie had mentioned, from Iowa Western, probably some student workers in there, which kind of skews the clerical staff numbers.
So it could be that the credit faculty are teaching fuller course loads or.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions for Naya?
I would add to that, Director Snow, that one of the things that we're doing is looking at, because of our enrollment, adding a couple more comp teachers. And if we continue to have that enrollment go up, we'll add faculty just to help with some of those sections. We're also trying to manage that that interesting dynamic between students wanting to take online classes and face-to-face courses. So I definitely think that's something for the first time. Hopefully we'll have a need to add faculty. Hadn't been the case over many years. And so that's something that we'll definitely be watching with our enrollment. Hopefully our enrollment increases.
Thank you. President Peterson, this is just a question that the talk about the career centers has kind of sparked. How often do you evaluate the programming in the career centers to determine that it's still on point?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That actually has been coming up quite a bit. I think once again, the Forest City, I think we're coming up on 4 or 5 years. Charles City, we're just finishing our first year. I would say that we need to put a better plan in place for that, but we're already seeing, I would say, one area that for whatever reason, whether it's recruitment or whether it's promotions, but IT, for example, in Forest City and Charles City has struggled. We know there's jobs there, but that's one we're actually going to come together with superintendents this fall and talk about, is it something we need to continue? Is it something we need to change from that standpoint? So I would say that we have those discussions informally, but I think it would be helpful for us to kind of solidify that into a more of a ongoing evaluation cycle and using different data points to kind of drive that. So I don't know if Rachel, if there's anything you would add to that, but I think we're still learning about that, but I think it's something we need to have a more formal process in place.
Anything else? Nothing, I would entertain a motion.
Budget as present. Second that motion.
Moved by Brooke and seconded by Cass, to approve the budget for the Iowa Area Community College. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone.
Northeast Iowa.
Right, sticking in the northern portion of the state, we've got President Dave Doms and CFO Lexi Wagner to speak with us about NICC's budget. NICC serves 5,760 credit students and over 18,000 non-credit students. And they are over 50% concurrent enrollment, 57%, one of the higher. And tuition and fees at $220. In terms of their best practice, they're going to speak with us about an equipment inventory review. Thank you for being here.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President and Board of Education members. Appreciate your time this afternoon, giving us a chance to talk about NICC. This afternoon, Lexi and I will be working through various areas in which we'd like to address, beginning with challenges in our budget process, assumptions being made, opportunities that we're seeing, And then finally, cost-cutting strategies that are in place or will be going into place soon. Being here for 10 years and the majority of that as the CFO, I'd have to say that coming into the first of this calendar year is probably one of the most challenging economic and unstable situations that as a college and all of our colleges have had to address. With the uncertainty and the volatility that we've seen that we needed to address as we look at expense constraints and fund balances, as well as how we continue to expand and grow our programming. So I'd like to, talk a little bit about that first when it comes to some of the uncertainties that when we go through our budgeting process. I say that we take a conservative approach, but an accurate approach, and that's important to distinguish in the fact that we look for certainty about what we can understand presently and what we think will change going forward. And certainly from the indications that we saw coming out of Washington earlier this year, that added to a variety of conversations that we had. And I will say in the past, establishing the budget, at least at NICC, was a process between the president and the CFO office. And this year was a collective discussion between all of cabinet. The importance of understanding all the nuances and complexities of the college between credit and non-credit and our various facilities was important for, as a leadership group, to understand the issues at hand and how we address those collectively. And some of the things that we've had to deal with that I think sometimes don't get realized is, for example, NICC has 2 bargaining groups, and we are currently in our bargaining sessions. Today, there is a CPI that really sets the floor for what your wages are adjusted or can be adjusted going forward for the next year. And that's CPI this year that we're all under is about a 3% increase. So that sets the minimum amount that we are looking at for adjustment to our payroll being about 80% of our total expenses. So it's a significant number that you try to assess, but you really don't know until here we are in May and we're still in bargaining. Other uncertainties regarding funding levels, especially on the federal side of things, when it comes to the concern around Pell Grant changes and TRIO program support, for example, in 2 areas that would have significant impact to our students and the funding that they would receive, which would have a rippling effect, not only this year, but going forward into future years. So all of those considerations we have to take in discussion, and how we have, even though we've put a budget to you today, what is our alternatives if things like that were to happen, and what would be our adjustments and decisions going forward interim year. And those are just as important discussions as what led up to what you're seeing in our budget today. And with that, I think those are some of the challenges I wanted to address today. And I will turn over to Lexi to talk about some of the budget assumptions.
Yeah, so as we build our budget, we have to base it on a number of different assumptions because the details are still unknown. So for FY26, we are planning a balanced budget in our unrestricted general fund. And then we are planning to spend down a portion of our restricted general fund next year. So if you were to look at page 2 of our certified budget summary, you'd see that we do have a planned deficit under our general fund. And that's intentional, and it's tied to 2 factors. So the first is that our FY25 insurance renewal came in lower than expected when we set our insurance rate levy last year. So that allows us to carry over the surplus, and we can use it for our insurance premiums in FY26. And then the second is that we've budgeted for planned equipment purchases using carryover fund balance from our equipment replacement levy. So some of our revenue budget assumptions for next year, our largest revenue source is tuition and fees. It makes up about 44% of our unrestricted general fund budget. Our board has approved a 3.5% increase in tuition and fee rates for the next year. Overall, our enrollment has been growing, but that growth is in our high school concurrent enrollment. It had been a while since we'd increased our concurrent tuition rate, so we are increasing it for the upcoming year to help offset those rising costs. Then our second largest revenue source is state general aid. It makes up about 35% of our unrestricted general fund revenue. And at the time of preparing the budget certification, we were assuming a 1.5% increase in aid. Then looking at the expenditure side, like Dave said, payroll is our largest expenditure. We're a bit over 80%. And so our base wage increase is tied to the CPI, which is around 3%. So essentially what that's saying is our largest portion of our budget is a fixed cost. Just one notable capital expense for the next year. It's our final project under a $39 million bond referendum. And that is, we're currently renovating our industrial technology building in Piasta. So we're adding in a new advanced manufacturing flexible lab space.
And along with some budgeting areas in which we make certain that we are focused on is with our accreditation with HLC and their CFI index. It's important that we understand the calculations that they're making. Number 4 priority and with HLC and accreditation is financial sustainability, excuse me, and as well as HLC, but also our Moody's rating. It's important, which is another set of financial ratios and matrix that we need to make sure that we adhere to for their purposes as well. Like to get into some opportunities that we see that, and a couple of those was in your material today. Program expansion that we're undertaking right now is our radiology technology program, and moving that from 16 capacity to 30, and that is fully enrolled for this fall. To accomplish that, we've needed to increase our lab space at a couple of non-energized X-ray machines, and then reach out to the various hospitals and clinical spaces throughout our district to add the volume that we need to expand the program by about double. So that is well under its way, and we'll be ready for this fall. In addition, our nursing program, we both have the LPN and RM programs that are both fully accredited, and we're the only college in the state that has both programs fully accredited. Our current enrollment under those 2 programs, we operate at both of our campuses, Calmer and Piasta. Practical nursing is a spring enrollment of 116 students, and our other ADN program is at 64. Both of those are expected to, and initial enrollment numbers show that they will both be expanding, and we know that we'll be hiring at least 1 and possibly 2 additional nursing staff to handle the additional enrollment that we're seeing there. We also increased our CDL program the end of last year. In your packet, you've seen the IT lab renovation that we're moving to be complete this fall with a grand opening and ribbon cutting for that. Taking our traditional programming and expanding it to short-term micro-credentials to meet workforce needs. So it will be a very flexible workspace, allow us to have larger numbers of students to be going through our facility throughout the year. Program modifications, so some things that you look at that you've got to make a decision whether you can keep or need to put on the side for a while. We had a math transfer major that we eliminated this year because of low enrollment. We have in Calmer, we had a 2-year automotive program that was starting to roll off in enrollment, and we moved that to a 1-year program, and we're seeing an increase coming back around, but that is a change in programming there. And then in our early childhood program in Piasta, we'll move that to an online to district-wide program just because of the enrollment issues that we're having with that as well. For that, obviously, we continue to partner as every day with our high school partnerships and how we work with them in our centers throughout our district and continue to value the relationship with them. With that, I'll turn it to Lexi for some cost containment strategies.
Yeah, so we're actively working on some cost containment strategies. Our Board of Trustees recently approved a retirement incentive plan. So that will help us reset our payroll costs and will provide opportunities to realign or readjust positions. Ongoing, as we have vacancies arise, our cabinet is assessing what are the needs, can the position be consolidated to help reduce FTEs where it's appropriate. We've begun applying lean methodology. We're trying to streamline operations, find efficiencies. Another major initiative is that we're currently implementing a data warehouse and reporting system. So that will allow us to do a much more detailed program level financial analysis. So we can have a clear picture of what's the value and what's the cost for each of the programs and services that we provide. We're preparing to launch our new strategic plan in July. So that's really going to drive what our budget priorities are, our performance metrics, and that reporting system is going to help support us tracking those outcomes much more effectively. And then just the last thing I want to highlight is our approach to addressing our housing needs for our Kelmer campus. So instead of building our own dormitories, we have a new housing partnership with Luther College. So that allows NICC students to live in one of Luther's dorms. I think it's a cost-effective approach that both institutions will benefit from. So it provides housing opportunity for our students, and it helps Luther fill their dorm to capacity as well.
I was reading a little bit about that arrangement with Luther. As part of that too, that the students could participate in their food service program and other types of things.
That is correct. They were able to work out a somewhat different food program than they do with their students to accommodate the program or students like our John Deere Tech program, students that are not here in this typical semester programming year that our rest of our students. They go back and they do their dealerships and work throughout the semester and summer. So they've made accommodations for that. And so we've really been able to work and partner together. And this is, I think, a first step of really moving forward with a great relationship with Luther.
Sounds like a win-win situation.
Yes, sir.
Question related to credit versus non-credit enrollment. So it looks like non-credit student enrollment is more than 3 times that of credit student enrollment, and of credit student enrollment, more than half of that concurrent enrollment. Can you talk through that dynamic and any efforts to increase credit student enrollment in addition to concurrent?
So I can talk to you a bit about the concurrent enrollment and our traditional enrollment. Yes, every year we have seen an increase in concurrent enrollment with our high school partnerships. And we also have seen additional increase in students that have graduated from high school with also a degree at NICC. So they're able to move out of high school and already have a 2-year degree. Also, the college has a very large business community solutions division that has a lot of non-credit students that flow through that throughout the year. So those numbers are significant when it's compared to our regular credit enrollment numbers. And I'd say that the increase in the concurrent enrollment certainly has been the financial aspect from the family perspective. We've seen increases of from our high school partners in the southern part of the district that have grown that program here in recent years. And I think that this last year we saw a bit of a higher uptick than we had in prior years, and I think that was kind of an anomaly. I don't think we'll see that again this next year.
Thank you.
Any questions for Northeast Iowa? Hearing now, entertain a motion.
I would move approval of Northeast Iowa Community College FY 26 certified budget.
Second. By Cass, second by Brian. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried, budget's approved. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Northwest Iowa.
You. President Josh Hartog. Get moved up the list if somebody.
Yeah. And then also joining us online is CFO Jessica Williams. Here she comes. So Northwest serves around 2,748 credit students, 4,500 non-credit, but 43% concurrent enrollment. Tuition set at around $230. John will share with us, I'm sure, a number of many of wonderful practices, one being their mastery math and writing programs system that they have in place, which we know is a very successful system. I'll hand it to you to share whatever else you'd like.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Amy.
for being here.
Thank you, everybody, for hosting us. It's, you have incredible fortitude. You're working on your PhD in higher education. I can see that already. So it's delightful for me actually to sit back here and hear all of this. I know most of these people. I don't necessarily know all the CFOs, but clearly I know the other presidents. Many years ago, when I was in a leadership training cohort with Dr. Larry Ebers, we had the opportunity to travel to a number of the colleges. And that's when I first realized that there are 15 siblings and each sibling has strengths and challenges. And each one is unique in that way. So we celebrate the successes and we help each other along in the journey. Where we are in Northwest Iowa, you may remember we had flooding last summer, really big flooding. We're still recovering from that. I was with our director, the director of our foundation, in the bank president's office on Tuesday in Rock Valley, for example, talking about how are we doing, and certainly things are getting better. If you think of two numbers, 2,562, 2,562, and the second number is 1034, 1,034. So there are 1,000, you can Google it, 1,034 square miles in the state of Rhode Island, and Northwest Iowa Community College serves 2,563 square miles. 2.5 times the state of Rhode Island. We maybe have just south of about 80,000 people living in our service. So it's similar in population to maybe like a SWIC and so forth. We are definitely one of the smaller community colleges. I'm going to hit the highlight real quick, and then I'll do some other things so we can keep moving here because I know you want to get back on time. But our college highlight is possible because of team effort. So I'm very grateful that you're hearing from us today. I mean that. Thank you. But personally and professionally, I'm also very thankful for the team back in Sheldon because they work student success all the time. And what we have highlighted for you here is something called the Mastery Math and Writing Program. Years ago, we used to call those classes remediation classes. We don't call them that anymore. We call them mastery classes for obvious reasons. I won't spend the time on that. We figured that out in the journey. We also then moved the mastery classes away from a prerequisite to a co-requisite. Then the next step was, because we're part of the ICCOC, and at NCC, we leverage cooperative ventures all the time. You just really have to. And the ICCOC is one of those. It's a group of a number of our colleges, and together we offer online education. So we share in the expenses of the learning management system, and we share each other's faculty so that my little college is able to offer far more than it could otherwise. But because we're in the ICCOC, we have a product that we are able to use for free. It's called Ed Ready. And instead of using some of the other placement tests, some would say of questionable predictive value, we decided to go with EdReady, not just because it's free, but because it also comes with tutorials that are free. So if you were 20 years old and you hadn't had a math class for 4 years, and now you're going to sit and take an AccuPlacer, you're not going to do very well. But if you could brush up and show up, take it or retake it, and then be more correctly placed in, if necessary, which behind the scenes is called remediation, but mastery math or mastery writing, and you take that with your college level required program math or communication class, then you don't lose out on a whole semester of time. You're starting off, you're hitting it hard. And if you took the time to read, and I know there's a lot, so I'm not actually expecting you to have read it, but maybe later on tonight when you're having difficulty sleeping, you should read that because the eyes of the nation are on that right there. If we could do this more and more, nationally, 11 to 29% of those who are placed in non-co-requisite courses then will complete their degrees. So, they're required math or writing kind of class. Whereas with us, it's in the mid 70s and they complete it and the course and they're on the way. Okay. I almost said, are there any questions? But I won't. We got to keep moving. All right. So, challenges. Everyone's talking inflation. With the tariffs and so forth. Please remember that at NCC, I would have said we're at 78% of our credits are CTE, but the data you have here says like 84%. So somewhere right in there, we are very trade and tech heavy, which means that our programs are expensive. And we keep an eye on those kinds of things. We shuffled some things around. Jessica's nodding because we needed to beat the tariff on some things, or something from equipment coming down from Canada and so forth. I will say something maybe someone has not said yet, but I bet they would all agree with me. And that is that we are increasingly finding difficulty in hiring certain faculty in some of the high tech areas. So when you work with faculty associations and so forth, there are certain limitations that are set. And then you also need to pay people at least half of what they could make tomorrow if they left you. And for example, Powerline, I think NCC is known as the Powerline School. We've gone out, I thought of the idea in the middle of the night, literally. I woke up and we've raised some money. We're going to see if it works, but we desperately need Powerline instructors, desperately. And so to raise money for hiring bonuses so that fits within the parameters of an association constraint, because we didn't change the base pay and so forth. See what I'm saying? We're constantly trying to figure out a way to advance the agenda of workforce training at NCC. Our enrollments have been strong. That's been helpful. My guess is that if you put tuition and fees together, we probably are the highest priced in the state. That's not something we want to market. But we are not able to raise the tuition or fees much this year because in the new presidential funding model, we're all under an umbrella. And until others move up, we're kind of up against which means really our only area of opportunity is to continue to grow the enrollment, which is why the growth has been timely and much needed. Phasing out. I was back in the wall here thinking to myself, if I were president and I were asked, what are you phasing out? I wouldn't tell you because we'd be talking about it right now. And then we would be doing it in the future, probably. But just looking in the past, yes, we have phased out programs, 4-credit programs. It's never easy. We've done that. I'm happy to say here that every single one of our 4-credit CTE programs is last dollar scholar, KIBI eligible. We actually have an extra slot, which tells you that the college has aligned itself absolutely lockstep with the state's priorities, which is why our graduates go out and on average, they make lots of good money. We're happy to be bringing on board the CDL training facility. They're pouring cement this week. You can see the numbers in our report. I mean, I was reading, I thought, wow, that's really good. 230 CDL training participants annually up in Northwest Iowa with 320 CDL examinations last year. And you had heard a report earlier, 500 and some, right? So think about that. We have a lot of trucking where we are. This is absolutely essential. And we're adding the school bus thing and that sort of thing. So we're grateful for those opportunities. I just yesterday was, or 2 days ago was thinking through with someone on the school bus. So we don't have to go out and buy a totally new school bus. We'll partner with one of the districts. They can have it sometime, we can have it sometime, all right? So there are other parts here that are written out for you to keep things moving. I guess I'll turn it over to Jessica. She probably will preemptively answer your question regarding plant fund, and then I could later on preemptively answer your question on how come you don't have any non-credit instructors. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hi, thank you. Yes, so from the general fund standpoint, we are going conservative of a 2% increase. We are hoping for more, like John said. The way we're gonna be able to increase revenues is to increase our student base at this time. For expenses, salaries, we know insurance for health insurance is gonna be going up, and we did just negotiate about a 3% increase with our faculty and staff. For expenses in the general fund, we know that property insurance is going to be going up between 10 and 15%, depending where we fall. And we have also offered an early retirement package this year. We do not offer them every year. We offer them every 3 to 5 years. So you will see that in the certified budget. The expense for that is we book that all up front, and then we collect it over the next few years. We are currently reevaluating the positions for the people that have accepted the early retirement package and working on posting them. The plant fund, you will see that the fund balance is a negative. I did not build in, this is my first time doing the certified budget. I did not build in the transfers for some of the construction projects that will be completed this fiscal year. So once I do all of those transfers, which hit that other revenues line item, the fund balance will actually be above zero. So you will see that probably actually next year when we redo the certified budget and we put in the actuals for this last year. We do have strong enrollment, so available housing in our area is limited. So we are finishing adding our 5th residence hall at our institution, which has been a great success for our institution and our students. We have been full with most of our housing up until now. And then we too, along with some of the other colleges, have gotten one of the Career Incentive Fund grants. Actually, a couple of them. One was we purchased the Sioux Center Career Academy. We purchased an AEA building and we're working on remodeling that. I'm happy to say that we have enrollments in every single pathway there this coming fall, so that's been exciting. And we are in the initial stages for our 2nd regional center, which will be in Marcus, Iowa.
Yes, and thank you, Jessica. And the Marcus one is exciting also because we're working with WIT on that. See, so there's an example we're working with, and the Sioux Center when we purchased the Northwest AEA's facility and rent back part of the facility so they can stay and have a presence in Sioux Center. So, yeah, thank you. Questions?
Just curious, what would be a typical bonus for power line?
Okay. Well, are you talking the bonus or what we're going to be paying per year? So it's it'll be spread out over several years. So the pay that we have advertised is $90,000 for the year. So it's 172 work days in the 9-month with 42 or 44 in the summer. So it's 90,000 for that. Honestly, it's probably more than Jessica, one of the 3 executives that the college makes, and also more than the chief academic officer is probably, she's nodding, yes. Which means it's definitely more than the deans. And see how that has that ripple effect, but we still have not been able to hire. And I'm calling. Yesterday I made 3 calls, and this is just the way that it is. But it's a powerful program, and we don't want to step away. So that's a great question.
It is a great program, but I'm sure as you know, your challenge is 90,000 for alignment is probably on the low end.
It is for
What
for
those gentlemen
them,
make.
yeah. Because they can, with overtime pay, they'll
Yeah.
really make them 140, 160. We have solid enrollments and we put lots of money into the field and to the equipment and so forth. And there's a very strong tradition. When I come down for work to central Iowa, if I stop in at a Casey's to get a donut and a coffee and I see a Powerline truck out, I always walk up and I'll see 3 or 4 and I'll say, how many of you went to NCC? And all but one will say I went. And by the way, we've had our second female since I've been president. The history of the college come through the work. Pretty good, huh? It's not because of me. I'm just excited about it. So Powerline people, it's nice.
Is there any other place for training in Iowa besides?
Oh, yes, there are other colleges who have programs too. So Iowa Valley and DMAC, and then of course, industry has its own very well-supported, high-paid training opportunities. And nationally, it's not just in the Powerline space, but there are other industry spaces too, where sometimes industry, you will see, is always a friend, but sometimes is also a competitor. That's the reality of it.
And Metro Tech, just over the border in Omaha, has a program as well.
Mid-American just built a state-of-the-art lineman school in St. Dallas in my neighborhood. We actually just toured it yesterday. It is absolutely fabulous. I mean, it'd be hard to compete with. What about, are there employers in the area that you think would be willing to partner with a registered apprenticeship program to use your facilities for that?
So we've actually expanded the footprint of our Powerline training field so that we can use that for non-credit continuing education. And also, as you're saying, if there's something that's off the 4-credit path, we have that space. We're amassing the equipment and so forth. How do I say this? I think it's a really good idea, and that's why we've gone this direction. But at this point, for example, within the advisory committee itself and with other industry partners, and we have many, many of them, we're still trying to see our way through what will industry handle for training and what might they. It's something new. I think it might take a while to make that pitch. I do know that we're using it a little bit. I'd love to see us use it more. And we do have our advisory committee meet once in a while at the Adel facility, just so you know. So. Do you want to ask the question on the non-credit faculty? How could we teach so many students and have no non-credit faculty? So it probably has to do, and we'll go back and we'll look at this, but this probably has to do with nomenclature and with the way we classify. And I think it's maybe, and I don't know, please, I'm not speaking to this authoritatively at all, but this is probably in some way related to the discussion in the legislature right now as to what constitutes someone who's under, who would fall under an associated master contract. And at NCC, it's very, very, very clear that the QFP, the Quality Faculty Plan, covers those who are teaching in the 4-credit space. So the people on those charts who are teaching the non-credit on our charts are called professional staff. So the CDL instructors, for example, I think we're at 2 now, and we should be with lots of students. They are not under the QFP, but they're invited to pedagogical trainings as able and so forth. I hope that's the correct answer, but that's the one I'm going to give you off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One question, if we go back to the Powerline program, because that's a diploma program, right?
Correct. It does have the option of the AAS degree, Powerline Tech, if students want to take before or after some gen eds, but yes.
Are you getting a lot of concurrent enrollment working on their gen eds, earning their AAS degrees, or just focusing on the diploma?
Okay, for concurrent enrollment? Yes. So in the concurrent enrollment space, the students would only be taking the math or the communication class. Then they would, when they're sophomores or juniors in high school, they get on the list and they would deposit, and then they'd have a spot. And we do update that list because really the classes are all and only taught on the campus itself. It's a little different from, say, from auto or diesel or welding, where we do have those pathways for high school students. But Powerline there's safety issues and things like that. So, but yeah, I mean, you'll make me think about things. I get the travel trophy for every meeting in Des Moines. And I'll have lots of dashboard time to think about stuff. So your questions are helpful for me and my team too.
The questions for Northwest. Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Cindy and second by Brooke to approve the budget for Northwest Iowa Community College. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you for driving down.
Oh, absolutely. I love this. It's been fun.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, Southeastern.
Yes, we're going to the opposite corner of the state. With us is President Mike Lash, CFO Corey Gall. SCC serves 3,737 credit students, and on the non-credit side, a similar number, just over 3,000. In the concurrent enrollment space, we see that of the credit enrollments, 41.9% are concurrent enrollment. Their tuition is set at $210. In the best practice space, they mentioned a number of things, including their partnerships, their grant management, effective online instruction. They are at nearly 50% of total credit hours online. So I will hand it over to Corey and Dr. Ash if he's on. Tell us more. Thanks for that, Corey.
I don't see Dr. Ash on. I just spoke to him a minute ago, and he said he would be joining. But I can dive into our, oh, there he is there. I'll let him take it away for the first part.
Hello, Dr. Ash, can you hear us?
All right, so now we fix that. All right. Again, I would like to say that I would like to agree with John on a number of his comments, but the most telling for me and what we do here at Southeastern is teamwork. And we stress that wholeheartedly. Our staff and faculty are just tremendous people, tremendously involved in student success. And so we're very pleased about that, really happy to see that happening. And then I learned some things about, and I'm part of the ICCOC, so I'm interested in this Ed-Ready placement testing. So we'll be looking into that to see what we can do with that. However, as it relates to SCC, I'm going to spend my time, and I hope I don't talk too fast where I end up tripping all over myself, but we lead the state in 5-year enrollment growth percentages, and we're really proud of that and very thankful for that. And as for instance, we've had now 12 semesters in a row of growth, and we're not talking about 0.01% of growth. We're talking this semester was at 13% headcount growth and 11% credit hour growth, and last fall it was over 18% headcount and over 13% in credit hours. So pretty significant growth, and we're very thankful for that, very appreciative of that. So some might say, well, how come that's happening? How is that happening? So there's no one possibility that it makes it all happen. So there's a whole bunch of pieces and parts to this. We have partnerships with external stakeholders who are willing to support the institution. For instance, Great River Health Systems gives us many, many, many hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to help us hire faculty, staff for our nursing and our health programs. And we're very thankful for that. But a little addition to that is that they have been, over this last couple years, they've been incentivizing students to go into the nursing program. So students, essentially, we've been promoting the notion that they can go to school for free, or they can get paid to go to school. So we're very thankful for that, very appreciative of that, and the students have responded. We're doing a little tweak to that now, and it will be an expectation going forward, starting here the next cohort, that students who want to receive the incentive would need to sign a letter of agreement that they plan to work for the hospital in some capacity. So that's happening. We're very pleased about that. Our grant management and support programs, we currently have the following. We have a federal CDL grant that's getting really off the ground now. We have a federal Title III student support grant, which is really making some inroads related to the ability to have student advocates. And then also we've coupled that with guided pathways. So we think that providing those types of services, those types of supports, and helping students make wise choices and decisions, they make the decisions, but to make wise choices and decisions really helps them move along in their education. We have an NSF ATE grant of about $650,000. We have our second iteration of Violence Against Women's grant, and we're very, very pleased that we're working with the college environment about how we can respect women in a more appropriate fashion. We have TRIO, Student Support Services, TRIO Upward Bound grant, and we have some really good programming there. We have an effective online education through ICCOC, and it's nearly 40%. I think Amy may have said 41.9%, but somewhere in that ballpark. And our facilities and athletic excellence, we made a decision some time ago to provide additional athletics. And why would we do that? Well, one, athletes have to go to school, they have to take classes. That puts students in the seats for our faculty to teach. It also gives students an opportunity to continue their career in whatever sport they're interested. And then along with that, it gives the campus community and the community at large something to really cheer about and really get involved. And our baseball team is vying for another trip to Oklahoma and the national tournament there. So we're very, very pleased about that. Our nursing program is our largest program on campus or in our college, and it's nearly 200 students strong. And our goal was when we first started was to double the size of our nursing program graduates, and so we're well on our way. We're not going to get 400 necessarily, but we're on our way to doubling the size. And surprisingly enough, our second largest program within the college is the education program. When I first got to SEC some 12 plus years ago, I asked about our education program, and people were nodding like, yeah, we have one. So I said, okay, well, let's talk about that. So they got their courses out, and they had 3 courses. 3 courses does not a program make, but they had their 3 courses. And surprisingly enough, those courses didn't transfer anywhere. So I said, we don't have education, so stop saying those things. So we dismantled all of that, rebuilt the education program, and it has ballooned to about 150 students, and it continues to grow. We're adding yet a third faculty member in the education program. So we are seeing some tremendous things happening at SEC. We're very, very pleased about where we're headed. It's not easy, as Dave Daum presented earlier. It's a challenge to have community colleges and to have all the various competitors out there and trying to keep facilities in good shape. And we've added a number of new buildings that we've gone and raised the money for. We don't receive, other than ACE funding, $400,000 a year. We have to raise our own money for any facilities that we want to build. And we've invested with the help of business and industry, foundations, private donations. We've invested over $43 million in our 2 campuses. And so along with that, we've increased our foundation scholarship programming by about $7.5 million. So we are really seeing some tremendous response by our community, and we're very pleased about that. So where are we headed? With this partnership with Great River Health, we've refined, as I said earlier, refined what we're doing with the nursing program and the health systems. But with them, they have they have a lot of needs related to anything basically in health services, medical services. But we sat down and we talked about a radiologic technologist program. And as you heard earlier from Dave, that's an expensive program, all the equipment and the faculty and all that. But the hospital stepped up and said, we'll cover the cost. So we are on the hospital campus in with the imaging center staff, faculty and staff. And we are elbow to elbow with those professionals. And when we shared that information with the JCERT committee that was here to look at us for accreditation, they didn't believe it was really possible. And so when they went over there to see the hospital and talk with the folks over there, they walked away with just, this was incredible. And it's really a one and only, as I understand it, one and only across the country that were actually in the hospital. So that program is now accredited, has a full accreditation for the 3 years. And so our students who started with us, when they graduate in another year from now, they will graduate from an accredited program. So we're very, very pleased about that. We're planning to start men and women's wrestling this fall. We've hired a wrestling coach. He is working diligently. We've hired a female wrestling assistant coach, and they're working diligently to sign new student athletes. And we're very, very pleased about that as well. We will start construction on a new student center addition. We finished about 2 years ago. We finished student rec center. It has lots of amenities to it. There's a very beautiful facility. So we're very pleased about that. But there are some other things that we felt like we needed to add to it. And so we'll be starting that this summer to get those spaces up to speed. And so it'll have a weight room in it. It'll have a yoga studio, aerobic type of thing. And not necessarily because I have any interest in it, and I don't, but we're going to have a Starbucks coffee location in that center because students want it. And so students want, students basically get. So we'll do the best we can with that. We just completed and opened a new FEMA storm shelter with the help of the national and federal and state FEMA offices. And we completed that. It's open. It's also a multi-purpose building. So we're using it for a lot of different events and activities, but it will house up to 1,500 individuals in the event of an emergency, a weather emergency event. And and as I said, it's very much a multi-purpose venue. And so it's a beautiful facility and we have windows in it. So it really is confusing to people because it's like, well, this is supposed to take care of wind. How can you have windows? And so the windows are hurricane proof and it will handle about 235-mile-an-hour gust and up to about 4 seconds. It will handle that. So I haven't seen any of that kind of wind here yet, although it's getting windier, it seems like each year. But that is a new facility just completed, and we were able to name that in the name of our very first African-American male who graduated from SEC in 1931. So we're very pleased about that. And with that, I'll step aside and let Mr. Corey take us down the money trail.
Thank you, Dr. Ash. Our budget, like many that you've already probably seen, is fairly conservatively budgeted. Like Dr. Ash mentioned, we've experienced double-digit percentage growth in credit hours over the last couple of years. So that makes my job, especially in the general fund, much, much easier when we're able to grow revenue off of new enrollment. We did budget flat enrollment growth for fiscal 26 with a slight increase for a tuition increase. So we'll see that there. But in addition to that revenue growth, we've also seen a pretty significant increase in a lot of our expenses. Our health insurance plan costs have increased by over 20% in the last 2 years alone. We are part of a consortium for health insurance down here in Southeast Iowa. So we get probably a more favorable renewal than we would alone. But that consortium is looking for ways we can hopefully decrease our premiums there. Property taxes in our district remain fairly modest. They have some modest increases despite some of the rollbacks in valuations. Growth has been around 3% or a little bit below 3% for the last several years. And we kind of expect that to continue on in the future. State general aid is essentially budgeted flat. SGA as a portion of our total revenues will continue to decrease as the new funding formula comes on board. So we'll be looking to make that up certainly on the tuition side. On the restricted side, we currently have about 250 dorm students over 4 dormitory buildings. And since 2015, they've been owned by an outside developer. So at the time of developing this budget, we were looking at possible ways to buy those dormitories back. We were notified that they were going for sale here earlier this year. So we're looking at all options, revenue bonds, maybe GO bonds, use of reserves. And we've got some kind of plugs in there in case we do go that route. We're not sure if we're going to be able to do anything there, but want to be prepared just in case. On the plants fund side, we've been intentionally building some balances to replace some very old chillers and boilers that we have on campus. Most of our equipment is original to the mid to late 1970s and is well past its useful life. So we've intentionally tried to store some money up to hopefully in the future, maybe next year, probably the year after, start tackling some of those 7-figure projects that are quite large for us. So that's kind of a general view. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Southeastern? Crickets, all right. I don't have any questions either. I know that you alluded to your percent for state aid will be dropping a little bit and making it up by tuition. Do you have any idea as far as scale of how much more tuition you'll have to charge over the years?
It's hard to say. Since we only get a portion of any increase that is eventually approved, it's hard to say exactly how much we would have to increase tuition to compensate for that, especially not knowing what our enrollment's going to look like in the future. For last year, we got about half of the increase that we got the prior year. We got about $100,000 instead of maybe $250,000. So that state aid in general as a portion of our total revenues will certainly continue to decrease under the current formula.
Anything else for Southeastern? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Cass.
Second.
Second by Brian. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All same sign. Carried. Budget's approved. Congratulations.
All right, well, thank you very kindly for your time.
Best wishes.
Have a great rest of the day.
Will do. Steaming on the home side now. All right, Iowa Lakes.
Yes. Joining us next is President Scott from Iowa Lakes. CFO Jeff Soper was on a delayed flight on the tarmac, so we're hoping we are over time enough that he is available. So we will elevate whoever is available there on the other side. Iowa Lakes serves 2,832 credit students and a similar number of non-credit. They're at 2,469. Current enrollment among those credit students is 38%, $224 for their tuition rate. And they wanted to highlight their veteran centers located at each of their campuses. So great to see you. Oh, Jeff is available.
It's like he's in transit.
Yes, hopefully not driving. No.
So good afternoon. Hopefully you
Way good.
hear me. I'm Scott Stokes. I'm the president of Iowa Lakes Community College. And as Amy said, I was in contact with her as I was learning that Jeff's flight was stuck on the runway. So but the meeting getting behind actually helped us get Jeff to join us. Like most community colleges, we're busy this time of year with commencement. We actually have our commencement ceremony tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. We have 306 graduates. Of those, it looks like 206 have indicated that they plan to participate in that ceremony. So it's always a good time of year to see the students from when they moved in on campus to now they're reaching their goals and heading out to their next opportunities. So I'll start off with a couple of highlights and then I'll turn it over to Jeff. So as Amy mentioned, we wanted to highlight our veteran Student Success Center. This opportunity was made possible based on a grant that we received. So in 2022, we received a Centers of Excellence grant for veteran student success. It was approximately a $590,000 grant, and it allowed us to build upon the excellent services that we were already provided to our veterans. So in year one, we were able to build a veteran center on our Emmitsburg campus. So that was academic year 2022 and 23. And then year two, we moved to the Estival campus and built a veteran center there. And we are currently in year three, which is the last year of the grant. And we just actually finished building a veteran center on our Spencer campus. And we're looking to do an open house in June for that facility. We've kind of done an open house a few months after each one of those has been completed. So it's a great space. It's fun to go in there and see our veterans relaxing. They have a true champion for them in those centers. Tim Ireland is a veteran and he is a champion. He really fights to help them get all of the benefits that they deserve and that they've earned. So it's a great place for them to go. We have computers in there. We have all the resources that they need to be successful in, and they have a person that they can go to help champion them. So kind of building off the grants really allow us to move forward with some initiatives that we have identified. And I just want to mention that last year we were very fortunate to receive a $240,000 grant from Iowa Workforce Development, which allowed us to launch a new commercial driver's license program at our Emmitsburg campus. It's been a lot of fun. We were able to purchase 2 new trucks and one 45-foot trailer. We started the training at the end of last spring. April 26th is when we were added to the training provider registry. And then since that time, this last April, we exceeded our goal, which was 100 completers. So this last spring, we completed that, and we still have more in the pipeline that we'll be completing as we move forward here in May. So we're excited about that. We've had a lot of really good success. We've had 100% pass rate. And I think the last number I heard, it was 91% first time pass rate. So if they don't pass, then we keep working with them. But everybody who has come into the pipeline has been able to successfully complete their CDL with us. We were very fortunate this last fall to be able to start bus driver training. We worked with one of our local school districts who was looking to sell some buses. So we were able to purchase 2 buses from our Spirit Lake school. And that allowed us to move forward with school bus driver training. So when I met with the superintendents in the fall, they were very excited to be able to work with us. Everybody is short bus drivers, even Iowa Lakes. We've struggled for a long time, and at this point in time, we've raised what we pay, and we are actually in really good shape right now. But for a while, we could not find bus drivers to transport our athletics or even our student clubs. So it was a much needed